to help uncover the riches of the East for the sake of the Eastern churches and for the West. Uncovering those riches means research and study, finding things, understanding things, but not only in the past, it's for our present day. And when we understand how our predecessors lived through wars and trials and changes and tribulations, conflicts of culture, conflicts of politics, we learn something for ourselves today in how to live. And I don't have to underscore the many things that we're enduring in our own day. So let this day of study, of conversation, of friendship, remembering Saint Yosafat, be one of these moments of our own growth in wisdom. I would like to call Father Dr. Mark Marosovich to open more formally this session.
Thank you very much, Father Nazar. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all here to these days of study on our beloved Saint Josaphat. As we begin this, it is important that, as in all things, we begin with prayer. So I invite His Beatitude, our head and father of our church, Святослав, to open us with prayer.
В ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа. Амінь. В ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа. Амінь. В ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа. Амінь. Царю Небесний, утішителю душе істини, що всюди єси і все наповняєш, скарби дібрі життя подателю, прийди і вселися в нас, і очисти нас від усякої скверни, і спаси благі душі наші. Пресвятая Богородице, спаси нас.
Щиро вам дякую, Блаженніший. In questo momento abbiamo un gran gioia di aprire questo convegno, questa discussione con riflessione della nostra gran cancelliere, il cardinale che è appena nominato, è un gran amico dell'Istituto Orientale. Infatti io ho un gran privilegio di essere qui nel mio istituto della cosiddetta materna. E ricordo bene, Eminenza, la prima volta quando siamo stati incontrati in questa aula durante una discussione per la Chiesa armena. Era per me un primo approccio per studiare le cose della Chiesa orientale in un modo più ampio. E oggi le ringrazio per la sua presenza con noi, per la possibilità di aprire questo convegno, questa opportunità di discutere la storia, ma anche la teologia, di approfondire che cosa vuol dire un santo di 400 anni fa che è morto, ma oggi lui dire qualcosa a noi. Eminenza, prego.
Your Beatitude, Your Excellencies, dear fathers and sisters, dear scholars, it is with great joy and satisfaction that I have the honor this morning of welcoming all of you who have gathered at the Pontifical Oriental Institute to celebrate the figure of Bishop Yosafata Kунцевича with a study conference organized by the UGCC and the Embassy of Lithuania. First of all, I would like to thank the academic authorities who preside over this Pontifical Oriental Institute, of which I have the honor of being the Grand Chancellor, for making possible the event we are celebrating now. We have before us the very special figure of a martyred saint to whom popular devotion appeals with profound feelings of devotion and self-giving. This is a man who in stormy and dramatic times freely and consciously chose union with Rome and its pastor. His writings, as well as the testimony of his life, show us how simplistic is the widespread belief, far from being scientific, but very frequent in the ecumenical field, that the union movements took place for purely political reasons. A wealthy man sent to Vilnius to learn the art of commerce, let us say. It's an art, maybe. He chose to devote himself not so much to the theological and ecclesiological diatribes of the time, but to the refounding of a rigorous, austere, faithful, and pastoral monasticism, which would see the birth of the new Basilian order. The subsequent pastoral work, difficult and dramatic, continued until our saint occupied the chair of Polotsk, where he would end his days shedding blood for the unity of the church in which he believed with all his heart and mind. I still remember when I was a nuncio in Belarus to see the cathedral, which is still closed, and the museum, and perceive a deep sense of devotion, but also of sadness to see this building close to the veneration of the faithful. To Saint Josaphat go the sentiments of our veneration and the consciousness of asking him for protection and help in the present dramatic events in Ukraine. There is another aspect I would like to emphasize today. I hope that those who here and elsewhere are engaged in genuine scientific study will finally be able to free us from a historiography that is a slave to cliché, to simplifications that have no respect for the reality of the facts. Politics certainly marked the dispatch of opponents who violently put an end to his existence, and as it marked the events that later became legendary on both sides. We need to study the events as they really happened, irrefutably, without denying the complexity that marked them, without reducing them to the pitting of one side against the other, thus distorting historical reality by turning it into an instrument of ideology. This is what we need when we study the events of Yosafata Kунцевича, getting rid of all these legends and very somber events which were developed in time, as well as in studying all the religious events that preceded and followed them in this geographical and cultural area. An honest study of the sources will be able to free us from the reduction of a complex and heroic event to a mere theatricality subservient to hatreds and oppositions. And so justice will be done to so many centuries of polemics and to that attitude which Manzoni, in one of his famous poems, the one written about Napoleon, defined as, I quote, "free from all taint of servile praise and cowardly insult." End of quotation. Trusting in this approach, not only for Josaphat, but for the whole period, I wish all participants fruitful work and effective debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence, for those inspiring words, as we do have a great task in front of us. We are thankful to the head of our church, our father, His Beatitude Святослав Шевчук, for having the stimulus to put together this conference and working together with our people at the Ukrainian Catholic University under the direction of Dr. Ivan Alms. And so now it gives me great pleasure to invite your Beatitude to address us with your opening words of direction.
Mi hanno chiesto di parlare in italiano, così una strana ragione. Eminenza, eccellenze, caro padre rettore, cari partecipanti di questo convegno dedicato al grande santo della Chiesa Cattolica San Josaphat, fratelli, sorelle in Cristo, cari ospiti. Abbiamo aspettato tanto questo giorno. Un anno abbiamo preparato per veramente vivere bene questa occasione di quarto centenario della morte, del martirio del vescovo della nostra Chiesa, San Yosafata Kунцевич. Come sempre diceva il mio predecessore, Любомир Гузар, ogni anniversario è una buona occasione, un momento da non perdere, una occasione per pregare, per prestare attenzione, per conoscere, per riflettere, cercare le risposte per le nostre odierne sfide e difficoltà. Noi abbiamo un anno pregato, un anno difficilissimo nella storia dell'Oriente dell'Europa, dell'Ucraina, della nostra Chiesa, ma anche un anno che abbiamo vissuto sotto una particolare protezione di tutti noi da parte del San Josaphat. Ringrazio a tutti gli scienziati che quest'anno hanno non solo prestato attenzione a questa personalità illustre della storia della Chiesa Cattolica, della Chiesa Greco-Cattolica, ma anche hanno studiato e presenteranno il frutto del loro studio in questi 2 giorni. Come ha sottolineato la sua eminenza, tante ideologie sono nate in questi anni che hanno avvolto sia la figura di San Josaphat, ma anche le nostre chiese. E non è, diciamo, un caso da prestare attenzione, perché si vede che l'antica Chiesa di Kiev, che è nata dalla predicazione della Chiesa di Costantinopoli, dopo di rinnovare la sua comunione con la sede apostolica, ha vissuto un momento di gloria della sua storia. E San Josaphat è stato veramente una incarnazione di questo momento così importante, anche tragico, di questa Chiesa, momento che ha dato un impulso tan forte che addirittura si dice ha formato la identità di 4 popoli, lituano e ucraino, bielorusso e polacco. E proprio questo convegno, anche con la presenza di tanti scienziati da Lituania, da Polonia, da Ucraina, dimostra il fatto che questo impulso, nel momento quando nascevano le nazioni moderni, ci può aiutare a trovare le risposte della situazione attuale, quale viviamo. Noi abbiamo bisogno della oggettività della metodologia scientifica per deideologizzare la figura di San Giosafat, ma anche di questi genuini processi della ricerca della unità della Chiesa di Cristo, unità delle nostre comunità, la unità e comunione fra i discepoli di Cristo. Perciò è il mio onore di darvi il benvenuto. Chiediamo che il San Giosafat, il quale sarà il oggetto del nostro studio, sia il soggetto nei cieli che interceda per tutti noi. Vi ringrazio, a tutti voi auguro buon lavoro.
Thank you very much for those wonderful words as we strive to put that into action. Now we have the great pleasure of welcoming to the microphone the Proto-Archimandrit of the Basilian Order, Father Robert Liseco. Welcome.
Eminenza Reverendissima, Beatitudine, Eccellenze, Reverendissimi Padri, Suore, cari ospiti. Per me è un onore essere oggi qua alla conclusione dell'anno giubilare di San Giosafat e vorrei sottolineare che per noi basiliani è stato un anno anche di una certa riscoperta del nostro santo confratello di cui ogni tanto abbiamo dimenticato. Tante conferenze che si sono svolte sia in Lituania, in Ucraina, adesso a Roma, anche in Polonia, ci hanno aiutato a riscoprire il nostro santo confratello e spero che quella riscoperta darà una spinta per noi anche di praticare di più la spiritualità di San Giosafat, che è stata poco studiata, che è stata poco praticata, anche dimenticata. Essendo qui nel Pontificio Istituto Orientale oggi, istituto che è stato chiamato per studiare e diffondere il patrimonio delle chiese orientali, mi auguro che anche questo istituto faccia un grande sforzo per riscoprire San Giosafat, per studiare il suo patrimonio spirituale, il suo atteggiamento ecumenico, che è semplice, senza grandi strategie o le furbizie, di portare alla unità i cristiani tramite penitenza e conversione, perché se siamo nella unità con Dio, siamo uniti uni con gli altri come fratelli e sorelle, come figli di Dio. Perciò mi auguro che la nostra ricerca e riscoperta di San Giosafat non finisca con questo anno giubilare, ma continui, e credo che figura di San Giosafat può portare grandi frutti non soltanto per chiese orientali, ma anche per quella occidentale, come già lo abbiamo visto in Lituania. Grazie.
Thank you very much for those words, Father. And now, our really organizing institution that was behind this is the Ukrainian Catholic University. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the microphone to give a bit of introduction and welcome Dr. Andriy Yasenovsky, the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities from our Ukrainian Catholic University. Welcome.
Your Beatitude Святослав, Your Eminence Cardinal Ґуджеротті, Your Magnificence Rector David Nazar, Reverend Fathers, dear brothers and sisters, Your Excellency Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Ukraine at the Holy See, dear scholars. On behalf of His Magnificence Rector of Ukrainian Catholic University, Taras Dobko, I would like to congratulate everyone who gathered in this solemn hall to celebrate a significant milestone of the life of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, the 400th anniversary of the martyrdom of Yosafata Kунцевича. Although he was the first saint of our church, we still do not know enough about his life and martyrdom, as well as about his reception in the posterior times. I'm also happy to pass my greetings to those organizations who closely cooperated in order this conference to come to life. Pontifical Oriental Institute, Basil Loston, Chair of the Ukrainian Church Studies at the Catholic University of America, Embassy of the Republic of Lithuania to the Holy See, and the Order of Saint Basil the Great. I especially appreciate the educational and the research program, the Kievan Christianity, and the Ihor Skochelas Center for Religious Studies at UKU, directed by Ivan Almes, for the leadership and preparing this conference program. Of course, I appreciate the moral authority of His Beatitude Святослав, who encouraged me and my colleagues to work on the preparation of the conference. Without his blessing, as well as without support of the donors, mainly the Catholic University of America, this conference barely would happen. It would not also happen without the vision and proactivity of the late Professor Ihor Skochelas, who developed the idea of Kievan Christianity to the vibrant international project involving dozens of scholars in many countries. In September, we celebrated publication of 30 volumes of the scholarly series of monographs, proceedings, and source editions in terms of the series Kievan Christianity during 10 years. And last week, we just appeared volume number 32. Many collaborations of this amazing series are attending this conference as well. You, dear fellow researchers, are today at the forefront of the investigation of Ukrainian church history, placing in the European and global context. However, let's return to Йосафата Кунцевича. His activities, his leadership in the severe and cruel times of the post-Union conflicts is to some extent underestimated. The reception of his figure in different parts of Europe and South America is almost unknown. The goal of this conference is not just to solemnly recall known facts about Kунцевич on the occasion of the tragic anniversary. We will learn about some results of completely new research and uncover the secret of previously unknown documents about his outstanding churchman and public leader. Let this conference be rich of exciting and breathtaking discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yasenovsky, for this great welcome. As has already been mentioned, I myself hold the chair for the Basil H. Loston Chair of Ukrainian Church Studies at the Catholic University of America. We've just opened a new institute there for the study of Eastern Christianity, of which we have one center already, the Ukrainian Church Studies Center. So it's a great pleasure to collaborate with my colleagues at the Catholic University of Ukraine and here at my alma mater at the Oriental Institute. And I hope that this is the beginning of many future aspects of study. Because oftentimes I don't believe that we ourselves take our history seriously enough. You know, I can remember being here as a student now. I hate to mention how many years ago it was that I started here, but in 1995, so it's nearly going to be, I hate to say it, 30 years since I started here, almost, not quite. But I can remember being here, and I would be remiss if I didn't bring present to us today my own Dr. Father Robert Taft, who for 40 years sat in the same corner of that library. And he had many wonderful things to say, and something that I think rings clearly in my ears, that people ask him, well, how did he get this inspiration? And he said, look, it's 5% inspiration and 95% perspiration. So when we do this work, certainly we're benefiting from scholars who have spent time looking at these questions, opening those questions again. Now, one might ask, why bother looking at the history? Well, you know, in a sense, the history, the past can't change because it is past. But our ability to appreciate the past, our ability to open new horizons, our ability to go deeper, to live that tradition in a more authentic manner, especially, I believe, in our world today, in our world that's rife with war, certainly in Ukraine, but as well we see in Israel, in Gaza, the suffering, the inability of people to get along together. And I believe that we, as harbingers of the good news, have an important role to play in creating a world that builds unity, a world that can build peace. So I'm excited about our time together. I'm excited about these reflections where we can begin to open new horizons. As probably the only person here from the Eparchy of St. Josaphat of Parma, Ohio, I can say that it's a great pleasure having been ordained in the Cathedral of St. Josaphat there. So I have a very special, close affinity for this saint of unity. And I trust that our time together will give us yet a deeper appreciation and help us to begin to think anew of how unity can be created today. We have just a few minutes before we begin our next session. I'd like to invite Dr. Alms to just say a few words. He's really the chief inspirator and worker behind all of this that has put so much together. And Dr. Alms, if you would please come to the podium.
Dear Father, thank you. Thank you for your providing this opening of the conference. Dear Your Beatitude, Святослав, Your Eminence, Cardinal Ґуджеротті, dear colleagues, dear fathers, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for very much that you are together today, that you arrive from different corners of the world, from the USA, from Ukraine, from Poland, from Lithuania, from Germany, and of course from Italy. We will have a great time to discuss today about Yosafata Kунцевича, about Kievan Unit Metropolitanate, and we have 4 sessions. Today 2 sessions, and tomorrow also 2 sessions. We will start with the topic of the Kievan Unit Metropolitanate in the confessional age. A little bit later I will say a few words about why confessional age we are talking about. After that we will have a session about canonization of Йосафата Кунцевича, procedures and outcomes. Tomorrow, about the cult of Йосафата Кунцевича, theology, priesthood, and hymnography. And the last session for the cult of Йосафата Кунцевича, hagiography and iconography. So you are welcome to discuss, to hear, and I will be thankful for your questions. Now, I would like to start the first session and to invite our presenters, Laurent Tatarenko, Denis Liseichikov, and Vaiva Vasiliauskaite to join the floor. First of all, two technical introductory remarks. Firstly, we have 3 presentations instead of 4 as planned because Professor Andrzej Gil got sick and did not arrive in Rome, and unfortunately he can't join us online as well. Secondly, Natalia Sienkiewicz is a discussant for this session instead of Lilia Berezhna. Before starting with the presentations, I would like to say a few words regarding the idea of this first session and the conference idea in general. The first session is titled as Kievan Uniate Metropolitanate in the Confessional Age, and it aims to introduce a brief historical sketch to the Kievan metropolitanates, two metropolitanates, in the 17th and 18th centuries, concentrating on the confessional changes. To understand better the topic of Йосафата Кунцевича, a main hero of this conference. Why confessional age, and what does it mean? Professor Serhiy Plokhy from the Harvard University is talking about Eastern Reformations, by which he aptly defines the religious history in the late 16th and first half of the 17th centuries in the Kievan Metropolitanate, on the territory of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. After the Brest Union Council in 1596, Kievan Metropolitanate was divided into 2 parts, Orthodox and Uniate. The first was under the jurisdiction of the Constantinople Patriarchate, and the other one recognized the supremacy of the Pope, Apostolic See, remaining the Eastern Rite. Such kind of division provoked a fruitful polemic between Orthodox and Eastern Catholics, as well as Catholics as separate actors in this polemic, resulted not just in a list of polemical works, but caused the reforms of the churches as institutions. The term confessional age resulted from the discussion regarding the concept of confessionalization, the paradigm of German historians and researchers. As such, confessionalization became one of the most widespread as well as disputable methodologies for religious history research, primarily concerning Western Europe or Latin Christendom. Over the years, confessionalization paradigm by Heinz Schilling and Wolfgang Reinhardt was modified, overcoming its Western centrism on Catholicism and Protestant confessions. Attempts to apply the classic scheme for historical research of other European regions for instance, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, failed for, at first sight, obvious reasons, but on the other provoked further discussions. One of such kind of discussions was provided by Alphonse Brüning. I hope he is with us online. Professor Brüning dates the confessional age in Eastern Europe from 1551 until 1721. He started from the Moscow Council in 1551 and the appearance of Protestants in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in the 1550s, and dated until the beginning of the synodal period in the Russian state and the Zamost Synod, or Council for Ruthenians at that time, in 1720. From a broader perspective, the Trent Council took place also in this time, and the end of the confessional age for Protestant dates to 1720, for instance, Salzburg as an example. In his research, Professor Brüning started confessionalization in Eastern Europe in 1551, but in my opinion, already mentioned the Union of Brest in 1596 got going the confessionalization. The question is perhaps to stop the confessional age from the Union of Brest. The parallel formation of confessional models became possible thanks to the legal norms of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, because even in King's documents, two parallel metropolitanates, the Orthodox and the Unate, received at least similar legal reasons from the 60s to 35. The next question is that the beginnings of the Unate confessional culture, if we can say in this way, confessional culture of the Unates, reasonably should start from the Union of Brest in 1596. But the architects of the Union cultural tradition acted later, in 1610 and 1620s, and these persons were Йосафата Кунцевича and Joseph Wilhelmin Rudzki. The questions are as follows. Did the cult of blessed Josaphat become the starting point of the Unate confessional culture? Did it launch the confessional identity of the Unates? William Fritzschoff, Dutch historian, in his research about confessional sanctity states, I start the quote, "In all the Christian traditions, saints are represented to foster the construction of group identity, such as martyrs or emblematic saints for the nation, the town, the confession, the professional group, even the family, for apologetic purposes and for the conquest of a proper identity in a confessional context." And after that, one more quote, "Especially martyrs delineate the borders. Martyrs delineate the borders and construct the identity of the group." Furthermore, the last statement from this paper of William Fritzschoff to comment, "Saints continue, however, to change after their death. Other words, space, actors, and practices transform their cult according to the time alternations." Fritzschoff concludes the article with questions corresponding to this conference as well. One of them sounds, "Is confession a meaningful category for study of sanctity?" The concept of confessional sanctity insists that forms of sanctity are culturally, confessionally constructed, and there are social limits to the conditions of its realization. So the questions are the follows. In which ways to study the cult of Йосафата Кунцевича? As confessional sanctity, or perhaps as transnational saint, as Kerstin Jobst, Professor Kerstin Jobst from the Vienna University, stated in her paper. Here I stop, and I believe that we will have great presentations and discussions on the mentioned topics regarding the cult of Йосафата Кунцевича and in which way the cult of Йосафата Кунцевича influence on the formation of the unit identity in the early modern time, as well as the different dimensions of the Kuncevich cult itself. And now we will start the first session called Kievan Unit Metropolitanate in the Confessional Age. As I have already mentioned, Professor Andrzej Gil cannot join us because of some health issues. That is why Dr. Laurent Tatarenko starts this panel. Laurent Tatarenko, he is a historian. He is the director of the Center for French Culture and Francophone Studies at the University of Warsaw. He is also the faculty member at the French National Center for Scientific Research at the Institute of Modern and Contemporary History in Paris. He is a former member of the French School in Rome, École Française de Rome. His PhD thesis was Discordia Concordans, the Ruthenians of the Grand Principality of Lithuania at the time of the Union of Brest. His research interests include social regulations and institutional competence of unate and Orthodox communities in Central and Eastern Europe in the 16th and 18th centuries. His last book, in French, was published in Rome in 2021 under the title An Oriental Reform in the Baroque Age, the Ruthenians of the Grand Principality of Lithuania and Rome at the time of the Union of Brest, mid-16th, mid-17th century. Just keep in mind up to 25 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ivan, could I just put the presentation to show you a few maps, maybe? So your Eminence, your Beatitude, Excellencies, Reverend Fathers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As Ivan already said, the fortunes of the program have given me the honor of being the first speaker at this conference, and that is why I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the organizers of this event for inviting me here today, and also, of course, to express my joy at being once again within the walls of the Pontifical Oriental Institute, which I've frequented a few years ago as a regular reader of the library, I think as many of you. The event that brings us together today, the anniversary of the martyrdom of Yosafata Kунцевича in Vitebsk, obviously refers to a key moment in the history of the Ruthenian and now Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, which not only marked the cultural identity of the first community united with Rome, but was also an opportunity to inscribe the local Byzantine and Slavonic heritage of the Metropolitanate of Kiev in a common liturgical and canonical body with the Latin Catholic Church. This institutional aspect makes it possible to raise the issue of the construction and definition of Ruthenian structures in the very aftermath of the Union of Brest. From this point of view, the Archbishopric of Polotsk is, I think, a singular and particularly interesting case. Between the death of Yosafata Kунцевича in 1623 and the last years of the 17th century, this eparchy was a kind of, let's say, transit point for the most eminent figures in the Ruthenian ecclesiastical hierarchy before they ascended to the Metropolitan See of Kiev. In the 18th century, this role has been later taken over by the eparchy of Lviv-Halich. So one of the reasons for this eminent position was the status of Polotsk eparchy, the only archiepiscopal see in the Kiev Metropolitanate, created at the beginning probably of the 11th century and promoted to the rank of archbishopric at the beginning of the 15th century, later acquiring the title of Polotsk and Vitebsk, and then in the 16th century of Polotsk, Vitebsk, and Mstislav. So here, I don't know if you see it, but you have, can I put it? Yes, I think it's, maybe I will put presentation, I'm sorry. Okay, so here you have just, of course, a traditional map of Polish voivodeships in the beginning of the 17th century, and here you can see more or less the borders of the Polotsk eparchy in the same time, let's say in the 1620s, just in the time when Yosafat Kунцевич arrived to this territory. Okay, so it was I'm sorry for the technical issue, but okay, so grazie, grazie. I'm sorry. Okay, so one thing I'm sorry for this. Okay, so you see the let's say the borders of the eparchy, and also as I mentioned, the other reason also was the proximity of this eparchy of Polotsk to the centers of metropolitan power, which had moved north with the attempts to create an autonomous Lithuanian metropolitanate from the 14th century onwards, following by the installation of metropolitans with the title of Kiev in their residences in Novakhrudok and Vilnius. Despite all this, the Polotsk eparchy remains today one of the least studied, let's say, and therefore the least well known. Thus, even though several studies have looked into the various issues of its history, it is one of the only eparchies of the Kiev Metropolitanate, along with that of Lutsk, to lack a recent specially dedicated monograph. So I think maybe this conference will be also the occasion to take this initiative for next years. So for this reason, let's say today, in order to examine the context in which Yosafat Kунцевич conducted his reforms during the 5 years of his episcopate, I will try to bring together some of the main elements concerning the reception of the Union in the period 1595, 1618, but also presenting the material state of the eparchy and finally the institutional structures after its passage under the jurisdiction of Rome. So what was in fact the situation of the Union in this eparchy, considering that usually it's presented as a kind of taking from the formulation of the polemists, which were talking about, let's say, an invisible union. Indeed, the issue of local reactions to the Union the years following the Synod of Brest remains one of the gray areas of this period, and when we consider the Polotsk eparchy, it is specifically well seen. So taking up the polemical works of the 1620s, such as, for example, Miletius Smotritsky Obrona Verificatie, that you can see here, historiography until today has taken the habit of considering that the first two archbishops united with Rome, Gregor Zagorsky and Gedeon Brolnitsky, did not seek to spread the idea of union in their territories and were not very concerned about the discipline of the clergy and the faithful. So due to the scarcity of archives, this vision was built up by extrapolating the narratives produced by polemical works, which tended to present the end of the 16th century as a period of decline or even crisis for the whole of the Kievan Metropolitanate. Although this interpretation is now increasingly being questioned, the case of Polotsk remains deeply attached to this vision also because of the particular context that shaped the history of this region during this period. In fact, towards the middle of the 16th century, both the distance of this territory from the major centers of the Latin Church and their proximity in the same time to Muscovy enabled not only the rapid spread of the Protestantism in its various forms, but also the circulation of representatives of religious currents considered as heretical and who had been expelled from Muscovy, such as, for example, Feodosy the Squint-eyed, Feodosy Kosoy, and the monk Artemi. On the other hand, the eparchy was deeply affected by the Livonian War between Lithuania and Muscovy, and between the 1563 and 1579, the see of the Archbishopric was occupied by the Muscovites, who appointed their own archbishops there, resulting in a dual hierarchy, one that continued to report to the Polish-Lithuanian Metropolitanate of Kiev, and another that was attached to the Moscow metropolitans. The reconquest of the city of Polotsk in 1579 gave to the King Stefan Batory the opportunity to found there a new Jesuit college, initially entrusted to Piotr Skarga, a well-known Polish Jesuit and also one of the actors later of the Union of Brest. And this college also became one of the major centers for the Catholic Reformation in the eastern territories of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, receiving many children of the local Protestant and Orthodox nobility. By the time Yosafata Kунцевича was nominated in Polotsk, the Jesuits already had more than 80 students. As a result, the area under the jurisdiction of the Ruthenian archbishops of Polotsk was an extremely heterogeneous confessional landscape. Of course, this was not a particularly exceptional situation in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at the end of the 16th century, but what made it special was its distance, let's say, from the major secular and ecclesiastical decision-making centers. The consequence of this position was that the weight of local power relations and of the right of patronage exercised by the nobility and cities' authorities was all the more visible and important on the local level and in the relation with the Ruthenian Church. During this period, the Ruthenian archbishops, generally recruited from the lower and middle nobility, seem to have been less committed to resisting the assaults that the Ruthenian Orthodox Church was suffering from other confessions. For example, the Archbishop Teofan Rupiński, nephews itself, was in the 1580s one of the first students at the Jesuit college in Polotsk. A tendency towards pragmatism also seemed to characterize the character of the first hierarch united with Rome, as Zagorsky and Broniecki were close collaborators of the Metropolitan Ragoza, Michael Ragoza, the first united Metropolitan of Kiev after the Union of Brest, and the first Zagorsky was a protonotary in the Metropolitan Curia, and the later Broniecki was a notary also working in close contact with Ragoza. So both men were highly regarded by the Metropolitan, and considering that as a reward for their work, the first had received the noble estate of Zagorje in 1593, and his name Zagorsky is coming from this estate, and the later had become Archimandrite of Lavrishevo in August 1591. So the two men could be described as the loyal servants of the Metropolitan, who in 1595 had taken part in the various negotiations leading up to the union and had signed the documents of the synod organized in Brest. There was one, both were actors and signatories of these main documents from October 1596. In other words, although they did not demonstrate the dynamism of the main supporter, for example, as Terlecki or Ipati Pochi, everything seemed to indicate that these archbishops were going to become supporters of the rapprochement with Rome. Nevertheless, the situation followed the divisions between the jurisdictions, shaped before all by the right of patronage that I have already mentioned of the nobility, and in the major urban centers, some of the clerics remained loyal to the episcopate, but in the private estates, the choices were very different, and in the big contrast one with the others. While in Bratislava, for example, district where several Ruthenian churches were under the patronage of the Sapieha family, the union seems to have been better established from the beginning, and in the Vitebsk voivodeship, instead, several churches and Orthodox monasteries continued to operate under the protection of the Ruthenian nobility, which rejected the union. For example, in the Polotsk voivodeship, the Church of the Holy Trinity in the small town of Hlybokoye, near the frontier of the Vilnius voivodeship, became a place of refuge for a priest called Damian Dobrynsky from Vilnius, who had refused to accept the union and had been expelled from the Lithuanian capital at the end of the 1595. The place, being under the patronage of the Calvinist voivode of Brest, Krzysztof Zynovich, had welcomed Dobrynsky at the request of the voivode Orthodox wife, Teodora Volovichuvna, or Teodora Volovich, which was one of the main protectors of the Orthodox in Lithuania at this first year after the Union of Brest. While the Semics, or Dietins, that meet at the end of the 1590s show the majority of the nobility remained unfavorable to the union since the instruction called for its abolition, other families, such as Korsak, for example, that one of the third union, Metropolitan Raphael Korsak, came later in the 1630s, recognized instead the authority of the Metropolitan Hypatii Pochi, so the second Metropolitan of Kiev after Ragoza. However, despite this obstruction, the two archbishops were not completely inactive in the development of the imaginary system, let's say, imposed by the Union, resulting in protests from the local populations. In 1599, Zagorsky and the voivode of Polotsk, Andrei Pavlovich Sapieha, tried to introduce in the eparchy the Gregorian calendar, for example, but without success. In 1601, the arrival of the new Archbishop Bronitzky aroused the hostility of the Ruthenian clergy in Polotsk under the leadership of the local archpriest, or protopop. In the same years, the two hierarchs successively met with opposition from the inhabitants of Mohilev, who denied them the right to visit the town. There was further unrest in 1609 when the clergy of the Metropolitan Diocese tried to oppose Pochi and also in the main capital as Vilnius, Novokradek or Grodno. Nevertheless, as Mikhailo Dovbychenko, Ukrainian historian, showed it, Bronitzky continued to have contacts with the town's representative and with the local clergy. These days show also, moreover, that the Polotsk eparchy was far from being an inert religious space, since the tensions of the local Ruthenian community were closely linked to the affairs of Vilnius long before the time of Kuncevich or Smotritsky. Thus, despite some hesitation and short conflicts with the Metropolitan Pochi, both Zagorsky and Bronitzky seem to have been clear supporters of the union. Nevertheless, their efforts were limited by the lack of support from local actors, perhaps because they were not well integrated into their networks, as they did not come from these voivodeships, so they wasn't the nobility, local nobility from Polotsk, but indeed they supported all during the years they stayed at Polotsk, the union idea and of course the contacts with the Metropolitan. The same challenge faced Yosafata Kунцевич, who however chose to break with a form of wait-and-see attitude and carry out his reforms using other means. Moreover, Joseph's entry into Polotsk on 9 January 1618 with great pomp described on the occasion of his beatification process shows that a significant part of the local elite had already joined the union. So if we are coming back to the practical state, let's say, of the eparchy, another element that reveals the actions undertaken in the first 2 decades after the Union of Brest concerns the material state of the eparchy. Concerning this issue, we have 3 inventories, well known and already published, but still little used, on the state of the archiepiscopal estates in 1588, 1601 and 1618, when the new archbishop took possession of the archiepiscopal manse, meaning the different estates from the archbishopric. So here you can see the comparison of this revenue, let's say, evaluated in the hertz, or dim in Polish. And we see that in 1609, after Zagorsky's death, the total land had already reached 203 hertz, when during the Terlecki time, Katanazi Terlecki, the Orthodox bishop in the end of the 1580s, it was only 96 hertz. And in 1618, Yosafata Kунцевич took possession of estates worth more than 220 hertz, with other 49 hertz as are uncultivated or taken over by other other landlords which occupies simply this territory. So although these figures are incomplete, of course, and relatively modest, they show that the Uniate hierarchy was able to regain possession of a number of properties lost during the 16th century, and that the inventories of the estates were becoming increasingly accurate and complete. The royal privilege of 28 June 1617, which appointed Josaphat as Polotsk archbishop coadjutor to help Brolnitsky, who was already ill and very old, and which, to my knowledge, has not been published yet, specified that while he was to take charge of the spiritual and temporal affairs of the eparchy to replace Brolnitsky, who had become old, he was to leave 2/3 to the income to the archbishop and keep the remaining third part for himself, so to divide this income from the ecclesiastical revenues. However, this distribution of resources did not have to be implemented, as Brolnitsky died before 31 March of 1618, when Kuncevich was appointed as the new Archbishop of Polotsk. A year after his arrival, he obtained also from the king, Zygmunt III, to appoint a special commission in order to define the boundaries of the archiepiscopal manse. If we are to believe the testimony of Gennadiusz Chmielnicki, the Basilian hegumen of Polotsk, after recovering the lost estates, the eparchy annual income was about 1,000 zlotys a year. However, the situation remained complex since, according to Josaphat's own statements written in March 1620 about the material state of the eparchy on his arrival, not only were several estates still occupied by the nobility, but the foundation charters could not generally be found to initiate proceedings in this regard in different courts, local courts, or in front of the king. Nevertheless, his work focused mainly on rebuilding the main churches, starting with the Cathedral of Polotsk and Vitebsk. Again, according to the testimonies of those who knew Josaphat directly, these efforts enabled Polotsk to become a center of influence for the hierarchy united to Rome, recreating an active archiepiscopal curia in this archbishopric see. So the last point on which I would like to stop very quickly is the issue of the functioning of the eparchial government, which raises more generally the question of ecclesiastical structures. On this point, somewhat precise information is very difficult to establish. The number of Ruthenian churches operated in the eparchy of Polotsk at the beginning of the 17th century varies greatly from one source to another, and precise evidence is relatively rare. Viktor Yakubov, in his article written in 2009, for example, states that in the 1560s, Polotsk voivodeship had 41 documented Ruthenian churches. Similarly, according to data extracted from various registers, including judicial ones, we can estimate that the Braslav district, which was the western outpost of the eparchy, had about 15 Ruthenian churches at the time of Josaphat. However, in the statistics provided by various authors from the Greek-Catholic Church in the 17th century vary very widely. For example, according to Philip Borobik, the Basilian procurator in Rome, the entire eparchy had 2,200 churches in the 1640s. Jakub Susza reduced this number to 100 churches in the 1660s, and Gabriel Kolenda in 1671 gave a rather vague estimation of between 2,000 and 3,000 parishes. However, if we go back to Witold Kolbuk's statistics, a Polish historian who estimated the situation of the Greek Catholic Church in about 1772, before the division of Poland, we find a mention of 600 parishes for the eparchy of Polotsk and almost 270 parishes for the Orthodox Diocese of Mohilev, giving a total of just under 900 Ruthenian parishes. This number was probably the upper limit of what could have been expected at the time of Josaphat, bearing in mind that many churches must have been in poor condition or simply closed by their patrons. At a local level, these churches were divided into the 18 archieprestships or protopopia mentioned by Yosafat himself in his rules for priests, which would be presented, I think, by Alicia Novak in one of the next sessions. Here again, it is difficult to know whether his network was already in place or whether it was a theoretical organization of the eparchy that Kuncevich planned to set up in the years to come. However, the mention of this structure was explicit proof that, like Joseph Rudzki, Yosafat Kuncevich had a very precise vision of the territorial structures he intended to make work in his eparchy, and that he associated the spread of the union with this institutional reform. So to conclude these few remarks, it should be pointed out that discussing the ecclesiastical framework of the Ruthenian hierarchy united to Rome during the first decade of the 17th century basically means discussing the very nature of this first uniatism, as it was called, or this first union torn between, on the one hand, the preservation of the ancient Eastern heritages as they had been defined in the Kievan context, and on the other hand, an undeniable desire for reform promoted by the episcopate, but also awaited by the learned laity. One of the difficulties of these projects was their unsteady, let's say, confessional nature, already mentioned by Ivan, speaking of this confessionalizing or confessionalization, especially since, while the bishops and the superiors of the main monasteries united with Rome were required to make their profession of faith, nothing of the sort was asked from the parish clergy or from ordinary lay people, who remained within their original ecclesiastical frameworks. In other words, relying to Roman obedience, whatever the meaning of this situation was at this time, was the result of long-term pastoral and disciplinary work, which, despite its fragile character, produced directly visible results. The effectiveness of these approaches, which went beyond the strictly religious sphere to confront the autonomous habits of the local clergy, as well as the political or economic interests of the lay elites, partly explains the conflict that led to the tragic explosion of violence in Vitebsk on the 12th November 1623. Thank you very much for your attention, and I give place to my colleague.
Thank you for your great presentation, for this historical sketch of the Polish eparchy before and in the time of Yosafat Kунцевич. Now we have time for the second presentation, and I would like to introduce Dr. Denis Liseichikov. He is a Belarusian historian and archivist. He is a faculty member of the European Humanities University in Vilnius. He was the deputy director of the National Historical Archive of Belarus. His PhD thesis was the daily life of the unit parish priesthood of the Belarusian-Lithuanian lands in 1720-1839. Also, his research interests are in the history of the Union Church, from the Union of Brest until the 1839, the history of everyday life, genealogy, and ecclesiastical archives. And it should be mentioned about his very huge book about the priests, under the title "The Priest in the Belarusian Society: Prosopography of the Unit Clergy, 1596-1839", published in 2015. Now he will present on the topic of the city after tragedy, life strategies of Vitebsk residents following the murder of Yosafat Kунцевич, 6023-6044. The floor is yours.
День добрий, шановні колеги. Українська мова не є моєю рідною мовою, тому перепрошую, можу помилятися. Попрошу Івана. Основним документом про листопадові події 23-го року у Вітебську є комісарський декрет у справі про вбивство Вітебською громадою Полоцького архиєпископа Кунцевича. Документ датований 24-м роком і відомий широкому науковому загалові в декількох основних публікаціях. Хронологічно першу з них підготував василянин Ігнатій Стебельський ще в 18 століттю, але вона вийшла друком у Львові лише в рік канонізації Кунцевича. Цей декрет існував в декількох копіях, на що вказують значне різночитання і спеціальні пропуски деяких важливих місць, які суттєво впливають на зміст документа. За декретом комісарського суду Вітебський магістрат було ліквідовано, а міщани перейшли безпосередньо під владу воєводи. Місто взагалі не мало органів самоврядування. Усі юридичні та економічні справи вітебські міщани вирішували в земському суді. Проте, всупереч усталеному в історіографії переконанню, сама будівля ратуші після видачі комісарського декрету не була знищена. У вересні 1938 року цю білу кімнату, в якій за магдебурзького права відбувалися суди, фіксує інвентар міста. Конфесійна політика держави суттєво змінилася після того, як у 1932 року польським королем став Владислав IV. Відбулася легалізація адміністративних структур Православної церкви в Речі Посполітій, а в 1933 року Вітебську було повернуто всі права, якими місто користувалося до отримання магдебурзького права. Врешті, в 1941 року, той же Владислав IV повернув містові, а точніше повторно надав і саме магдебурзьке право. Відтоді відновлений магістрат розглядав усі юридичні та економічні справи міщан. Як жило місто в той важкий час, чи всі винні були покарані? Наскільки змінилося ставлення міщан до листопадових подій 23-го року? Якою була траєкторія професійної кар'єри та особистої долі представників різних груп та по обидві сторони конфліктів? На ці питання поспробував відповісти на підставі документів другої чверті 17 століття, виявлених у книгах Витебського земського суду. Йдеться про документи, що їх власноруч склали чільні постаті листопадових подій, або які мають безпосередній стосунок до діяльності цих осіб, як от бурмістрів Наума Вовка, Симона Неші та Федора Сухарука, райці Філона Грома, земського писаря Лева Гурки, архиєпископського слуги грека Еммануїла Кантакузина. Іншою спробою реконструювати повсякденне жителів Вітебська другої чверті 17 століття стало створення візуального ряду. Для цього було використано надзвичайно точні та детально опрацьовані малюнки реконструкції міського ландшафту Вітебська, які створив художник-графік Павло Татарніков. Спробуємо проаналізувати, як події листопада вплинули на долю різних груп населення міста Вітебська і як ці групи вибудували свої життєві стратегії в цей непростий період. До першої категорії населення Вітебська можна зарахувати родичів страчених учасників листопадової трагедії, насамперед бурмістра Наума Вовка та Симона Неші. Згадки про них знаходимо в документах досить рідко. І величезним успіхом було виявлення в книгах Вітебського земського суду свідчення Мосі Вовк, матері бурмістра. Згідно з цим документом, Мося Вовк визнавала, що між її синами Наумом та Лавріном Вовками не відбулося поділу майна. І цікаво, як вона описує листопадові події, від часу яких минуло лише близько року. «Небіжчик, син мій, Наум Вовк, за смерть святої пам'яті отця владики Полоцького покараний смертю». Вітебський рід вовків, який від кінця 16 століття належав до міського патріціату, після страти Наума Вовка втратив свої позиції. Інвентар Вітебська від 1938 року фіксує дуже невеликі володіння цього роду в місті. Частина маєтків Наума Вовка безпосередньо перейшла у власність полоцьких архиєпископів. Зазначимо, що адміністрація архиєпископа в другій полові 20-х років значно розширила свої володіння в місті за рахунок міщан. Можливо, влада після виконання низки смертних вироків стала більш поблажливою до підозрюваних в причетності до вбивства. Загальну атмосферу в містах Полоцької архієпархії добре передає одна з постанов Полоцького магістрату через рік по біатифікації Кунцевича. «Сказание до турмы Габриэля Лагодного за то, иш смел и важил се противко святых Божих слово вымовите. Казались мо осадить до турмы за то, иш он смел и важил се благословенного и святого ойца Йосафата назвать велебным, а не благословенным. Сам факт скептичного чи навіть недостатнього шанобливого ставлення до особи вбитого архиєпископа міг стати приводом для суворого покарання. Подібний важіль впливу використовували і недобросовісні конкуренти родичів покараних. Така доля спіткала родичів бурмістра Симона Неші. Вдалося виявити запис про передачу майна від імені його вдови Арини та синів Григорія, Маркіяна і Петра, датований січнем 27-го року. Королівські комісари, які засудили на смерть бурмістра Нешу, не чіпали основного майна його сім'ї. Проте, трохи більше ніж через 3 роки після вбивства, вдова і сини у зв'язку із позиками передали свої маєтки Дюндін і Андронів Вітебського повіту у власність Вітебського Римо-Католицького священника отця Войцеха Казировського. Можливо, це був своєрідний жест примирення з умовною латинською партією міста, але швидше за все латинське духовенство скористалося беззахисним становищем родини Нешів і змусило їх відмовитися від частини майна. Так чи інакше, інвентар Вітебська фіксує дуже незначне нерухоме майно, яке залишилося в місті після страти Симона Неші. Випадково чи ні, але сини Симона Неші, Григорій, Маркіян та Петро, у документі не вживали стосовно себе прізвища батька Неша, а іменували себе другою частиною прізвища Андроновський, що походить від назви родинного маєтку Андронова. Про те, що продаж і передача нерухомості для синів Неші були вимушеними кроками, йдеться в одному важливому документі. Старший Нешів син Григорій дожив до московської окупації Вітебська в 54 року і навіть зайняв уряд райців в магістраті окупованого міста. Батьківського основного прізвища він не вживав і тепер в офіційних документах іменував себе Андроновський. На початку 58-го року він написав чолобітну на ім'я царя Олексія Михайловича, де виклав своє бачення подій останніх десятиліть. «Б'єт челом бідної і до кінця розореної сирота твой, Гришка Семенов сын Андроновский, райца. В прошлых, государь, годах приводили, государь, отца моего в ляховскую веру, и отец мой, помня православную христианскую веру, и в ту ляховскую веру не пал. И те ляхи отца моего били и мучили, и отца моего зато срубили, и животы, и статки все побрали, а я, сирота твой, после отца своего, в ту ляховскую веру не впал же, помня же православную христианскую веру, ушел и бродил меж двор от их ляховского разорения, что приютиться было мне после отца негде». Як свідчить документ, Григорій Неша, якщо і виявив послуг унійної ієрархії наприкінці 20-х років, то тільки формально. На початку московської окупації він уже однозначно трактує конфлікт Кунцевича та Смотрицького як конфлікт ляховської і православної християнської віри. Цікавим є ще один аспект листа. Він свідчить про особливу ненависть Григора Неші до православного шляхетського роду гурків, котрі відіграли одну з вирішальних ролей у листопадових подіях, але не зазнали за це жодного покарання. Навіть більше, родина гурків отримала певні майновості, конфісковані в тих, кого визнали винними. Наприклад, земський писар Миколай Гурка отримав усі маєтки Яна Цинки, засудженого на баніцію за вбивство Кунцевича. Другою категорією населення є безпосередні учасники листопадових подій, які за комісарським декретом були визнані невинними та звільнені від відповідальності. У нашому випадку це райця Філон Грим і бурмістр Федор Сухарук. У комісарському декреті Філон Грим фігурує як один із тих вітебських міщан, котрі доброзичливо і прихильно ставилися до Кунцевича і котрі в недільний день листопада були присутні на богослужінні, яке відправляв Полоцький архиєпископ. Я виявив 2 документи, які стосуються Філона Грома і його дружини Олени Клиги. Це їх власноручні тестаменти. Філон Грим через вбивство архиєпископа, вочевидь, зазнав сильної психологічної травми і сприйняв близько до серця його смерть. Грим уклав заповіт, у якому скаржився на важку раптову хворобу, і невдовзі Філон Грим помер. Грим просил поховать свое тело подле звичаю веры старожитної християнської закону нашого греческого. Однак про конкретні вітебські храми чи про конкретних священників у заповіті не згадано. Промовистим видається той факт, що успішний і заможний купець Грим за життя багато читав і писав. Про це свідчить хоч би те, що серед його майна були 3 пари окулярів. Наприкінці життя він мав поганий зір. Його дружина Олена Клига у своєму заповіті не забула свого духівника, отця Ігнатія, священника Вітебської церкви, святого Йоанна Богослова, який повинен був поховати її тіло. Філон Грим у своєму заповіті описав одним із його виконавців бурмістра Петра Івановича, якого також було притягнуто до відповідальності разом з Громом, і в тому ж комісарському декреті він був названий серед прихильників Кунцевича. У цього однодумця і друга Грома майнові справи після подій також йшли непогано. Його син Стефан Петрович, також бурмістр, почувався фінансово впевненим настільки, що побудував на Ринковій площі міста власну кам'яницю, першу в історії Вітебська муровану цивільну споруду, без урахування замків. Про те, як учасники листопадових подій, що були визнані невинними, доводили стороннім особам свою непричетність, йдеться в документі, виданому королівськими комісарами бурмістрові Федорові Сухоруку. Це охоронний лист. У ньому, поміж іншого, зазначено: доводимо до відома, що разом з іншими міщанами Федір Сухорук, вітебський бурмістр, був обвинувачений в убивстві прилєбного отця Йосафата Кунцевича, архиєпископа Полоцького. Нами було з'ясовано, що він не був присутній на цьому вбивстві, і ті, кого допитували, йому не висували звинувачень. Тому, якщо він кудись у торгових справах і в своїх потребах поїде, аби його ніхто не затримував і не турбував. Подібні листи, вочевидь, отримали всі учасники процесу, які притягнуто до відповідальності та визнано невинними. Третьою категорією населення Вітебська є слуги самого Кунцевича, які безпосередньо були присутні при вбивстві, захищали свого пастиря і отримали від розлюченого натовпу різні поранення та каліцтва. Звісно, жодних звинувачень їм не висунули. Навіть більше, провину інших учасників листопадових подій часто визначали за свідченнями слуг архиєпископа. Згідно з комісарським декретом, серед цих слуг була одна духовна особа, архідіакон Доротей Ліцикович, а також із десяток світських осіб. Абсолютна більшість із них після вбивства повернулася до Полоцька і майже не була пов'язана з життям Вітебська. Величезним успіхом було знайти в книгах Вітебського земського суду та інших архівних фондах документи, пов'язані з найцікавішою особою в оточенні Кунцевича, його економом, греком Еммануїлом Кантакузином. Як свідчать документи, саме ця людина після листопадових подій спричинила найбільший соціальний прогрес. За даними домініканця Фабіяна Бірковського, грек Еммануїл Кантакузин походив із роду візантійських імператорів. На початку 17 століття він жив у Москві, служив економом та секретарем при дворі московського патріарха Ігнатія, котрий коронував на московського царя Дмитрія І. Згодом Кантакузин разом з позбавленим сану патріархом прибув до Вільна і оселився в монастирі Пресвятої Трійці, де познайомився з Кунцевичем. І невдовзі Кантакузин прийняв унію, а наприкінці 17-го року разом з Йосафатом, призначеним вікарним полоцьким єпископом, виїхав до Полоцька, де став управителем архієпископського двору. У Полоцьку Кантакузин одружився з Мар'яною, представницею місцевого шляхетського роду селявів. Знайомство з майбутньою дружиною, ймовірно, відбулося за посередництвом її старшого брата Анастасія Анікея в чернецтві Антонія Селяви, Васильянина, учня Йосафата Кунцевича, наступного по його смерті полоцького архієпископа. Родина Селявів перебувала в дуже близьких взаєминах із Йосафатом Кунцевичем. До речі, в 55-му року саме Антоній Селява переправив із Полоцька до Супрасля труну з тілом Йосафата Кунцевича, захистивши її від московських військ. Як випливає з виявлених документів, Кантакузин невдовзі після вбивства Кунцевича залишив службу при дворі і став звичайним світським шляхтичем, землянином господарським воєводства Вітебського. Він володів значною сумою готівки, ймовірно, триманою як компенсацію за жорстокі побої та знущання. Зокрема, до жовтня 27-го року він позичив велику суму грошей шляхетним Пшеборовським. Натомість за сплату боргу вони передали Еммануїлові Кантакузинові заставне володіння маєток Старе у Вітебському воєводстві. Згодом він тримав у заставному володінні від Цехановецьких маєнток і двір Бачейков у Полоцькому воєводстві. У своєму заповіті митрополіт Антоній Селява призначив свого швагра Еммануїла Кантакузіна одним із його виконавців. Митрополіт записав Кантакузінову 2 срібні чарки зі своїм гербом, щоб пам'ятав мене по смерті моїй. Разом з Миколаєм Корсаком митрополіт доручив Кантакузінові важливе завдання замовити в найкращого ремісника Вільна 2 великих срібних подсвічника для ікони Божої Матері в Жировицькому монастирі. Їм також було доручено виготовити із золотого наперсного хреста табличку з дарчим надписом і передати її до тієї ж ікони. Убивство Кунцевича та наслідки, що спіткали місто Вітебськ, змусили багатьох колишніх противників унійної ієрархії переглянути своє ставлення до особи архиєпископа. Уже хрестоматийним стає приклад головного опонента Кунцевича, православного полоцького архиєпископа Мелетія Смотрицького. Окрім розглянутих вище 3 категорій жителів Вітебська, в цей період була ще невелика група осіб у найвищих колах міста, яким під час слідства взагалі не було пред'явлено звинувачення, але які були одним із головних призвідників бунту. Насамперед, це земський писар Лев Гурка та гродський писар Адам Косов. У декреті комісарського суду відкрито йдеться, що бунтівники, виносячи свої зли задуми Богу і людям огідні, мають у цьому собі захист цієї волі і розуміння помічника, пана Лева Гурка, вітебського земського писаря. Місцем зборів антикунцевичівської партії був саме двір Гурки на Ніжньому замку Вітебську. За свідченням лавника Філона Нікіпаровича, в натовпі, який безпосередньо вчинив вбивство, були поддані Гурки. Натомість із пізніших копій комісарського декрету, зокрема і найвідоміше, підготовлений до друку Стебельським, парадоксальним чином зникло багато фрагментів, які безпосередньо свідчили про війну вітебського земського писаря. Питання про війну Лева Гурки в цих подіях комісарський суд навіть не розглядав. Лев Гурка продовжував виконувати функції земського урядника майже до своєї смерті в грудні 1932 року. Королівські комісари всіляко намагалися відвести від нього підозру. Можна подумати, що писар принаймні розкаявся і виявив послух унійної ієрархії. Однак у своєму заповіті Лев Гурка недвозначно пише, що тіло його по смерті «водлух обрендов наших релігії греческої через отца игумена монастирів Кутєїнських собором водлух звичаю старої віри греческої поховати мають». Обряд старої грецької віри мали здійснити православні ченці Кутєїнського монастиря. Львові Гурці, як бачимо, вдалося проігнорувати послуг полоцьким унійним архієпископом. У декреті є значно менше згадок про гродського писаря Адама Косова. Утім, за його, разом з Гуркою, безпосередній участі, в 21 року розпочалися перші виступи проти Кунцевича. Саме Гурка та Косов принесли до Вітебської ратуші документ, який проголошував, що з королівського дозволу архієпископом Полоцьким призначений Мелетій Смотрицький, а Кунцевич є віроотступником-апостатом. Саме з цього і почалася непокора, яка закінчилася вбивством. Цікаво, що цей ліст Смотрицького привіз до Вітебська якийсь Сильвестр в чернечому одязі. Прямих свідчень немає, але необхідно пам'ятати, що православним ченцем на ім'я Сильвестр був також один з синів Адама Косова – Стефан. Видається логічним, що на роль посланця до Вітебська Мелетій Смотрицький міг обрати ченця шляхетського походження, який до того ж був сином одного з місцевих урядників. Тоді його місія мала б більш шансів на успіх. Опосередковано підтверджує цю гіпотезу той факт, що листи Смотрицького, передані якимось Сильвестром в чернечому одязі, приніс до Вітебської ратуші серед інших Адам Косов. Жителі Вітебська знали сина Адама Косова під світським іменем Стефан. Цілком можливо, що в 21 року вони, або принаймні більшість з них, могли не знати його чернечого імені, а королівські комісари спеціально на цьому не наголошували. Дослідники не встановили точного року народження Стефана Адамовича Косова. Як стверджують, він в той час навчався в Любліні та в Замості і лише в другій половині 20-х років з'явився у Вільні як вчитель братської школи при православному Святодуховському монастирі. Як і у випадку з Гуркою, дуже ймовірно, що королівські комісари свідомо намагалися не наголошувати на значній ролі Косова в подіях, а сам гродський писар, можливо, також свідомо приховував інформацію про точне місце знаходження свого сина Стефана. Як і Гурка, Косов фактично не визнав влади унійної ієрархії. Це не завадило йому і надалі обіймати уряд гродського писаря, а його синові Стефану чи Сильвестру зробити успішну духовну кар'єру у відновленій православній ієрархії Речі Посполітої і навіть очолювати її, будучи православним київським митрополітом, який у грудні 48-го року урочисто вітав Богдана Хмельницького під час його в'їзду до Києва. Його другий син Юрій також залишався у Вітебську, не визнаючи юрисдикції унійної ієрархії. Він прожив до московської окупації міста 54-го року. Серед небагатих шляхтичів Вітебського повіту, які присягнули на вірність московському цареві Олексію Михайловичу, зустрічаємо Остафія Олександровича і Юрія Адамовича Косових та Іосифа Андрійовича Гурку. У листопаді 56-го року Юрій Косов написав прохання до органів окупаційної влади. «Бьет челом холоп твой витебский шляхтич Юшка Косов. Вели государь меня отпустить в Киев к брату моему родному, к митрополиту, к Селівестру Косову, повідатися». Дозвіл отримано, і Юрій Косов виїхав з Вітебська до Києва. Мабуть, це була остання зустріч братів, бо у квітні 57-го року Селівестр Косов помер. Цікаво, що в січні 58-го року листи до Юрія Адамовича Косова у Вітебськ писав гетьман війська Запорозького Іван Виговський, який через декілька місяців ініціював підписання відомого Гадяцького трактату. Одним з пунктів того договору було скасування положень Берестейської церковної унії. Пункт цей був вилучений з остаточної редакції договору на вимогу Сенату Речі Посполітої. Можливо, Юрій Косов належав до тієї частини православної шляхти, яка після першого знайомства з окупаційною московською владою почала шукати порозуміння з владою Речі Посполітої. Це могло статися значною мірою завдяки тому, що соціальний його статус та статус його батька Адама не надто похитнулися після вбивства Йосафата Кунцевича. То всі ці документи, що описують життєві стратегії мешканців Вітебська, а також 3D-реконструкції, зроблені Павлом Тарніковим, будуть опубліковані у збірнику. То ще хотів би показати ці реконструкції. То загальний вигляд міста в середині 17 століття. Нижній замок, верхній замок, праворуч бачимо двор архиєпископа, всі церкви в центрі Вітебська. Можна далі? То Узгорський посад, де була найбільша кількість церквів. Прошу, наступне. Це гостинний двір з былою ратушею, яка не була розбурена. І, прошу, останній. То ця перша кам'яниця цивільна Вітебську, котру збудував бурмістр вже по вбивстві Кунцевича. Ну то, як кажуть, прошу, наступною, слава Богу, ізволившому начаті і совершиті. Амінь. Дякую за увагу.
Thank you for your great presentation. Thank you for these images. We can imagine the place of the murder. And you as a detective, we know a lot about the participants of the murder in details, and it is fixed in the documents. And I would like to announce that the paper of Denis Lisechikov will be published in the separate volume dedicated to the Йосафата Кунцевича. And not only this paper, but also all documents that you find about the participants of this murder. Thank you. And now we have a time for coffee break. And after that, we will continue our session. Thank you. Okay, dear colleagues, we continue our first session, and I would like to introduce Vaiva Vasiliauskaitė from the church, Vilnius Church Heritage Museum. She's the curator of collections. She studied at the Vilnius University. She did the internship at the University of Bologna, here in Italy. And the title of her presentation is Vilnius, Religious and Cultural Center of the Basilians in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the heritage of Saint Yosafata Kунцевича and the Basilians in Lithuania. The floor is yours.
Well, dear all, dear preeminent guests, my presentation today will be a little bit different from my colleagues, preeminent scholars. It will be focused more on the material heritage of the Basilians in Vilnius, and based on our newest exhibition at Church Heritage Museum in Vilnius, where that was organized in honor of the 400th anniversary of Saint Joseph's martyrdom. The foundation history of the Order of Basil the Great is closely related and interwoven with Vilnius. It was founded in 1617 by Saint Josafata Kунцевич, an archimandrite of the Vilnius Monastery of the Holy Trinity, and Joseph Veliamin Rudzki, the metropolitan of Kiev, Halych, and Olras. Together, they introduced the Western educational system to the Orthodox monastic rule and guided monks of the Ruthenian Unity Church toward pastoral ministry. Over time, the Basilians became synonymous with education and printing. And although long periods of war, persecution, and destitution devastated the Basilian heritage in Lithuania, the order nonetheless enriched the culture of Vilnius and left an indelible mark in the Lithuanian capital. Vilnius is home to two places of particular importance in the history of the Basilian order: the Cathedral of the Theotokos and the church and monastery of the Holy Trinity. When after the Union of Brest, two parallel institutions emerged within a single metropolitan region, and the Ruthenian Uniate region supplemented the Orthodox metropolitan regions, the Uniate metropolitans of Kiev, Halych, and Olras started to settle in Vilnius, where already previously the Kievan metropolitans used to settle. Their cathedral was the Cathedral of the Theotokos that, taken over from the Orthodox in 1609, stood next to Metropolitan's Great Palace. There were other Orthodox churches that were transferred to the Unity Church after the Union of Brest. So here are the two examples: the Orthodox Church of Saint Nicholas and Saint Paraskeva in Vilnius. However, since they were not that closely related to the Basilians, I'm only mentioning them as a context. The wooden Orthodox Church of the Theotokos in Vilnius is believed to have been built in the mid-14th century during the reign of the Grand Duke of Lithuania, Algirdas. After the Battle of Orsha in 1514, it was reconstructed in brick due to the efforts of the victorious Prince Konstanty Ostrożski and his son Konstanty Vasil Ostrożki, a very important actor of the Orthodox culture. After their deaths, the cathedral was taken over by the United Catholic Church in 1609, and from 1609 to the 1805, the cathedral and Metropolitan's Palace next to it served as the center of the Kievan Metropolitanate. In these drawings, made in Vilnius and printed in Berlin, two stages in the architectural history of the cathedral can be observed. The lower one on the left is based on the drawing, on a 1601 drawing preserved in the monastery of the Holy Trinity in Vilnius. Depicts the cathedral around the time of Saint Yosafata Kунцевича. And the top drawing on the left shows it reconstructed in the Baroque style prior to later reconstruction by Vilnius University in the early 19th century. In 1808, the church was handed over to Vilnius University, where it housed an anatomical theater, classrooms, a library, and a museum. And later on, between 1864 and 1868, the building was reconstructed again based on a design by the architect Alexander Ryazanov and given to the Orthodox Church, and its newer appearance can be seen in the picture on the right side of the screen. The cathedral is symbolically very significant to the Basilians because until the 19th century, only Basilian monks could assume metropolitan position. However, even more central to our theme is the church and monastery of the Holy Trinity in Vilnius. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the monastery of the Holy Trinity, led by Saint Josaphat and Rudzki, became the developmental center of the Ruthenian Unity Church and the Basilian Order. And the church was built on a place where another Trinity has great significance. It is held that the first wooden church of the Holy Trinity was constructed on a hill when in 1347 three Orthodox saints, Anthony, John, and Eustathius, were martyred for failing to observe courtly decorum in the pagan court of Grand Duke Algirdas of Lithuania. Uncorrupted body relics of the martyrs were later preserved in the Church of the Holy Trinity in Vilnius before being transferred to the Orthodox Church of the Holy Spirit just on the other side of the street. Around that time, the first community of the Orthodox monks settled in the vicinity of the new church. Today, the pediment of the brick sanctuary preserves frescoes with images of the three Vilnius martyrs and a cast iron plaque proclaiming that the saints Anthony, John, and Eustathius were martyred at the site. You can see them in these depictions on the screen. After the military victory of already mentioned Grand Hetman of Lithuania Konstantin Ostrowski in 1514, a church was reconstructed in brick, marking the beginning of a new period in its history. According to the contemporaries, on the eve of the Battle of Orsha, the Grand Hetman promised before his army on the Krapivna field to build 4 new brick churches in Vilnius if with the help of the Lord he would achieve a victory over the enemy. The battle was won, and he was granted the privilege to construct 4 Orthodox churches in the city. So the Orthodox Church of the Holy Trinity assumed a new appearance. According to Genutė Kirkienė, this and other churches built in Ostrog, Novogródek, and Vilnius at the initiative of Ostrożki were characterized by what can be described as a Ruthenian Unity aesthetic, a Gothic style. You can observe it in these depictions on the left of the brick church of the Holy Trinity and on the right of the initial appearance of the Cathedral of Theotokos. The masonry of the temple founded by Ostrożki has survived to this day. Research shows that the temple incorporates features of both Eastern and Western Christian sacred architecture. It had a nearly square plan with 3 semicircular apses in the east, a feature typical of Orthodox architecture. On the other hand, the 4 supporting pillars within the structure sustain the walls rather than the dome. Such structuring was inherited from the Roman Catholic tradition. The high gable roof, the triangular pediments of the facades, the stepped buttresses reinforcing the walls, these Gothic elements were also taken over from the architecture of 16th century Catholic churches. They have not survived due to the subsequent alterations and are now only revived through scholarly reconstructions. Nonetheless, the remnants of this period can still be observed in the eastern part of the sanctuary, a band of small arcs in relief of the apse walls and two corner towers with a round cross-section and a spiral staircase leading to the roof. There's also an authentic 16th century brickwork characterized by a decorative cross pattern created using red and yellow bricks on display, undercovered during the 2018 restoration. Next to the church, on the right-hand side, is a monumental, almost square bell tower built in the 16th century on the initiative of the same Konstantin Ostrożki, which combines Gothic and Renaissance architectural features. It can be seen in these photographs by Jan Bulhak, who have created this great collections of photographs, former appearance of 20th century appearance of the Holy Trinity Monastery. In the 17th century, the Holy Trinity Church became the first home of the Basilian Monastery, led by Metropolitan Joseph Veleminrecki, who appointed Yosafata Kунцевича as the hegumen. The monastery, which had been severely neglected, was revived and flourished thanks to their effort. New vocations and influential sponsors were then attracted, and the sanctuary was renovated with geometric and floral decorations on the interior on the eventual addition of chapels. And here in this photograph, you can see the remnants of the painting of their time on the lower side in orange. In 1706 and 1760, the Church of the Holy Trinity was gravely damaged by fires. In 1761, the architect Johann Christoph Globitz drew up a reconstruction project, and the Baroque monastery gates created at that time eventually became the architectural signature for the entire Basilian complex in Vilnius. As the future saint is said to have lived in a cell above the monastery courtyard gate, on the facade of the second gate next to the window of the cell, there is now fading image of the saint. You can see it on the right, and Bulhak's photograph, however, today it's almost invisible, unfortunately. In the fire 1706, almost the entire interior of the sanctuary was destroyed, but a few years later, the magnificent wooden altars were restored. Several of them were created by Friedrich Kviečor, a craftsman of the Vilnius Joinery Guild. In 1785, there were a total of 11 wooden altars in the sanctuary. 6 paintings for the new altars were painted by Franciszek Smuglevic. One of the most important was the altar of the Blessed Virgin Mary with the miraculous icon of Our Lady Odigitria that was later placed in the Church of the Holy Spirit. At the end of the century, Jerzy Pavlovich, the burgomaster of Vilnius, funded a magnificent altar to display this icon. He also bequeathed funds to promote the cult of this image. Unfortunately, in 1915, the image was transferred to Moscow and is gone. From the second half of the 17th century onwards, the altar of the 1642 beatified Josafata Kунцевича also attracted the faithful. In the 1687, the burgomaster of Vilnius, Jan Ogurevich, made a generous bequest to the Basilians, obliging them to offer 2 holy masses a week at the altar of Saint Josaphat. In addition to the image of Saint Josaphat, the altar also contained a large silver and gilded reliquary studded with about 20 stones. At the bottom, a silver coffin-shaped reliquary with glass. The Church and the Holy Trinity is also important as a burial place of the archimandrites of Vilnius Basilian Monastery, who have rested in its crypts in the 17th-18th centuries. The body of Joseph Veleminrecki himself was initially preserved in the church, but it vanished when the Muscovite army occupied the city in 16 55. After the dissolution of the Ruthenian United Church in 1839, the monastery and the sanctuary were taken over by the Orthodox Church that owned it until World War I. It marked the beginning of deliberate destruction of the Unite legacy that started as early as 1834-35 under the direction of Metropolitan Joseph Samashka. Only in 1994, the Basilian monks took up their residence in the monastery of the Holy Trinity again. As you know, the Basilians were also famous for education printing. From the beginning of the 17th century, they founded fraternities to serve school and churches. One of the fraternities active at the Monastery of the Holy Trinity was the Youth Fraternity of the Guardianship of the Blessed Virgin Mary and the Immaculate Conception, founded in 1622. Its activities are attested to by the surviving fraternity book, the heading of which is decorated with an illustration of the Virgin Mary protecting the brothers. In 1628, the Vilnius Basilians were equipped with their own press after they were given the prominent Mamonich printing house. The Basilian printing house intermittently operated until the monastery's dissolution in 1839. Numerous books relevant to the history and liturgy of the Ruthenian United Church were published by this press. It produced over 400 titles in Polish, Latin, French, and Russian, in addition to 51 books in Lithuanian. In Vilnius, the Liturgicon was produced, which was a significant step in establishing the order of the daily liturgy of the United Church. The book is dedicated to the Lithuanian Vice-Chancellor Karol Stanislav Radžvil and is decorated with his portrait by the Vilnius engraver Leon Tarasevich. In the title page by the same engraver, we see St. John Chrysostom, St. Basil the Great, and Pope Gregory I, on whose writings the liturgy of the Eastern Church was based. Various routes have led the artwork associated with the Church of the Holy Trinity and its monastery to museums, libraries, and archives of Lithuania and beyond. Today, the Wróblewski Library of the Lithuanian Academy of Science hold what has been long considered the earliest known portrait of the saint, an image of Saint Josaphat printed in Leon Kreuze's sermon in 1625 on the bishop's reburial in the Cathedral of Polotsk. However, recently an earlier version of the portrait has been discovered in Ukraine. On the right side of the screen, we can see a Dmitros Yakimovich copy of another early depiction of Saint Josaphat. This painting has been termed the true Vilnius image of Saint Josaphat and used to be kept in the Jesuit Profess house in Vilnius, in the corridor leading from St. Casimir Church to the monastery. The original, made in the first half of the 17th century, unfortunately has not survived, but numerous copies of it still remain. These are the later depictions of Saint Josaphat as a martyr, but I will not dwell on that. And I would like to also emphasize that the National Museum of Lithuania holds two very valuable collections for the Basilians. First of all, a collection of portraits of Unite bishops, probably commissioned by an unknown bishop. Among them are these portraits of Unite Metropolitan Joseph Veliamin Rutsky and Bishop of Lutsk, Cyril Terlecki. Also, the museum holds a valuable collection of Ruthenian Unite liturgical textile of the 17th, 18th centuries, formerly belonging to the Ivan Lutzkevich Belarusian Museum. Some of the vestments were made in the time of Saint Yosafata Kунцевича and therefore bear witness to what the Archbishop of Polotsk might have worn. The sakos and omophora with the coat of arms of Archbishop of Polotsk with the coat of arms of Joseph Bakovetsky Mokosi, Bishop of Volodymyr and Brest-Litovsk, are particularly important in this respect, as they must have been embroidered in 1632-54, and this bishop, like Saint Josafat Kунцевич, was ordained by Joseph Veliamin Rutsky. The textile collection includes antimencia, which are clothes consecrated by bishops depicting the scene of Christ's entombment and are sewn with relics. They are commonly used for the celebration of Holy Mass in the Eastern Church. However, antimencia of the Ruthenian United Church bear the names and coat of arms of the bishops who consecrated them, while the Orthodox antimencia have no coats of arms. The most detailed is the antimons consecrated by Metropolitan Feodosy Bolba Rostotsky, bearing his coat of arms and signature. This antimons was printed with a drawing by the artist Francis Smuglevich, created around 1789. Many of the later antimensia follow Smuglevich composition seen in this slide. The Church Heritage Museum in Vilnius also contains a silver reliquary of Saint Yosafata Kунцевича. The reliquary has the shape of a casket for a reason. When the remains of Saint Yosafata were being returned to Polotsk from their hiding places after a mid-17th century war with Moscow, the relics in the silver sarcophagus briefly visited Vilnius and were carried through the city in a ceremonial procession. To commemorate this event, every year on the day of Saint Yosafata Kунцевича, the coffin-shaped reliquary was carried from Vilnius Cathedral to the Church of the Holy Trinity. It is thought that the silver reliquary was made to hold the relic that was taken during that time. However, the saint's finger, which was kept inside, has not survived and may have been discarded by the restorers who handled the reliquary after the rediscovery of the Vilnius Cathedral treasure in 1985. Most of the other reliquaries in Lithuania contain smaller Josaphat relics together with those of other saints. In the late Baroque period, such reliquaries with windowed relics of Roman catacombs and other saints were placed on altars. One such reliquary is kept in the Church of Our Lady of the Rosary in Dieveniškės. The date of manufacture of the reliquary indicates that the saint's relics reached Lithuania 4 years after his canonization in 1867. They were placed together with the relics of the patron saint of Lithuania, Saint Casimir, and of the patron saint of Poland, Saint Stanislaus, thus emphasizing the patronage of all three saints for the former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So even the heritage of the Basilians is scarce in Vilnius because of the trials and tribulations of history. It still testifies to the very creative and constructive presence of the Basilians in the Lithuanian capital. And it is great that it paved a way of this new recollection of the Basilian heritage, both in our museum exhibition and now in this conference. So I would like to end my presentation on a joyful note that today the name of Saint Josaphat is bringing us together from various nations in the spirits of scholarship, memory, and Christian unity, an ideal that we all must aspire to in our pursuit of peace. Thank you.
Thank you for your fascinating presentation. We can say that we visit the great exhibition in Vilnius after this presentation, but you are welcome to visit this exhibition in Vilnius. You have a time to do this until the end of this year. Thank you for your presentation of this Stivitas Rutenica in Vilnius, about this Ruthenian sacred place also of Vilnius. It is very important to know, to understand that Basilians had their center in Vilnius. Vilnius was the center of the Kievan Union Metropolitanate in the early modern time. Now we had presentation about 3 places, about Vilnius, where Kунцевич started his way. After that, about Polotsk, where Kунцевич acted as the archbishop, and about Vitebsk, where martyrdom happened. We heard a lot about these places, and now I would like to invite Dr. Natalia Sienkiewicz, our discussant. Natalia Sienkiewicz is a postdoctoral researcher at the Leibniz Institute for the History and Culture of Eastern Europe in Leipzig, Germany. Natalia, you have 50 minutes.
Thank you, Ivan. I hope I am visible here. Your Eminence, your Beatitude, dear brothers and sisters, dear colleagues, thank you for inviting me to discuss. Actually, I feel myself more a commentator on this panel. First of all, my deep gratitude to organizers for organizing these introductive panels, because really we have a possibility to step aside from hagiographical narrative and from polemical discourse, and to really to go in to look on the Saint Josaphat from in other perspectives, from the perspectives of in different sources. And here we approach this very important, two very important dimensions, time and place. Yes, three places, as Ivan mentioned them, three very important places for biography of Saint Josaphat. The only one place is missing here is Volodymyr in Volhynia, where Josaphat was born, and actually it would be also interesting to look on the Volhynian dimension of Saint Josaphat's biography. So, as Ivan mentioned, Vilnius, where he took Saint Josaphat took monastic vows and where his monastical life started. Then Polotsk, the capital of the archbishopric, and finally Vitebsk, where he was martyred. First of all, I would like to underline here that we are used to talk about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as a space of religious tolerance or toleration. But if we go deeper and if we look on this on three presentations that we have had today, we can conclude that Ruthenian land did not avoid this religious tension of the time. And may I remind you that on the western part of Europe at this time, the religious wars were taking place, and we know also about, today Denis Lyseychikov have mentioned Sylvester Kosov, and actually Sylvester Kosov very, very clear expressed his fear to be drawn in the waters of Dnieper River by Cossacks, because he didn't feel safe himself also in the capital of Kievan Metropolia in Kiev. And we can assume that religious tension and this unsafety was a common thing for life of hierarchy at that times. I wouldn't talk much probably, and I will raise only several questions. I will ask only several questions here. Maybe the first question that is really I'm interested in personally, it's about the influence of Moscow Orthodoxy. As you all mentioned, this land, this territory was a place of struggle between political struggle between Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Grand Duchy of Muscovy, and I'm interested in influence of Moscow Orthodoxy. Could we talk about the influence of Moscow Orthodoxy on for example, on Polotsk, and to what extent? And actually, all of you mentioned influence of Roman Catholic tradition and Jesuit order, and I would like to ask also about influence of different traditions. I mean, Dominican, Franciscan, and other monastical or traditions on the everyday life of the towns. And here I would like only like a conclusion, just for me, for example. It was very, very interesting to hear this very familiar to me, into my research names. And I was thinking all the time that we are, sometimes we are really influenced by this polemical tradition, yes, I would say. I mean, unfortunately, till now, our scholarship is influenced by it. And Ukrainian scholarship is influenced particularly by this Russian Orthodox tradition. I would say it's not, excuse me, not tradition, but apologetic of 19th century, where they were in fact continuing with the same terms and with the same polemical discourse. And we don't think that these people really were interacting and communicating in the same towns in the same place in the same time, and your presentations showed us brilliantly that it's really worth to step aside from polemics and to look into sources of different kinds. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Natalia. Perhaps Laurent or Denise, short remarks regarding.
Тоді, може бути, я почну перший. Дякую велике пані Наталі за питання і за уваги. Я хотів би так само трошки порозважати над тим, ну, ось ці справді був великий вплив московського православ'я, так, на події, які відбулися і у Вітебську непосередньо, і на год і два раніше, які були у Могилеві, у Полоцьку так само. Мені здається, що усерйоз почали усприймати ось гэты московський бок, гэты народ грецької релігії на території Великого князства Литовського тільки вже у часи початку повстання 1648 года. Дагэтуль самі гэтыя канфлікты увогуле, вот, мы чамусь їх привыкли усприймати у такой парадигмі вже стагоддя 19-го. Это конфлікт унії, дезунії, так, это конфлікт латинської партії, умовно, там, партії московської. Насамрэч, як, ну, прынамсі сведчаць документы земскіх судоў, магістратаў, гэта был конфлікт, як мне падаецца, на першую чаргу улады епіскопа і улады вось гэтых магістратаў. Таму што мы прыгадаем, напрыклад, папярэдніка Кунцевіча Бральніцкага, які бы таксама быў афіцыйна уніятам, так? Але пры ім, ну, не было такіх ніякіх закалотаў выступленняў супраць уніяцкай іерархіі. А ўсё чаму? Таму што ён не практыкаваў вось гэтую такую новую адроджаную практыку правядзення візітацый вельмі частых. Ён не выкарыстоўваў сваю ўладу епіскапа ў гэтых буйных гарадах, такіх як Могілёў, Віцебск, Орша. А Кунцевіч зусім па-іншаму сябе паводзіў. Ён чым выклікаў вось гнеў гэтай супольнасці мяшчанскай, што ўжо давно не прыязджаў епіскап і не загадваў, напрыклад, што трэба рабіць з цэрквамі ў гэтым горадзе. І ў разуменні вось гэтых братчыкаў, гэтых мяшчан, ён, ну, парушаў даўняе такое правіла непісанае, што яны часта самі гаварылі, што мы гэтыя цэрквы будавалі, нашы дзеды, нашы бацькі, а тут прыязджае нейкі чалавек з іншага горада, так, з Полоцка, і нам загадвае, што рабіць. То бок гэта...
So I'm going to translate, at least to try. So first of all, Dr. Lisevchika wants to underline that Kuncevich started a completely different practice of ruling the eparchy. First of all, he started the practice of regular visitation that was not well perceived and accepted by local community, who often answered that we have built this church and you, the person from another city, you came here and you want to show us how to deal with it.
Дякую. Вось, і толькі ўжо постфактум, пасля смерці Кунцевіча, калі пачалі перасэнсоўваць тыя падзеі, якія адбыліся, і ў свеце, як я ўжо гаварыў, гэтай вайны, казацка-сялянскай вайны, так, паўстання Хмельніцкага і гэтай часоў патопу, як я ўжо гаварыў, тыя ўдзельнікі падзей, якія памяталі, пачалі гэта ўсё перасэнсоўваць вось у гэтай парадыгме замагання двух гэтых канфесій, умоўнага лацінства і умоўнай візантыйскай партыі.
Thank you. And only post factum, actually, this tension between the local community and new practice of new church life was interpreted as in confessional terms as a conflict of Uniat and Orthodox parties.
Ну, і апошняе, на што хацеў бы увагу звярнуць, таксама, што і зноў жа улады Рэчы Паспалітай, падзеі, якія адбываліся ў 21-23 гадах у Віцебску, яны адразу ўспрымалі гэта зноў жа не як канфлікт гэтых двух рэлігій, бо яны, як мы памятаем, ну, існавалі, скажам так, афіцыйна, а яны проста паставіліся да гэтага ў святле канфліктаў міжканфесійных, якія адбываліся ўвогуле і па ўсёй Европе. І ў гэтым плане яны ўспрымалі вось Мілеця Сматрыцкага як умоўнага стаўленіка Масквы, там, ці, не ведаю, ці Асманскай імперыі, так, які вось можа нейкім чынам парушыць гэтай вось хісткі міжканфесійны мір у Рэчы Паспалітай. А вось усе гэтыя трактоўкі, пра якія мы гаворым, пра маскоўскую партыю, ўплыў маскоўскае праваслаўе, ён набыўся значна пазней.
So actually all this interpretation in confessional terms, they are later and they appeared only after after Khmelnytsky's war, and only after that it was the story of martyrdom of Saint Josaphat was shown as a conflict of confessional sides. But at the moment of conflict, we can tell only about the political suspicion. For example, Meletius Matritskin was suspected of being a Osman spy and of being a Turkish spy, and but the members of magistrate didn't see him as a confessional protagonist.
Thank you. And
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe I will. James already said many things about this question of confession, religious identities, and so on. Maybe on my part, I will just add some nuances that I would say could a little bit underwrite this vision. Because I think that in fact in the beginning of the 17th century it would be very hard to speak of some confessional identity between, for example, United Clergy and Orthodox one. But on the other side, I think that the Moscow influence were rather considered like social, maybe political strategy, because for example, we have some study from Boris Flora, who studied from the Moscow side the narrative of people who fled to Moscow on the 1620s, and we see that they were reproducing this stereotypical, let's say, narrative of being under Polish power, being persuaded because they are Orthodox and not Catholics, and so on. But it was used as, let's say, a social tool to trying to seek a kind of maybe a way of integration in the Moscow society or in the Moscow political framework, let's say. So I think both exist. Of course, we can speak from my point of view, of course. It's I'm totally assuming this vision, but I think we can speak of a kind of confessional identity or the confessional influence of Moscow. But at the same time, in this region of boundaries of frontier between two states, which often in war, we can consider this influence from Moscow as a political and social tool for people on the local side, let's say, maybe something like this.
Okay, thank you. And we have time to ask you questions, to comment, to make any remarks. You're welcome. If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
Stimulating presentation, and you were making some points about different influences. Do you have any further reflections about why that particular style of architecture was chosen? Does that fit with the architecture of the period and other places there, or was there some particular influence that might have been demonstrated?
Yes, so I also wanted to answer the discussant's question on the influences of various different traditions, as in the case of the monastery and sanctuary of the Holy Trinity in Vilnius, we can very clearly see how these different traditions work, beginning with the late Gothic that arrives to Lithuania in the 16th century, let's say, and Konstanty Ostrożki, who spreads this Gothic style, is one of the figures that brings it to Lithuania, and this style is a sign of the Roman Catholic tradition, mostly. And however, the Church of the Holy Trinity is a marriage of both Roman and Catholic and the Orthodox tradition, as we see that even some architectural features are especially the inside of the church is typical of the Orthodox tradition. Later on, the buttresses are more typical to the 16th century Catholic churches, Gothic churches. So that's an influence from Europe. And later on, when we have the Baroque additions, the Catholicism, its touch that comes from Rome, from the capital of the Catholicism, is even more palpable in the addition by Glaubitz. So the church may have this Orthodox core, but it grows more and more layers of the Western tradition, and then with the Moscow influence comes with the dissolution of the Union in 1839, when we see this deliberate destruction of Unionist signs, and we see that many signs of the Catholic tradition, Western Catholic tradition, are being deleted, and the Orthodox are forcefully added, like the dome on the top of the church is already an influence of Moscow Orthodoxy. So I think this church is this unique monument, really unique monument from the perspective of the idea of the church there, where we see these both styles united. And in other churches it is not like that. We do not see any other examples where these layers are married together so beautifully, so integrally, let's say.
Thank you. Perhaps everybody.
Maybe I have two questions for Zanis and Lawrence, both of you. In the very beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that there were some tensions in the society of Polotsk eparchy, but particularly between those who were in favor of modernization of the church. You used the word the Reformation, Ecclesia Semper Reformata. But that tension was not a confessional one. It was not a tension between the Orthodox and United or Unionist Church, but between those who were fostering some changes in the church and those who were maybe later on justifying link to the old-fashioned style our church traditions. And Zanis was also mentioning the same, more or less. So the tension, the main tension between Saint Josaphat and the brotherhoods in his eparchy was on the same line, because he was trying to foster his duty as a bishop. He was trying to make a canonical visitation, to be more active. That is another line of tensions. Who is active, he is always blamed by all kind of mistakes. Who has never done nothing is always nice, kind to everybody, and never will be martyred. And my question is, do I understand well your topics? Or maybe it is some sort of my simplification of your presentation? Please respond to those doubts.
Thank you very much, Your Beatitude, for your question. From my part, I think you are totally right. I was exactly trying to explain that there was no confessional lines in the spirit. I think they appeared only, let's say, I would say it's not exactly connected to the history of Yosafata Kунцевича, but for considering it in the more long durée, let's say, the religious history of Poland and of this region, I would say that main confessional line began to appear with wars of the middle 17th century, let's say, when confessions were exactly connected to conflicts and military conflict, destruction, so also death and so on. So I would say, yes, in the beginning of the 17th century, in fact, this between Orthodox and United or Unions, as you said, there was a kind of the term that other historians also use of kind of fluidity in the Ruthenian Church, which was still a kind of let's say common ecclesiastical tradition, of course divided by jurisdiction, but common ecclesiastical tradition, and we see it perfectly well, because even in the end, after the death of Yosafata Kунцевича, in the end of the 1620s, there were new tentatives to reunite the church. There was also the tentative in the middle of the 17th century between Rudzki and Petr Mohyla. So we see that this idea of unity survived until at least the end of the 17th century, and maybe for the 18th century. So yes.
Дякую за справді цікаве питання. Мені подається, що визначити конкретно, які мотиви були у братчиків, так і у Кунцевича зараз сучасному дослідчику вельми тяжко, але все ж таки некоторі речі можна сказати. Перше, що мені подається, братчики виступали в такій доволі відомій для чоловіка того часу парадигмі «старины не рушите, новины не вводите». Ёсць і ў статутах прапісана такое правіла, і з іх пункту гледжання архієпископ робіў штосьці такое незвычайнае. Так, а уласна у логіцы Кунцевича ён проста хацеў вярнуцца да вытокаў, так, тое, як это практыкавалася, як ён гаварыў, што і 200-300 гадоў таму вось да гэтай епіскапскай улады. Таму у пэўным сэнсе так, вось гэтае рознае ўспрыняццё гэтых імкненняў адным здавалася да рэформаў, адным здавалася да ўвядзення навіны і парушэння старыны, якую памяталі іх бацькі, іх дзеды. Вось. Але хачу яшчэ раз падкрэсліць, што гэта быў, мы чамусьці думаем, што гэта быў канфлікт, праваслаўныя забілі уніята, а гэта тады быў канфлікт па-іншаму, быў іншы плашчыні, што свае забілі свайго. Я думаю, так.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers. And we have a question from Professor Stefan Rodovald.
Thank you very much. Coming back to the question about influence of Muscovy, I would rather bring into our perspective also the hierarchs from the Ottoman Empire. In 1620, it was the Patriarch of Jerusalem who was in Kiev and declared Meletius Motritsky as the Orthodox Archbishop of Polotsk. This was the confrontation, or this was the challenge for Yosafat, who then had to declare that he openly and in public to declare that he is for the union. Earlier, this was not so clear. So this brought, this changed the situation. Earlier, there was Lucaris in Vilnius in 1596 because of the union until 1601. So at the time when Kунцевич also was in Vilnius. The other question we had now about confession building procedures or confrontation, I would connect this to the first remark. It was a process of situations and communication, and then a consolidation of fronts but all the involved actors were learning from each other. So the Orthodox fraternities we discussed as lay fraternities of the civic population. They're actually following the and so they said yes, that's our tradition. Lay fraternities in Poland, Lithuania. Yes, but this was also in the Byzantine context. In 1651, in Poland, there was founded an Orthodox fraternity, which, as condition to enter, had an oath on the Immaculate Conception of Mary. So this was the Catholic influence taken over by the Orthodox. I know.
Thank you. Perhaps Laurent.
Maybe yes, I will just, it's not an answer exactly to your question, maybe Stefan, but to add a kind of comment about the confraternities, because, or brotherhoods, because I think we have in fact many influence here, because of course you have a Tridentine influence considering the references, liturgical reference and so on, but on the same time we can limit it only to the Catholic one, because for example in the Tridentine Church it's also important is the question of the authority in the church. For example, when you look at Catholic, Latin Catholic confraternities, none of them in the post-Tridentine period were autonomous from the authority of the bishop, and on this point in fact was one of the conflict in the Ruthenian society between who is in fact detaining the authority. I'm not speaking of liturgy, but the authority of the, let's say, practice of religion, of living religion, and so on. So I think we have here maybe we have some influence from Protestant side. It's also possible, but not only. It was a kind of internal also construction. I think in the crossroads of different influences, the confessional influences of this time. So I think we can't just limit it to the Catholic post-Tridentine influence, but it's just a comment what you said. So maybe if you.
Okay, we are talking about the reasons for the tragedy, and what were the reasons, and Denis, his statement was very clear. It is not only about confessional tensions. We can talk about other reasons, material reasons, and Professor Tomasz Kempa from Torun University approximately 10 years ago published a great paper concerning this topic, about the reasons for the tragedy, for the martyrdom in Vitebsk, from the other perspective, not only from the confessional, these tensions, about this struggle for church possessions within the eparchy, within the city, and so on. And it's a very important statement to look not only this confessional changes. And I have a question to Laurent Tatarenko about the Polish eparchy. What happened after his martyrdom in this Polish eparchy? What do we know about the cult in the Polish eparchy? The cult succeed or not in this local, in this place of martyrdom? As we know, saints for the first stage are local saints. They are clearly connected with the place. What do we know about this Polish eparchy Vitebsk after his martyrdom?
Yes, Thank you very much for the question, Ivan. In fact, I didn't really study this question, but as I remember from the different parts of the process of beatification of Yosafata Kунцевича, which was published, of course, by the Basilian Order, we see that we have many testimonies from the local nobility, saying that, for example, Yosafata Kунцевича is becoming a local saint, a local cult, also with many cases of Helsing, of many cases of ex-voto who are also given by the local nobility to his cult and so on. If I remember well, I also saw a document, I think it's from St. Petersburg archive, when some nobles were talking about giving the Saint Joseph, this time Yosafata Kунцевича, the status of the official protector of the Lithuanian army, for example. So it was also interesting, because it was original. It wasn't a local cult, but it's also a kind of inscription of Yosafata Kунцевича is real institutional history of Grand Duchy of Lithuania. So
Okay, thank you. Денис, do you have?
Ну, ось наконт культу, так само трошки хотів би сказати. Ось Лорен зауважив, що справді він зробився таким патроном армії менавіта. Але знову ж гэта не випадкова. Я коли ось вивчав документи 40-х годов у часі святкування першої урочистості в гонор Йосафата, зауважив, що ті, хто розпрацовував гэты культ, яны абапіраліся на два ўжо як бы вядомыя моманты, якія з Йосафатамі звязаныя. Был першы Йосафат, біблейскі Йосафат, цар Йосафат, які уласна і быў таким вялікім пераможцам. І другі был Йосафат, это вось з аповесці о святым Варламе Іосафе, так? Это той, хто навяртае людзей у правільную рэлігію, правільную веру. Это две асноўныя часткі культа, вот яны і Йосафату таким чынам на яго перайшлі, таму ён выступаў менавіта як вайсковы такі патрон.
Denis wants just to add that it was not by chance that Saint Josaphat was chosen as a patron of Lithuanian army, because here the creator of this special cult operated not only with the life of Saint Josaphat, but also with the two images. First of all, biblical King Josaphat as a great defeater, as a great winner, and second, the Josaphat from the tale of Barlaam and Josaphat, that Josaphat who converted people into true faith.
Яшчэ я хацеў бы проста вось наконт заўвагі калегі Штефана Родевальда, наконт таго, ці быў нейкі ўплыў так на брацтва, нейкі заходні ўплыў. Я не зусім вывучаў менавіта нейкія дагматычныя рэчы брацтваў, але можна сказаць з упэўненасцю, што сама арганізацыя і стаўленне да епіскапскай улады у брацтваў, якія былі на тэрыторыі Вялікага княства Літоўскага, яны вельмі нагадвалі арганізацыю пратэстанцкіх абшчын. У іх разуменні справа біскупа была проста высвяціць таго чалавека, якога выбере брацтва на святара. І таму вот яны і церквамі самі распараджаліся, і сваімі святарамі. І часта мы бачым у скаргах, што на епіскапаў тагачасных, што мы братчыкі, мы самі выбіраем з нашых шэрагаў, каго мы хочам высвяціць, і не справа епіскапаў штосьці прызначаць, а Кунцевич менавіта мог перавесці, напрыклад, святара з адной царквы ў іншую, і гэта выклікала найбольшую такую, напэўна, агрэсію.
Also, answering to Professor Rodewald remark, Denis wants to emphasize that brotherhoods in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth followed more Protestant than Catholic examples, and they saw the role of the bishop like the bishop who is elected by brotherhood, and they didn't agree with the Tridentine model of bishopric power.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps also a short remark. In my opinion, Kievan Metropolitan Yosef Veliamin-Rudzki played the key role on this first stage to create the cult of Josaphat Kунцевича. Intention was from his side, from the Metropolitan Yosef Veliamin-Rudzki, to create this cult, especially when you know that you are Metropolitanate unit is in competition with Kievan Orthodox Metropolitanate of this time. Petromohyla canonized 118 saints to show this the power of Kievan Orthodox Metropolitanates. And Kievan Unites Metropolitanate had the cult of Yosafata Kунцевича, only one, but it was a beatified person by the Catholic Church. And the Orthodox saints were local saints, only in Kiev, not for a whole Orthodox world. And it is like the distinguish, and to keep in mind this this time of competition between between two Metropolitanates. Okay, and we have a question from Professor Birgit Emich.
Thank you very much for these fascinating presentations. I found very intriguing what you said about confessional identity and of the beginning of the confessional interpretation of these developments at the earliest in the middle of the 17th century. And so now I'm wondering about the Roman perspective on that. I mean, the Roman authorities are much more trained and used in interpreting the world according to confessional boundaries and according to what they imagine as confessional identity. So do you know anything about remarks or comments by Roman personnel, authorities, for example, the nuncio in Poland, on all that development from the earliest phase of it?
Thank you. Actually, we will have the second session dedicated to your questions about the beatification, about.
So yes, if I could answer very quickly, yes, of course you had attention in Rome, for example, in the Holy Office, you have many discussions about this, but it wasn't specific to the Ruthenian land. It was also the same kind of issue in all the contacts with other Eastern churches, which were in contact with Rome. So it was all this reflection considering how you, let's say, you go from ritual differences when the rite, as it's defined by Rome, because the rite is the beginning, it's a Latin conception, but it was used to define the different jurisdictions in the Eastern churches. How you go from rites to confession. So how you replace maybe the difference between different churches defined by tradition, language, liturgical tradition, and so on, by a confession. It was exactly the case in the Ruthenian Church, because the Ruthenian Church has, at least until the end of the 17th century, as I have already mentioned, maintains the same language, the same liturgical tradition, the same historical tradition, and so on, and how was Rome tried to introduce differences in some things which were connected by this liturgical, let's say, community. But in the same time, we have by kind of mimicry, we have the same tension from the Orthodox side, because Orthodox side, like, for example, like patriarchs like Dosithea of Jerusalem tried also, or even Cyril Lucaris. It was a different question, of course, because as you know, maybe Lucaris was also accused of being a Protestant and so on. I'm not entering this point, but from the Orthodox side, a canonical one, let's say, for example, someone like Dosithea of Jerusalem in the second part of the 17th century tried also to define in Mohyla itself, the confessional faith from Mohyla, tried to define a kind of Orthodox world which was different from the Catholic one. So it was a tension from the both sides in kind of mimicry, competition going from this ancient division between churches found on tradition to churches found of authority, jurisdictions, and connection with the main authority in the church, so the Pope of Rome from the Catholic side and the patriarchates from the Orthodox one.
Just a small remark on the whole question of the influences, because you mentioned how perhaps the Protestant way of organizing community was influenced to the brotherhoods in the Polotsk eparchy. But I remember very interesting studies when we were holding the conference on Zhytomyr Unia, which happened in 1715, and it was also published in one of the volumes of Християнство, not yet, will be published. It was on that conference very interesting presentation about the policy of the Ukrainian Orthodox bishops on that period and how they were organizing their administration. And it was very interesting to learn how the Ukrainian Orthodox bishops were using the same system of the church administration which was imposed to everybody because of the decision of the Council in Trent. So Tridentine policy was well received in the Orthodox side. Creation of the seminaries, visitation of the parishes with the acts of visitation, registering not only the pastoral situation, but even church property, how it concern who is local administrator, so on. So it was very interesting period in the Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth that Protestants can influence Orthodox, Roman Catholics can influence Orthodox as well, and United Church was like, you know, the combination of the best practices, and some I would say not very polite instrumentalization of some powers. So it was common influence from both sides. And maybe it was also a research, the best practices for the flourishing Christian communities. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Daniel.
Thank you very much for the illuminating presentations that show that it's a lot more complicated than outsiders or people not in the field understand it to be. I have two questions, one to Dr. Tatarenko about the period from 1588 to 1601 and then 1618 about the land holdings of the Uniate hierarchy. Can you say something about the other side among Orthodox? How is that comparatively? Perhaps you mentioned it, but I missed it, or perhaps you could explain more. And the second question is to Dr. Vasiliaskaite, pardon my pronunciation, about the cathedral's history. And if I understand correctly, you mentioned that after it was in the hands of the Uniate Church, then it passed to the university, and then it became an Orthodox church. Yes. So can you say something about that, why the transfer wasn't direct to the Orthodox Church, or the history of this cathedral in that kind of interim period, not used as a church? Thank you.
Thank you, please, Imran.
Thank you very much for the question. Unfortunately, I won't be able to answer to your question because simply because, in fact, for this period we have almost no information about the jurisdictional obediences between Orthodox and Uniate. So, in fact, when you have these inventories, you know also it's just a kind of tradition of these estates belonging to the archiepiscopal see. So you see it may be Orthodox or Uniate in this specific period, but in fact, when you had this intermission of the archbishop, it was just administrative procedure, which doesn't mean that, for example, the priests who were in charge of this local church were recognizing the bishop, or on the other side, that, for example, if the land wasn't cultivated, it doesn't mean that the Lord detaining it wasn't uniate, for example. It could be just some economic interests, local economic interests.
Thank you. Please, Vaiva.
So even before the official dissolution of the Ruthenian Unite Church in 1839, the imperial authorities already had a hold of certain previously unite places, and some of these places were transferred earlier either to the Orthodox or to other institutions. And so it happened that the Cathedral of the Theotokos was one of those institutions that was temporarily transferred to the Vilnius University before the Vilnius University itself fell out of favor with the Moscow authorities. And later on, of course, it was duly transferred to the Russian Orthodox Church.
And just to add, we published a separate volume about the Vilnius Monastery, Holy Trinity Monastery in Vilnius, and you can just read a really huge volume, 900 pages, about the history of the monastery and also about this, the history of monastery in the 19th century, what happened after the dissolution of the monastery. And we have a question from Professor Prunkiewicz.
Thank you very much for extremely interesting presentations, and I think we have just touched twice this problem of the Protestant presence in this world. Actually, maybe you have read, and especially our dear colleague from Belarus, when you read documents about everyday life, you see, and we can see that Calvinists are present in the text written by Susha, so they judge this, and the Spanish, by the way, author also pays attention that you see Calvinists say that he was the right person to follow. You see, maybe you can speak a little bit more, because it's really multi-confessional world, but not only Roman Catholic, Greek Catholic, and Orthodox. There are other Christian groups present, and there are some Islamic elements, you see. It's possible. Okay. Thank you.
Дякую за цікаве питання. Справа в тым, што я вось гэтыя канфлікты просто вывучаў у такой плоскасці, канфлікты мяшчаня і архіепіскап, і таму, на жаль, я не магу сказаць з дакладнасцю, якія былі ўплывы так пратэстанцкіх абшчын менавіта. Я просто гаварыў аб тым, што падобная была арганізацыя і стаўленне да гэтай улады. А які былі заімстваванні так з пратэстанцкай спадчыны, напрыклад, ці які там, як было пытанне прагучала, які быў погляд Рыма на тую сітуацыю. На жаль, просто я у такой плоскасці гэтае пытанне не вывучаў, таму я тут не буду кампетэнтным.
Denis can't elaborate further on the topic, but the only one thing he would like to mention that the brotherhood structure and the brotherhood organization was similar to Protestant one. Yes, and I personally can add only that really Vilnius Lutheran community was extremely strong, and here I would like to make advertisement for another book of Kievan Christianity published about John Herbinius and his treatise, who it's like a Protestant who lived in Vilnius and actually who observed the life of Orthodox community and sympathized Orthodox community, by the way, but from the Protestant side of view. And you are totally right, it's a really city of very, very different confessions and different intellectual and spiritual influences. And here I would like only to refer to David Frick book about Vilnius, that to my mind is a brilliant example of this.
Thank you. Natalia is the author of this book about Johannes Herbinius, published within our Kievan Christianity series, and this book received the Refork Book Award this year. in the Netherlands. So really fascinating book, and you're welcome to read. This book is published in English. How Herbinius reflected about Kiev, sacred Kiev, from the Protestant view. He never visited. He have never visited Kiev, but wrote the book about Kiev and these sacred places. So you're welcome really to read this book, and we have 2 questions more. Anatol Upart.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all the presentations. This awesome stuff. Lots to kind of parse through. Just last night, me and Daniel Galadze were talking about a certain kind of repetitions that happen in history almost cyclically, and I'm noticing what you brought up about Yosafat's imposition of the discipline on his diocese. Sounds awfully like Saint Antoninus of Florence in 1400s, at the time of the Council of Florence. Previously having been San Marco monastery's prior, and then assigned as a Dominican, now as a new Archbishop of Florence. And one of the things that he was known for was visiting every parish in his diocese, archdiocese, and making sure that the tabernacle was at the right place, that all the utensils were placed, that there was a respect for the Eucharist, that masses were done properly, that that priestly functions were not abused. And that was actually a good thing. The Florentine diocese, of course, he ruffled some feathers, but it was perceived as a good thing rather than, as we see with Josaphat, really ruffling everybody's feathers, seemingly. But what was interesting to me was that almost everyone around the Council of Florence, with the First Union, were men of that caliber, who were enforcing the discipline. And I wonder to what extent we see with St. Josaphat looking at those earlier examples of the saintly bishops of pre-Tridentine time, but those around the Council of Florence. So my question would be, do we see him discussing this characters from the Council of Florence in his writings in any way? And my second question, really quickly to Vaiva also, how many paintings do we have of those metropolitans from that series in the collection? And if you could also speak about the maybe provenance of that bulk of the collection coming to you guys. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Please, Laurent, Denise.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Of course, I don't have much to add here because as I know with documents I have seen, I didn't see Josaphat discussing exactly the heritage of Florence, let's say, putting this way. But in the same time, you have, of course, this idea in the Kievan Metropolitanate, even if the unions which are coming after the Tridentine Concile are different ones, because they are local unions, and the ecclesiological idea is totally different from a general union between Eastern and Western churches. But of course, you have this memory, you have the idea of kind of renewal of Florentine Union in the Kievan Metropolitanate. But I think it's you could find much more of this idea in some texts of Hypatie Pote, for example, rather than in Kунцевич ones, who was rather an institutional disciplinator, let's say, more than an ecclesiological one, let's say.
Я хотів би сказати на конт того, ці апеляваў у сваёй практыцы Кунцевич так да папярэднікаў з перыяду фларэнтыйскай уніі наконт таго, якія традыцыі ён адраджае. На жаль, не магу сказаць, ці напрамую ён апеляваў да гэтага, але калі мы паглядзім пра практыку адраджэння візітацый пастырскіх менавіта на тэрыторыі кіеўскай мітраполіі этого перыяду, то можна ўбачыць, што менавіта Кунцевич акурат быў адным з актыўных візітатараў, хто праводзіў этой візітацыі. То бок апрача яго можна назваць хіба што мітрапаліта Руцкага. Потому что во всех остальных епархиях этого раннего периода мы практически не заважаем этой деятельности визитаторской. Это питание Ипатий Патей уздымал у 1609 году, что необходимо такую створить специальную посаду визитатора, якая будет користаться авторитетом. Мы бачим, что на практике наших представников визитаторов не поважают, не слухают, церковь не пускают, а конкретно просто Кунцевич, именно потому, что он эту традицию отрадил, поспехово ее здійсняв. І мені падаецца, што гэта і выклікала гэтыя вялікі супраціў, вялікую агрэсію з боку мяшчанаў. Таму што іншыя владыкі, хоць фармальна вымушаны былі праводзіць візітацыі, невядомыя дакументы аб тым, што яны гэтым займаліся актыўна.
On the contrary to other bishops, Kuncevich was really active as a visitator. And despite Denise can't answer directly the question about the influence of figures from the Florentine time, from the time of Florentine, the Union of Florence, he would like to emphasize this thing here that only Kuncevich and Rudzki were really documented as a real visitators of the eparchies.
Thank you. And Professor Brodoval.
Okay, so I will answer shortly to the question regarding the collection of the portraits of bishops. So there were not only the portraits of the metropolitans of Kiev, Halych, and all the rest, but also of various local bishops. So once it had to contain all the metropolitans. However, presently there are only 4 portraits of the metropolitans that have survived, and 4 of the bishops. The rest of the collection is yet understudied, and the rest of the portraits are so far gone.
Thank you. I guess you know about the collection of portraits at the Greek College here in Rome of the unit.
Was a mention of Muslim presence in Lithuania and how this can be to confessional history. And as there was no comment, I used the opportunity to hint at Szymon Budny's Bible translation, which was used in Tatar manuscripts to prove the monotheistic faith. So they were not quoting Quran in these manuscripts, but only the Szymon Budny translation. So if one doesn't know it's a Muslim manuscript, one could also mean, I think it's just about monotheism in its radical anti-Trinitarian nature. So this, as an example, how influences were going around and how confession or denomination was being built in such a context. Maybe I didn't understand earlier your answer about the Orthodox processions in Polotsk. As far as I knew, since 1621 there was no Orthodox church anymore, but only Uniate churches, and this was a problem for the Orthodox population for burials. For example, there was one case of a burial of a patrician who buried his the son of his son, I think, and this was at the beginning of the problem. This was then later a member of this brotherhood, which was founded in Polotsk to organize also burials. And of course, the Protestant fraternities or lay brotherhoods in the longue durée were of course also influenced from the Catholic model. So we have to see also the Protestant brotherhoods in this larger context. But of course, there was a Calvinist church in Polotsk for the nobility, probably since the first half of the 16th century.
Sim. Do we have any questions?
Отець Олексій, я з Нью-Йорка, але моєї англійської ще поки що не вистачає повноцінної дискусії. У мене таке питання до пана доктора Дениса. Я вам хочу подякувати найперше за цю вами представлену версію, цю думку. Вона дійсно звучить як, фактично є як відкриття. Конфлікт був, що це смерть святого Йосафата була спричинена таким конфліктом міщани і єпископ, який, якби з такою простою мовою кажучи, робить порядки в своїй єпархії. Але все ж таки це конкурує із тою такою традиційною версією, факт той, що вбивство святого Йосафата сталося 3 роки після створення паралельної ієрархії в Київській митрополії в 1720 року. І от цікаво, що митрополит Йосиф Вільямин Руцький у листі до папи Клементія VIII про це власне зазначає, що створення паралельної, нелегальної ієрархії стало причиною тих протистоянь, що якщо від Берестейської унії до 1720 року не було міжконфесійних протистоянь, були люди, які частина населення, які не прийняли унії, цього з'єднання, але такого не було протистояння міжконфесійного, то від 1720 року, коли вже з'являється паралельна ієрархія нез'єднаних, то це стало причиною саме міжконфесійного протистояння, і в контексті цього міжконфесійного протистояння було вбивство святого. Це, власне, цікаво, що можна погодити ці дві версії, стару і нову, чи вони якось накладаються одна на одну, чи суперечать одні одній. Дякую.
Дякую за питання. Сапраўды, адраджэнне гэтай праваслаўнай іерархіі ў 1620 годзе істотна паўплывала на гэты такі хісткі міжканфесійны мір, як я ўжо гаварыў. Але тут не трэба забываць яшчэ цікавы момант. Мы калі гаворым пра ўласна кіеўскую мітраполію, то ўласна вось у 16 стагоддзі фактычна ўсе асноўныя цэнтры кіеўскай мітраполіі былі перанесены на поўнач, так? Вільня, Новагрудак, Гродна, Полоцк. І таксама можна сказаць, што мы прыгадваем ту самую знакамітую паездку, і як был Кунцевіч у Кіеве, уласна кажучы, як ён ездзіў, і там была зусім іншая сітуацыя. І чаму унія, менавіта вось гэтая рэформа унійная прыжылася на паўночных землях у першую чаргу? Таму што і чаму зноў жа у якім разрэзе адбылося гэтае адраджэнне праваслаўнай іерархіі. Кіеў, унійны Кіеў, ён быў на поўначы, а ў разуменні гэтых іерархаў праваслаўных яны мусілі вярнуць власна кіеўскую іерархію ў Кіеў. І таму для іх вось гэтыя рэформы, якія адбываліся ад імені Кіева дзесьці па-за гэтымі межамі, у гэтым плане таксама вельмі цяжка ўспрымаліся. Таму тут яшчэ был канфлікт двух Кіеваў, умоўна кажучы. Ёсць Кіеў, нейкі новы Кіеў, вось уніяцкі, які на поўначы, і сапраўдны Кіеў, які мусіў тут адрадзіцца з цэнтрам у Кіеве. Як дзве гэтыя канцэпцыі аб'яднаць, што гэта канфлікт мяшчанаў і епіскапа ці канфлікт розных канфесій? Я думаю, што, безумоўна, і тое мела месца у вачах розных групаў. Я проста гляджу з пункту гледжання мяшчан і народу грэцкага, які ў тыя часы жыў, як яны гэта ўспрымалі, гэты канфлікт. А той, што іншыя бакі канфлікту, як там каралеўская ўлада, ці, напрыклад, рымская ўлада, ці нехта іншы ўспрымаў, ці там Масковія тая ж самая, гэта ўжо іншы аспект. Просто вось сам грэцкі народ успрымаў, як мне падаецца, канфлікт у такой плоскасці, што это проста выступленне супраць епіскапа, які не ў свае справы ўмешваецца.
And do we need some translation? So actually the question was about the role of establishment of Orthodox hierarchy, another hierarchy that was parallel to Uniat one in 1620, in if this event influenced on the martyrdom of Yosafata Kунцевича. And Denis answered that obviously he sees two dimensions. First of all, it was a conflict between Orthodox and Uniat Kiev, because both confessions pretended to have the capital of the Metropolitan See in Kiev, as the old Kiev Metropolia. And another dimension is a conflict between bishop who wanted to order his eparchy and citizens of the cities, of the towns, who actually see it like who see bishop as a not competent in it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and I guess we can finish our first session. Thank you for this great discussion, for a lot of questions. Thank you once more. Once more, thank you to Laurent, Denise, Vaiva. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you all of you for your questions. And we started good with the session about the time, about the places, about the actors in the time of Йосафата Кунцевича. And the second session is dedicated to the canonization of Йосафата Кунцевича, what was after the martyrdom, about the procedures and outcomes in the broader perspective of this time, mostly regarding the Rome, because we are talking about the beatification. And you're welcome to join the second session that will start at 3 p.m. here at Aula Magna. And now I kindly invite all the speakers, discutants, to join the dinner at La Mela d'Ora. We meet at the entrance to the Pontificio Istituto Orientale. Thank you once more.
Slava Isusu Christu, of the colleagues from Frankfurt and of the visiting guest scholars. Yes, for unknown for how long, I think. Hopefully they will be able to return to Ukraine, but the discussions have been very fruitful in this exchange of ideas. So Professor Emich will speak about the canonization procedure in the confessional age. So, welcome.
Thank you very much. The canonization procedure in the confessional age. The title of a lecture could hardly be more general, but this is precisely where I see my task. I would like to try to outline the general framework in which the efforts to canonize Yosafat can be placed. We will hear informed contributions from the experts on the specific steps and debates surrounding the beatification in 1643 and the canonization in 1867. But perhaps it is useful to first consider the basic features and trends of Roman canonization policy. This is exactly what I would like to do. I will concentrate on the perspective of Rome and on the decades around 1600. That is, the phase in which the canonization process was to take on its modern form. The focus will be on the decrees of the Pope who beatified Josaphat, Urban VIII Barberini. The fact that Josaphat was only beatified in 1643 and not canonized was and is considered disappointing for many, from those who initiated the process in the 17th century to today's scholarly literature. In the light of development in Rome, things could be different. In fact, the beatification of 1643 can certainly be seen as a success if it is placed in the context of longer-term developments in Roman canonization policy. I would like to show this in the following. The starting point of my overview is the crisis of canonizations in the wake of the Protestant Reformation. Until then, the papacy had succeeded in a centuries-long process in establishing canonization in the Latin Church as an exclusive privilege of the Pope to the Curia. Above all, this overcame the claims of the local bishops, which had played a decisive role in this field in the earlier centuries. However, the procedure itself was certainly subject to criticism, and the forms of veneration of persons considered holy often escaped Roman control. This criticism could not longer be ignored when Benno of Meissen was canonized alongside Antoninus of Florence in 1523. Martin Luther was now able to launch his acid criticism of Roman practice at the Idol of Meissen, der Abgott zu Meissen. And the further course of the Protestant Reformation demonstrated how vulnerable the cult of the saints had become. Rome reacted to the disruption by suspending further canonizations for the next few decades. It would take until 1588 for the Curia to revert to this instrument, which today seems to us perhaps a little too naturally to be the ideal tool for confessional confrontation. Evidently, an awareness had grown in Rome that making saints could also harm the Catholic cause. In any case, canonizations had to be better controlled than before, and this was precisely the aim of the measures taken from 1588 onward to overcome the crisis of canonization. 1588 not only saw the elevation of Diego of Alcalá, and thus the first canonization since 1523. 1588 also marked the appearance of the Congregation of Rites, the authority that would henceforth be responsible for examining all canonization procedures. This Congregation of Rites was not founded in isolation. Rather, it was embedded in a fundamental reform of the Curia and thus part of a trend that can be described as the bureaucratization of papal rule in both secular and ecclesiastical matters. In 1588, Sixtus V established a whole system of 15 congregations with his great reform of the Curia. These collegial central authorities were responsible for specific areas. 9 of them took care of the administration of the Papal States, while the remaining 6 congregations were available for the affairs of the Universal Church. Some of them already existed at the time of the Reform, such as the Inquisition, which had already been founded in 1542. Other congregations joined later, some only for a short time. Our Congregation of Rites can be found as Congregatio pro Sacris Ritibus et Ceremoniis in the list of the Reform Bull of 1588. Also due to the great demand, this congregation was divided into two departments after only a few years. One for the liturgy and for the ceremonies at the papal court, and another, still called Congregation of Rites, for canonizations. With this differentiation, the institutional reorganization of the canonization process was complete. In the Congregation of Rites, the Curia's canonization policy had found its institutional home, and this until the next reform in 1969. What was still outstanding, however, was the precise regulation of the procedure. Thus, the canonizations of the early years certainly showed continuities with medieval procedures. In the years around 1600, however, the development of a new procedure can be observed, which finally took shape with the comprehensive codification of the new regulation in Pope Urban VIII's brief Celestis Jerusalem Cives of the 5th of July, 1634. The shaping of the new canonization procedure, which was to remain valid in this form until 1983, also reflected a number of more general trends, lines of development that had affected the entire Curia and indeed canonization policy, and can be considered typical of the papacy of the confessional age. One of these trends is the juridification of procedures. Of course, the canonization procedure was and is by its very nature a canonical process consisting of two sub-processes or trials. In the informative process or trial on site, the local bishop checks on behalf of the Pope whether the conditions for canonizations are met. Here, information is obtained about the life, virtues, or martyrdom of the candidates, and it is determined whether they actually have a reputation for holiness. Once these preliminary investigations have been completed, the process documents are sealed and sent to Rome. All powers of the local bishop in this matter thus expire. The second main phase, the apostolic process, trial, begins at the Curia. This essentially consists of reviewing the documents from the informative process. First of all, the authenticity of the files submitted is checked, but then the content of the statements is also examined. This is carried out by a host of experts, from the expected theologians and lawyers to text-critical historians and, more recently, doctors for the examination of miraculous healings. These basic features of the canonical process have not changed to this day. What can be observed in the 17th century, however, is the increasing involvement of qualified jurists in question of canonization. Auditors from the Roman Rota played a role in several stages of the process. These experienced judges examined documents, compiled catalogues of questions for the Congregation of Rites, and in the end also wrote the relatio, that is, the report on the person and procedure that was later to form the basis of the official vitae of the saints. In the procedural steps in which the Congregation of Rites communicated its decisions and recommendations to the outside world, so-called consistorial lawyers appeared. These are top Roman jurists who were by no means necessarily clergymen. And of course, the final decision was not up to the congregation, but to the Pope, as a supreme judge of the Church. The processes within the Congregation of Rite also became increasingly judicial. This can be seen in the emergence of the office of Promotor Fidei, which had been mandatory since 1631. It is better known as Advocatus Diaboli. Like a public prosecutor, this member of the Congregation of Rites had to search for errors, contradictions, and weaknesses in the arguments for canonization, and only when all doubts had been removed could the canonization take place. The juridification of both the personnel and the procedure underlines Rome's desire to make truly watertight decisions and only elevate candidates to the honor of the altars who corresponded to the ideals of the Tridentine Church in every respect. It was no coincidence that all of this took place in close cooperation with the Inquisition. On the one hand, many a candidate for canonization turned out to be an impostor in the eyes of Rome, for whose further fate the Inquisition was responsible. On the other hand, and above all, questions of sainthood went hand in hand with forms of veneration that were often in a gray zone and required constant scrutiny. The core of the problem was premature veneration, not yet approved by Rome. And with this, we come to perhaps the greatest challenge that the Curia faced when reorganizing the canonization process. There was no shortage of interested parties campaigning for certain candidates. Since the resumption of canonizations in 1588, the number of canonization campaigns increased rapidly. Dynasties, cities, religious orders all wanted a saint of their own whom they could regard as a symbol of their country or group and invoke as their patron saint. The political needs of state building played just as much a role here as the search for symbols in confessional conflicts or the competition between religious orders. The group of petitioners was accordingly diverse, and the number of supplications for individual candidates, which arrived in Rome almost daily, was correspondingly large. All of these candidates already enjoyed a certain veneration. The fact that they had an odor of sanctity was indeed one of the prerequisites for canonization. However, the boundary to full cultic veneration as genuine true saints was often crossed before Rome had even dealt with the case. It was precisely the beati moderni, individuals in the odor of sanctity, who had only just died but were already venerated and usually referred to as beati, as blessed, that posed problems for the Roman Curia. If the papacy wanted to effectively assert its decision-making power over canonization, it had to put an end to such unauthorized beatifications from below. But how was the pressure from the various interest groups, from religious orders to royal courts, to be dealt with? And above all, how to deal with public cult without papal dispensation? In order to clarify precisely these questions, Pope Clement VIII established another congregation in November 1602, the Congregazione dei Beati, or Congregation of the Blessed. Interestingly, of the 17 cardinals who initially belonged to the congregation, only one came from the Congregation of Rites. 8, on the other hand, belonged to the Holy Office, and 2 more to the Congregation of the Index. Accordingly, the congregation's regulations focused on questions of what was permitted to say, show, and do, and what was not. The spotlight of criticism was on all measures that could be described as piecemeal approach to sainthood. This practice still was widespread. The promoters of a cult tried to advance the cause of their candidate by providing him or her with appropriate attributes and symbols. At the Curia, however, there was a growing opposition to this traditional canonizzazione pittorica. Peter Paul Rubens, for example, had to rework the altar piece of Filippo Neri, which the oratorians had commissioned him to paint. He had portrayed Neri as a saint in a way that was a little too evocative, especially for someone who at this time had not yet been officially canonized. The control over the textual production of the time was equally strict. Quite a few authors had to reprint the vitae of their candidates, or at least change all those passages where they had described the venerated persons as blessed or even saints before they were officially recognized as such. These regulations certainly had an effect. A request now had to be submitted for every detail in the form of veneration of a candidate. Clement's successor on the throne of St. Peter, Paul V, was particularly determined to observe the rules with the utmost precision. However, it was not until Urban VIII that a definite solution was found to replace the multitude of detailed regulations and make the Congregation of the Beati superfluous. As is well known, the Barberini Pope brought the development of the modern canonization process to a certain completion with his great bull, Celestis Jerusalem Cives, of 1643. Of course, Urban VIII built on the provisions of his predecessors, which the bull summarized. But what he personally contributed to this package, however, were clear regulations against the proliferation of unsanctioned local cults. The decree Per Decem Annos of 1624 stipulated that henceforth a term of 10 years had to elapse between the conclusion of the first local procedure conducted by the bishop and the opening of an apostolic process in Rome. In 1627, the so-called 50 years rule was added, prescribing that discussions could be opened on the question of whether or not the requirements of martyrdom, or in lack thereof of sufficient heroic virtues, were met only half a century after the death of an alleged saint. The most important decree of those crucial years was the decree Super non cultu of 1625. It explicitly spelled out the aim of the regulatory seal of the Barberini pontificate in the field. Henceforth, only those saints could be elevated to the honor of the altars, or those candidates could be elevated, who had been liturgically venerated on site from times immemorial, that is for more than 100 years, or not at all. This provision obviously targeted the still widely diffused practice of introducing overnight a cult for those recently deceased in the order of sanctity, and then exerting pressure on Roman decision-makers with thus crafted fait accompli. Urban VIII's measures put a definite end to similar practices. In one stroke, the decree de non cultu transformed the regional veneration of candidate saints from a pressing argument for canonization into a compelling reason for exclusion. However, this did not solve another problem, which is equally one of the general issues of the papacy in the confessional age: the tension between the central claim to a monopoly and regional needs. For behind the numerous requests that arrived in Rome, and behind the cults that were successful locally, even without Roman approval, there were generally needs. Whether they were political or personal, confessional or spiritual in nature was irrelevant. What mattered to Rome was the necessity to take such regional interests and peculiarities into consideration. Of course, not all candidates could actually be canonized. In order to preserve the exclusivity of this title, a sharp selection had to be made. On the other hand, Rome had to cater to the religious concerns and models of piety of local churches if curial decisions were to find long-term acceptance in the provinces of the church across the globe. Saintly persons who were only venerated regionally could not be processed out of existence, nor was such rigor convenient, as these unofficial saints were likely to be particularly close to local communities, and thus to constitute a tangible bond between these communities of the faithful, the universal church, and its Roman center, a concern that was essential to Catholic reform after Trent. This reflects a fundamental question of the Curia in the implementation of the Tridentine reforms. How should Rome deal with the diversity of a universal church that was growing ever larger as a result of European expansion and the policy of church unions? There was no way to standardize the local conditions. But Rome was not allowed to hand over the decisions either. The canonization procedure therefore had to be able to process diversity without endangering Rome's role as the center and supreme authority. But how could Roman claims be accommodated to such regional concerns? It is again Urban VIII who solved this conundrum, firstly by sharpening the contours of the until then rather vague distinction between beati and santi, between the blessed and the saints, and secondly by making both titles strictly dependable on Roman decisions. Those who were to be venerated locally and only in a particular region had to be beatified first in Rome. Universal devotion, on the other hand, only could be bequeathed to those who, after beatification, also became the subject of canonization. Both procedures passed through the Congregation of Rites and hardly differed from each other. The future blessed had to go through the whole examination procedure outlined 2 minutes ago and to fulfill many similar requirements, including the performance of miracles. Canonization then required one more miracle by the blessed in question after her or his beatification. But what was the benefit of this differentiating between two steps? Rome could continue to reserve the highest veneration, which was not only permitted but obligatory throughout the Church, for those candidates who were believed to be understood and recognized as role models throughout the world. Regional, limited veneration could now also be granted to candidates who were especially well suited to the needs of a particular region, but who could hope for less understanding and acceptance in other parts of the world precisely because of their regional fit. The distinction between saints and blessed thus made it possible to combine universal claims and messages with local or regional needs, all under the control of Rome. Centralization of decision-making in Rome, bureaucratization, juridification, but also the integration of regional diversity under the control of the curia, these tendencies shaped the canonization process in the decades in which Yosafata Kунцевич died and the efforts of his canonization began. Against this background, can it be considered a failure that only his beatification took place in 1643? Measured by Roman standards, I would say no. To conclude, I would like to argue this in 3 points. Firstly, Josaphat's advocates succeeded in setting a process in motion very quickly. As early as 1628, Urban VIII appointed the first commission to investigate the life and death of the murdered bishop, and a second commission began its work in 1637. The fact that the beatification took place just 6 years later is not a failure, but a speed record. Secondly, such rapid success could only be achieved at the expense of the still young regulations. The first investigation began just 5 years after Josaphat's death, the second only 9 years later. This was hardly compatible with the 10 years rule already in force at the time. And if the 50-year rule, which had been in force since 1627, had been taken seriously, the examinations for a possible canonization would not have been allowed to begin until 1673, at the earliest. Thirdly, a look at the figures makes it clear how low the chances of beatification or even canonization actually were in these decades. After Sixtus V kicked things off with the canonization of 1588, it is true that saints were appointed in almost every pontificate over the next decades. However, there were usually only 1 or 2 canonization ceremonies per pontificate, and it was only thanks to the large group canonizations of 1622 and 1671, each with 5 candidates in one act, that the total number of those canonized between 1588 and 1700 rose to 27. The situation was a little better for beatifications, where the numbers per pontificate were slightly higher. However, the following should be noted for the hot phase of the efforts around Josaphat. In the 1630s, the Congregation of Rites issued decrees on at least 70 individuals and the permissible form of their veneration. However, not a single person was canonized or beatified in the entire decade. In the 1640s, there were still no canonizations, but as Josaphat proves, there were beatifications. However, the frequency of meetings of the Congregation of Rites was reduced to such an extent, 3 times a year, that the procurators of the ongoing proceedings fell into despair by the dozen. Many were simply no longer able to get their matters onto the authorities' agenda. The fact that the beatification of Yosafata Kунцевич took place during this period of slowdown was certainly not a failure. Rather, it was something of a miracle, if one may say so in this context. The question remains as to how this success can be explained in the light of the sources, but we will certainly find out in the next lecture.
Thank you, Professor Emich. Дуже дякую за цей підсумок різних дат у процесі беатифікації Йосафата Кунцевича і аналіз, що це не була невдача, а властиво успіх процедури з новим протоколом процедури беатифікації. Thank you. Our second speaker today is Reverend Dr. Vasil Ilik, who is a professor of Latin at the Pontifical Urbaniana University here in Rome, and he completed his doctorate on the documents relating to Saint Josaphat from the papacy of Urban VIII until Pius XI. And he will speak to us in Ukrainian. The translation in English will be broadcast on the screen, and the title of his presentation is Beatification and Canonization of Йосафата Кунцевича, Documents of the Popes from the 17th to the 19th century. Василю, прошу.
Дослідник ватиканських документів отець Атанасій Великий, якого я буду цитувати, напевно, найчастіше, у своїй серії «Acta Sacrae Congregationis de Propaganda Fide Ecclesiarum Catholicarum України et Білорусі Spectantia» подає копію документу з актів де пропаганда Фіде від 7 лютого 1624 року після вбивства Йосафата. І там є така цитата. «Святіший отець Папа Урбан VIII повелів, щоби було написане бреве до короля Польщі, яким би був так зганений злочин, щоби король накладеними суворими карами на вбивць показав іншим схизматикам, щоби не осмілювалися на виконання подібних злочинів і подав би приклад, якого будуть боятися». З документу виходить, що святіший отець Урбан VIII, спонукуваний сумною звісткою про вбивство Йосафата, віддав наказ приготувати лист до короля Польщі Сігізмунда III. Під датою 10 лютого 1624 року в архівах апостольських Ватикану ми знаходимо 10 листів, один з яких це є короткий лист про отримання повідомлення про мучеництво Полоцького архиєпископа, а 9 інших із закликом до короля, єпископів та інших керівників держави, тобто Речі Посполитої, захищати з єдиних русинів. Листи, надіслані в один день, є пов'язані один з одним, і підтвердження того, що ці листи пов'язані зі смертю святого Йосафата, дає послання апостольського нунція у Варшаві Джованні Франческо Ланчелотті. Пряма цитата з його листа з цього нунція. «Поки я послав листи, прибула ще одна ординарна почта з листами від вашої світлішої святості від 10 та 17 лютого і короткими бреви у справі Полоцького архиєпископа, які, прибувши поза часом Сейму з відповідною демонстрацією проти авторів смерті того ж архієпископа, як я вже писав, я не вважав за потрібні». І тепер є перелік цих 10 листів 1624 року. Перший – це короткий лист до короля Польщі Сігізмунда III про отримання повідомлення про мучеництво Полоцького архієпископа. І я би хотів навести кілька цитувань з цих листів. Урбан VIII пише до короля: «Хто дасть нашим очам джерело сліз, щоб мати можливість оплакати жорстокість розкольників і смерть Полоцького архієпископа? Звідси йде жорстокість безбожності, яку не задовольняє навіть плач невинних, якщо вона не задовольняє святотатську спрагу кров'ю священників. Ясним доказом божественного покарання цих народів є те, що святий єпископ, шанований не тільки за свою мітру, але і за мораль, був убитий там, у своєму домі, нечестивим священнослужителем і розлюченим натовпом. Омерзенний злочин для тих, хто його бачить, і жалюгідний для тих, хто його чує. Ми знаємо, що це тіло, яке було храмом Святого Духа, гнівними руками волочили між роздоріжжями міста, і хоча слід думати, що аплодуючі ангели дали йому вінець мучеництва, повідомляється, що розкольники, бажаючи зла, до безчестя людської жорстокості знущалися над цим тілом у варварський спосіб. Справді ми віримо, що церква може радіти цій жалюгідній смерті, якою спадщина Небесного князівства стала доступною для високочесного єпископа. І насправді жорстокість убивць залишається безкарною, тоді як такий жахливий злочин вимагає покарання божественною помстою. Наступний лист є Урбана VIII до короля Сигізмунда III, в якому він заохочує короля проти Єрусалимського патріарха, який, як знаємо, установив на протидію нову ієрархію, і також проти інших русинських некатолицьких єпископів, що апробовують нові закони проти унії. Є цитата коротенька з того листа. «З цієї причини ми просимо вашу величність, каже папа Урбан VIII, слідкувати за цією справою з усією можливою відданістю та силою. Це може легко початися, якщо ваша величність буде підтримувати уніатських єпископів королівським заступництвом, постановляти, щоб вони мали вільний доступ до двору і радників і стежити за тим, щоб єпископське достоїнство священства не вшановувалося в них з меншою повагою, ніж в інших єпископів». Тут цікаво, коротенька ремарка, коли часто закидають різні течії про престанція рітус латині. З цього листа ми чітко бачимо, що папа Урбан VIII закликає короля зрівняти в всіх гідностях, як латинських єпископів, так і всіх нових уніатських єпископів, і дати їм такий самий доступ до Сейму, як мали латинські єпископи Речі Посполитої. Третій лист Урбан VIII пише до Григорія Збаражського, очільника Краківського замку, про оборону русинських з'єдинених королівським авторитетом. Пише папа: роз'яснивши це твоїй достойності, ми віримо, що твоя влада ніколи не перестане захищати віру в умовах небезпеки. Однак у цей момент справа об'єднаних русинів, атакованих зброєю і махінаціями розкольників, закликає на допомогу польського короля і сенату. Четвертий лист Урбана є адресований до Адама Новодворського, єпископа Кам'янецького. Папа пише: русини-католики, об'єднані в праведній вірі з апостольським престолом, занепали б духом, якби влада короля і авторитет єпископів не забезпечували їх власної втішної праці. Просимо тебе, брате наш, щоб вони ніколи не пожаліли про таку велику надію. Бажаємо, щоб у такій важкій справі засяяла чеснота, яка піднесла тебе серед високих церковних сановників. Фальшиві руські єпископи, вигодовані брехнею і озброєні на повстання батьком розбрату, повинні бути не тільки примушені законами, але й покарані. П'ятий лист Урбана VIII є з цієї самої нагоди до Матія II Пом'яна Любенського, єпископа Холмського. Папа пише: яка є зухвалість розкольницького божевілля, ми довідалися з сумом. Вже неприпустимо, щоб у цих регіонах влада диявола проявлялася в різанині священиків та руйнуванні церков. Прокиньтеся, зодягнені в обладунки світла католицькі єпископи, владою, розумом, молитвою працюйте над тим, щоб правда в цих землях не мала менш рішучих прихильників, ніж безбожність. Боріться молитвою, заохочуйте проповіддю, щоб об'єднаним русинам принаймні не довелося скаржитися на те, що їх позбавили вашої допомоги в таких делікатних обставинах. Шостий лист Урбан VIII на таку саму тему пише до Богуслава Радошевського, єпископа Києва латинського. Сьомий лист Урбан VIII пише до Станіслава Любенського, єпископа Луцького, де каже: потрібно мужньо чинити опір. Всевишній, по суті, не полишає своєї справи, отже, ви не повинні падати духом у страху перед подальшими труднощами і добре, навпаки, зламавши ріг безбожності, показати святотатським командирам нечестивих незламне піднесення релігійної душі в цьому важкому контексті. Восьмий лист Урбан VIII пише до Івана Венжика, єпископа Переміського, де каже: тому з'єдиненим русинам треба не тільки дати місце на зібраннях і вшановувати, але й карати розкольницьку глупоту, відкинувши всяке фальшиве милосердя. Дев'ятий лист Урбан VIII скеровує до Євстахія Воловича, єпископа Вільна, після вбивства Йосафата, щоб він взяв під опіку всіх з'єдинених русинів на своїй території. Папа пише: не є невідомо тобі, брате наш, що розкольницьке нечестя задумує проти унії русинів. Якщо ми будемо ще чекати, поки єресь буде озброєна страшними силами козацтва, то прийде час, коли ми зможемо оплакувати таке нещастя, а не відбивши його. Тому ви, святі єпископи і сенатори, повинні енергійно захищати цю справу. І 10-й лист Урбан VIII пише до Христофора Збаразького, префекта Королівської конюшні. Папа пише: те, що єресь на Русі замишляє проти цієї священної унії, місто Рим недавно дізналося сумом. Ми добровільно, взявши на себе з волі Господа загальний захист всіх народів, нашими думками з тривожним занепокоєнням звертаємося туди. Мусимо не тільки оплакувати ці нещастя, але й запобігати їм. Звичайно, якщо ми дозволимо таким божевільним богословським переконанням озброїтися силами козацтва, то слід побоюватися, що ми скоро не будемо видаватися як ті, що втримують республіку і захищають публічну справу. Знаємо історію, як почався беатифікаційний процес, і я би хотів, щоб не тратити часу, перейти до 1635 року, коли папа Урбан VIII призначає через пропаганду Фіде постулятором в справі другого процесу беатифікації Рафаїла Корсака. Отже, папа пише в першому листі, під датою 1635-37 року є 17 листів за підписом Урбана VIII. Перший лист 1635 року є адресований до Владислава, світлого короля Польщі та Швеції, де поручається пінський єпископ, що повертається на батьківщину для приготування нового процесу беатифікації Йосафата. Папа пише: оскільки преподобний брат Рафаїл, єпископ пінський, є надзвичайно наділений прикрасою благочестя та іншими чеснотами, він легко здобув як громадську, так і папську прихильність. Отже, не наша воля, щоб він повернувся до тебе без почесного свідчення нашої батьківської любові, бо ми вважаємо гідним, щоб він був рекомендований нами і люб'язно прийнятий твоєю величністю. Якщо додати до інших його достоїнств той факт, що передбачаючи юридичні процедури беатифікації слуги Божого Йосафата, архиєпископа Полоцького, то ми не сумніваємося, що він зустріне прихильність і у тебе, що не один раз з великою турботою просив про те, щоб Йосафату були надані небесні почесті. Наступний лист також характеру папа Урбан VIII скеровує до Івана Венджика, архієпископа Гнєзна, де пише: преподобний брат Рафаїл, єпископ Пінський, здобув таку репутацію на міжнародній арені за моральну порядність і розсудливість, що коли він жив у Римі, ми обійняли його з батьківським милосердям, а тепер не дозволяємо йому відійти без підтримки нашої доброзичливості та свідчення апостольським листом. Тому ми просимо тебе, брате, прийняти його з люб'язністю і підтримувати його діяльність належною тобі великою владою, гарантами якої є ми самі. Серед духовенства ти зазвичай сяєш серед інших твоїм видатним благочестям. Третій лист є скерований до єпископа Луцького Богослава Радошевського, де папа пише: чесноти преподобного Йосафата, архієпископа Полоцького, і його заслуги перед католицькою вірою, за якою він, як кажуть, боровся до смерті, не боячись наклепів жорстокості нечестивих, звеличується з такою високою похвалою, що не тільки Луцька єпархія, яка при його народженні виховала такого великого прилата, але й все королівство польське, яке найпильніше споглядало численні приклади чесноти цього чудового єпископа, має по праву підстави хвалитися в майбутньому його ім'ям не менше, ніж багатством і могутністю цього величезного королівства. Справді, вже деякий час ми отримуємо бажане благання багатьох, які, бажаючи, щоб апостольський престол міг накласти на нього вінець досконалої слави за його заслуги, наполегливо просять присвятити йому публічні вівтарі. З цієї причини ми частими і немаловажними документами виявляли нашу волю на користь цієї справи, але з іншого боку, оскільки сам процес не був належним чином проведений, ми дали вказівку, щоб він був виконаний знову, забезпечивши таким чином гідність церкви і славу самого слуги Божого. Ти зможеш докладно дізнатися про окремі аспекти від преподобного брата Рафаїла, єпископа Пінського, який не знехтував жодним зусиллям в цій справі, так і він зможе за будь-яких обставин бути авторитетним свідком нашого батьківського милосердя до вашого народу і нашої сприятливої доступності в цьому процесі. Четвертий лист папа Урбан VIII пише до Абрагама Войни, віленського єпископа, про початок опитування свідків для справи беатифікації. Папа пише: від преподобного брата Рафаїла, єпископа Пінського, який старався при апостольському престолі, щоб здобути почесті блаженних мучеників для слуги Божого Йосафата, архієпископа Полоцького, ти легко довідаєшся про нашу особливу милість до благочестивих побажань Польщі з цього приводу, про що досі свідчать численні документи. Оскільки, крім того, очевидно, що при самому процесі не були дотримані всі необхідні норми, ми, щоб ще виразніше підтвердити нашу волю на підтримку цього прохання, дали вказівки повторно розглянути його в установленому порядку, щоб нарешті було встановлено, що відповідає церкві і прийняти цьому королівству. П'ятий лист папа пише до Генріха Фірлея, познанського єпископа, шостий до Йосифа Вільямина Руцького, митрополита Київського, сьомий до Карла Фердінанда Вази, єпископа Братислави, восьмий з таким самим аргументом папа пише до Григорія Тишкевича, єпископа Жмуді, Самогітія, це є територія теперішньої Литви. Дев'ятий лист папа пише до Казимира, брата короля Польщі. Пізніше 10-й лист до пана Григорія Осолінського, скарбника Польщі. 11-й лист є призначений до пани Анни Алюїзії, князівної Острозької, віленської принцеси, дочки Олександра, князя Острозького. 12-й лист є адресований до принца Радзивіла, найвищого канцлера Великого князівства Литовського. 13-й лист є адресований до Томи Замойського, канцлера Польщі, 14-й лист до Івана Тишкевича, князя Троцького, 15-й лист до преподобного брата Якова Задзіка, краківського єпископа. 1637-39 року ще є наступні два листи, де папа Урбан VIII пише до короля Владислава, короля Польщі, Швеції. І папа пише так: преподобний брат Рафаїл, митрополит Київський, вже в минулому, взявшись в цій країні, виявивши в цій країні всіх народів видатні дари духу і ними здобув суспільну любов, без важкості простив також нашої диспозиції. Оскільки після цього нам кілька разів розповідали, як гаряче він намагався навернути русинів, відпавших від апостольського авторитету, до тієї спасительної унії, яку прийняли інші, з якою ревністю прагнув сильніше поширювати і захищати католицьку віру, він сильніше заслужив на папське милосердя. До всього цього додалася почесна рекомендація вашої величності. Ми ще щиріше сподіваємося, що прелат, наділений королівським заступництвом, радітиме плодами нашої батьківської доброзичливості. Ми також дуже вдячні твоєму милосердю за те, що ти всіма силами просив божественних почестей для слуги Божого Йосафата. Бажаючи, однак, виконати твої прохання, ми подбали про те, щоб це питання якнайшвидше обговорювалося в конгрегації кардиналів, відповідальних за священні обряди. А поки що невпинно молитимемося до Отця Світла, щоб він навчив нас утверджувати в такій обтяжливій справі те, що може принести гідність церкві і полегшення твоєї величності, яку ми від усього серця благословляємо. Подібний лист є скерований до Ренати Цицилії, дружини Владислава IV. І пізніше, вже 1643 року в травні, є останній документ Урбана VIII, документ так званий бреве беатифікації, яким він проголошує Йосафата блаженним, дає можливість служити літургію до нього і дає можливість, щоб з часом почався процес канонізації. В міжчасі між беатифікацією та канонізацією Йосафата є 5 відпустів папських, які мають фактично технічну сфуматуру. Але варто звернути увагу на 3 документи папи Пія IX, це є 1867 року 2 промови до кардиналів і документ, який називається Littere Decretalis, документ, яким проголошується офіційно когось святим. На даний момент в Державному секретаріаті в Докастерії до справ святих робляться такі документи, і приблизно один документ має 4-5 сторінок максимум. Якщо ми подивимося на документ Йосафата, цей документ складається аж з 10 сторінок, має 19 параграфів. Він складається з 3 частин. Перше – це є біографія Йосафата, пізніше процедура його беатифікації та канонізації, і останній – це є сама формула його канонізації. Останнім листом, який є, напевно, одним з найбільшого рангу, це є лист Пія XI 1923 року на 300-ліття від мученицької смерті Йосафата. Це є енцикліка Ecclesiam Dei, яка є зовсім іншим документом, яка також має стиль інший. Все ж таки, підсумовуючи мою доповідь, з історичних таких документів випливає, якщо би не Сигізмунд III, не Урбан VIII, не Йосафат і не Вільямин Руцький, не знати, чи ми би зараз мали Греко-Католицьку церкву. Це фактично такі фундаменти, які зробили найбільше, щоб зберегти цю церкву. І що цікаво, як пані професор мала доповідь, цитуючи документ Celesti Hierozulem Civis, де сам папа Урбан VIII забороняє поступати до беатифікації, якщо не пройшло 50 років від смерті, то все ж таки Йосафата вбивають на першому році його понтифікату, він дає диспензу від свого ж документу Урбан VIII, і на останньому році свого понтифікату він Йосафата проголошує блаженним. Дякую.
Дуже дякую, отче Василю, за цю презентацію, this overview of all the documents connected with the beatification of Йосафата Кунцевича, and especially how it's connected to the papacy of Urban VIII. Our next presentation will begin in a moment. I just need to put the English text on the computer. computer. Oh, okay. Yeah. The next speaker is next speaker is Father Hieronym Hrim, is a hieromonk of the Order of Saint Basil the Great, and he confirmed for me that he doesn't have any other duties at his monastery in an official capacity other than to write his doctorate, which is a great thing, that the Basilian fathers respect the needs of students to complete their research. Я кажу, що ваші наставники дозволяють вам писати вашу дуже важливу докторську працю, and because his doctoral thesis is related to the history of the Order of Saint Basil the Great, specifically on the Dobromil reforms of the late 19th century of the Basilian fathers. The reform took place under the guidance of the Jesuits, and he is writing his doctorate at the Gregoriana. So, Отче Єроніме, прошу до слова. The translation will be in English, just as with the previous.
Дуже дякую. Я буду говорити більше про такі речі земні, про якісь певні події, про подробиці, деколи, можливо, певні описи будуть апелювати до вашої уяви, щоб уявити, як там воно відбувалося все в соборі Петра чи в інших місцях. Отже, від 16 травня 1643 року дати беатифікації Йосафата Кунцевича до 29 червня 1867 року дати його канонізації пройшло 224 роки. Перший документ папи Урбана VIII обмежував його культ до Київської митрополії і Василіянського чину. І лише торжественна канонізація могла поширити цей культ на цілу католицьку церкву. Вже в декреті беатифікації, який видала конгрегація обрядів 14 грудня 1642 року, і також в згаданому Папському бреве, було зазначено, що можна коли-небудь приступати до його торжественної канонізації. У 1640-50-ті роки через козацько-польські та московсько-польські війни неможливо було розпочати цей процес. За цю справу щойно через 20 років після беатифікації взявся Яків Суша, холмсько-бельський єпископ, котрий одночасно був і протоархимандритом Василіянського чину. У квітні 1664 року він особисто приїхав до Риму у різних справах, що стосувалися унійної церкви, взяв з собою також кілька десятків листів від польсько-литовської знаті та від короля Казимира, які просили про канонізацію Йосафата. У Римі, перебуваючи 2 роки, він написав 3 цінні праці: 100-сторінковий рукописний меморіал про праці з'єднаних та видав життєписи блаженного Йосафата в 665 році та Малетія Смотрицького наступного року, які мали зрушити справу канонізації. Проте, оскільки сам процес канонізації одного єдиного святого на той час був досить коштовний, і тогочасні унійні єпископи після різних тих політичних негараздів, катаклізмів не мали можливості профінансувати, то владика пропонував, щоб приєднати процес Йосафата до якогось іншого процесу, наприклад, блаженного єзуїта Станіслава Костки. Однак ці заходи, а також численні листи митрополита Гавриїла Коленди та його помічника Капріяна Жоховського, які вони писали до Риму впродовж наступних 10 років, нічого не вирішили з канонізацією Йосафата. За митрополита Жоховського, за згодою апостольської столиці, свято блаженного Йосафата було перенесено з холодного листопада 12 числа на вересень, на 16 число або 26 за новим календарем. І цю дату в 720 році затвердив Замойський собор. У 737 році вийшла в Почаїв перша церковна служба блаженному священномученику Йосафату у річній Мінеї, а наступного року в Уневі разом з праздниками Пресвятої Євхаристії і співстраждання Пресвятої Богородиці. Коли в Почаєві 1761 року вийшла Мінея на кожен місяць року, то в книзі на вересень служба вже мала заголовок «Святого, священномученика Йосафата». Архиєпископа Полоцького. Але не тільки почаївські василяни в такий спосіб, з певною мірою, хотіли пришвидшити канонізацію блаженого Йосафата, а також василяни в Білій Підляській, де з 705 року зберігалися мощі Йосафата. У 779 році в Суплівській друкарні видали набоженство до святого Йосафата Менченіка арцибіскупа Полоцького. Не виключено, що тоді існували якісь інші подібні видання. Наступні 2 століття між, скажімо, беатифікацією, канонізацією культ то поглиблювався, особливо на землях Великого князівства Литовського, то занепадав так само, як і на території, яка опинилася під російською займанщиною, так само на території, яка опинилася під Габсбургами. Отже, знову справа торжественної канонізації блаженого Йосафата виринула всередині 19 століття. Принаймні, один з таких перших сигналів, можливо, надійшов від заснованого в 1856 році в Парижі польського згромадження воскресенців, яке один із постулатів свого існування, своєї праці, ставило старання про покращення становища поляків-католиків і уніатів під російською займанщиною та пожвавлення праці на теренах цілої Російської імперії. Головний настоятель згромадження отець Єронім Кайсєвич на аудієнції в Пія 9-19 серпня 1846 року вручив папі меморіал, в якому, як один із способів оживлення віри серед католиків у Росії і стримання православної пропаганди, бачить беатифікацію єзуїта Анджея Боболі і канонізацію блаженого Йосафата Кунцевича. Гротефератський єромонах Антоніо Рокі пізніше згадував, що дійсно якісь такі подібні ідеї нуртували, але він тільки пересував ту дату на 1848 рік. І начебто там мала бути заснована колегія саме в їхньому монастирі в Гротефератському. Але через різні політичні моменти до цього не дійшло. Він то так пише з таким, як то кажуть, з радістю такою, що слава Богу, що до того не дійшло. Бо забрав би в них монастир. Справа торжесної канонізації блаженого Йосафата ще раз виникла на початку 860-х років у середовищі італійських василян архімандрії святого Ніла в Гротефераті. Один з єромонахів обителі Теодоро Тоскані, працюючи в монастирській бібліотеці, випадково натрапив на булу беатифікації Йосафата Кунцевича і японських мучеників. Японські мученики – це були християни, єзуїти, францисканці, миряни, замучені 5 лютого 1597 року в місті Нагасакі в Японії. Він показав свою знахідку спільноті монастиря і висловив думку, що Йосафата можна би було долучити до процесу японських блажених, який саме тривав, оскільки докази його святості такі самі, як у них. Десь на початку 1861 року отець Тоскані показав свою знахідку отцю Джованні Строці, генеральному абатові латеранських каноніків, і той порадив звернутися до конгрегації обрядів і просити про приєднання справи Йосафата до японських мучеників. Але звідти йому відписали, що наразі справа мучеників вже фактично завершена і треба далі чекати наступної канонізації. В 1863 році папа Пій IX висловив бажання канонізувати нових блажених, і тоді монсеньор Бартоліні, секретар конгрегації, запропонував папі справу блаженого Йосафата, котрий її схвалив. Невдовзі цією справою також зацікавилася польська міграція у Франції, в Римі, і намагалися ту річ якось повернути в певний такий політичний, можливо, в політичному світлі. Що піднесення його на престоли зверне увагу світу на обставини життя поляків у московській окупації. Були інші кола, котрі тільки чекали би звинуватити папу у підтримці польських повстанців і ворожому ставленні до Росії і православ'я. Папа вирішив більше зосередитися на духовному вимірі, і конкретно справи Йосафата Кунцевича, і уникати якоїсь певної політизації. 28 січня 1864 року Пій IX призначив релятором справи префекта конгрегації обрядів кардинала Костянтіно Патріці, а 5 лютого йому на допомогу призначив 2 постуляторів – єромонаха Ніколу Контєрі, настоятеля Василянського монастиря в Гротефераті, і єромонаха Михайла Домбровського, вислуженого протоігумена Холмської Василянської провінції, котрий проживав у Римі. Невдовзі за спільною згодою релятора і постуляторів був призначений також прокуратор справ, адвокат Джованні Батиста Домінічі Стості. В серпні 864 року постулятори представили вже документацію попередню і розпочали поширення інформації про блаженого в Італії та поза її межами, розповсюджуючи друковані образки. Ще одним дуже важливим, можливо, часом не найважливішим питанням це був збір коштів на канонізацію, на саму урочистість і святкування, пов'язані з нею. Отець Нікола Контєрі був відповідальний за збір коштів в Римі, а йому допомагали його співбрати, зокрема отець Епіфаніо Котта, котрий з цією метою відвідував різні замки, палаци, вельмож. Також отець Контєрі мав написати короткий життєпис блаженого Йосафата, бо більше житіє погодився написати бенедиктинець з аббатства Солем у Франції дом Альфонс Гепен, котрий тоді вивчав церковну історію в Папському Григоріанському університеті, тоді ще Римській колегії. Гепену допомагав і постачав різні матеріали з бібліотек Риму, Парижу, Львова отець Воскресенець Валеріан Калінка. Отець Михайло Добровський отримав завдання збирати кошти в інших місцях поза Італією, в Східній Галичині, в Краків, Познань, Хелмінська дієцезія. Також отримав різні пожертви від емігрантів польських з Франції, Англії, також в Римі. По різних місцях з благословення папи, як він пізніше писав, призначив принаймні з 12 постуляторів, котрі мали збирати кошти і передавати йому через касирів, передавати йому до Риму. У Східній Галичині не відразу зрушився збір коштів, тобто в території Львів, Перемишль, бо коли він написав відозви до греко-католицьких і римокатолицьких єпископів до Львова, то не отримав жодної відповіді. Що, як він там писав, але якось так сталося, що той лист потрапив до галицьких русофілів, і ті відразу поспішили написати в їхній газеті головній слово, таку випад проти нього. Слово накинулося на нього глузучі, що, мовляв, він вимагає, щоб галицькі русини склали 30 тисяч скудо, то тодішніх 90 тисяч австрійських золотих гринських, і з цією сумою він зможе оплатити всі видатки. А якщо ні, то вважатиме їх, галицьких русинів, поганими уніятами. А також, що він не представив жодного офіційного документу про призначення його постулятом справи канонізації блаженого Йосафата, тому є фактично самозванцем, котрий лише компрометує святу справу віри і Рим. Отець Домбровський поскаржився секретареві конгрегації обрядів монсеньору Бартоліні, той звернувся до нунція у Відні, щоб той написав до архиєпископів, що отець Михайло Добровський є не якийсь аферист, але справжній законний постулятор справи канонізації. В кількох місцях зустрічав, що отець Домбровський мав досить такий складнуватий характер, непростий, гарячкуватий, деколи йому бракувало такту в спілкуванні з іншими особами, тому отець Контєрі також там згадував, що йому не надто було просто з ним. Десь в другій половині 1865 року конгрегація обрядів призначила третього постулятора єпископа Йосифа Сембратовича, титулярного єпископа Назіянзу, котрий був представником Львівської митрополії при апостольській столиці і святителем питомців східного обряду в Римі. Йому було доручено збір коштів у Східній Галичині. Єпископ Сембратович відрізнявся дуже від отця Домбровського, скромний, розважливий, миролюбний, поблажливий, найбільш піддатний до осягнення цієї мети, дуже ревний в справі Йосафата, як про нього висловився отець Контєрі, той, чиє призначення було особливішим Божим провидінням. Тим часом відбулося ще дві важливі події. Це було засідання кардиналів 8 січня 865 року, на питання, чи можна безпечно приступати, таке процедурне питання, кардинали дали схвальну відповідь. І 2 травня 1865 року в церкві святого Атанасія прийшов сам папа. Папа виголосив, власне, декрет про те, що можна безпечно приступати. Це був фактично останній декрет перед самою вже канонізацією. Тоді також було виголошено декрет беатифікації Жана Берхманса, єзуїта бельгійського. Після цього з новим сплеском вибухнула пропаганда проти канонізації Йосафата Кунцевича. Цього разу вже в російських газетах, такі газети «Руський інвалід», «Московські відомості», «Ленорд», журнал «Де Сен-Петербург», також галицька русофільська газета «Слово» знову взялося за своє діло. Цілим хором виступили проти декрету Пія IX, пустивши в обіг давній закид про жорстокість, так звану жорстокість святого Йосафата, яка нібито спровокувала реакцію народу, що і призвело до трагедії. Головним документом, яким вони маніпулювали, це був лист канцлера Льва Сапєги до архиєпископа Йосафата Кунцевича з 12 березня 1622 року. За критичне дослідження цього закиду взялись отець Контєрі, бенедиктинець, отець Гепен та єзуїт отець Іван Мартинов. Головним рупором пропаганди був петербурзький франкомовний журнал «Де Сан-Петербург», натомість відповіді на закиди друкувались у паризькому часописі «Le Monde». Я тут хотів зацитувати шматочок з газети «Московські відомості» 1865 року, де вони переписують з Санкт-Петербург, французького перекладають. І ці потім статті такі передруковувалися і москофільськими, і різними газетами, були поширені в Галичині особливо також. Отже, Кунцевич був одним із самых ревностных притеснителей русского народа в Старой Польще. Он насильственно распространял унию и прибегал к жестокостям, от которых содрогались даже единоверцы его, и проклинали его как виновника великих бедствий, как сеятеля зла и пагуби. Он погиб не от людей, наступавших на него, или на его верование. Он погиб от людей, измученных его насилиями и отчаянно оборонявших его от него свое православие. Не к нему врывались в храм, а он врывался в чужие храмы. Он погиб не на мирной, исполненной христианской любви проповеди, а среди сцен насилия и буйства, причиненных им самим. Он действовал мечом власти против беззащитных и подавленных народонаселений и пал от топора, занесенного отчаянием. І тут ще такий один момент, тут пишуть про жертви, які там. В отмщении за смерть этого мученика по повелению польского короля было перебито 5000 православных русских людей, находившихся под его скипетром, как будто это обстоятельство всего лучше может окружить сиянием главу нового святого. Зокрема, отець Гепен свою полеміку проти, власне, журнал «Санкт-Петербург» будував у формі листів, таких 3 листів, відповідей головному редактору цього часопису. Ті листи потім передруковували польські часописи, Греко-Католицький, краківський часопис «Час». Окрему статтю також на захист Йосафата було опубліковано в часописі «La Civiltà Cattolica» римському, італійському. Також потім листи на захист, скажімо, Йосафата написали 3 львівські архієпископи цих 3 обрядів, також єпископи Переміський, Латинський, Греко-Католицького обрядів. Після декрету Антутто, так званого, який допускав до беатифікації, до канонізації і спростування заходів, можна було приступати до безпосереднього притування вже до самих канонізаційних урочистостей. Як було згадано раніше, від початку постулятори зайнялися розповсюдженням образків блаженого Йосафата. Замовили 2 зображення в римського гравера Луїджі Банцо, які можна буде побачити, хто не бачив ще на виставці в Григоріанському університеті. Коли долучився 3-й постулятор єпископ Сембратович, то компетенції відповідно призначення коштів, зібраних кожним із тих, розділили на 3. Владика Йосиф мав старатися про прикрашення базиліки святого Петра на канонізацію і про видатки, пов'язані з урочистістю в самій базиліці. Отець Контєрі мав найменше коштів для оперування, однак натомість в жовтні 866 року взявся до написання більшого життєпису Йосафата, оскільки отець Альфонс Гепен через якісь причини розтягнулося його написання того його життєпису. Він вийшов вже набагато пізніше після канонізації. Отець Контєрі присвятив 7 місяців пості, молитвах і на самоті, пишучи оту книгу про святого Йосафата. Над виданням книги і на її краще управлення для роздавання папі, кардиналам, єпископам та іншим учасникам урочистостей частину коштів виділив отець Домбровський. Отець Домбровський замовив 73 мальовані образи Йосафата в 4 різних гатунках, всі з позолоченими рамами. Один з таких образів був спеціально призначений для святішого отця. Також до отця Домбровського належало виготовлення хоругви, такого стандарту, з зображенням Йосафата Кунцевича. Він оплатив також виготовлення 2 мідних плях для друку образків. Із зібраних коштів виділив на вище згаданий декрет і оплатив половину видатків на 3-денне святкування вже після канонізації. Отець Домбровський Михайло дуже чітко фіксував, куди він виділяв гроші, бо мав гіркий досвід, коли його звинувачили в нецільовому їх використанні. В польських часописах час до часу звітував перед суспільством про свої надходження і видатки. Також отець Михайло Домбровський подбав, щоб за посередництвом віденського нунція Маріано Фальчинелі Антоніачі з Білої Підляцької були привезена частина мощей Йосафата, чверть ліктьової кістки правої руки. Мощі були розділені на 3 частини. Одна для папи, одна для кустодії реліквій, інша для монастиря в Гротефераті. Вже на той час, станом на 11 травня 866 року, ще одна остання формальність. Ще раз кардинали зібралися і проголосили, що можна приступати до канонізації. З Йосафатом мало бути канонізованими, крім Йосафата, 24 святих католицької церкви. Жермена Кузен, мирянка з Франції, Леонард з Порто Мауріціо, італійський францисканець, Марія Франческа від 5 ран Ісуса, францисканка терціарка, Павло від Христа, засновник згромадження пасіоністів, Педро де Арбуес, іспанський августинянець, інквізитор, і 19 мучеників з нідерландського міста Горінгем, замучений 9 липня 1572 року. День урочистої канонізації, 29 червня 867 року. Існує декілька описів, таких трошки більших і менших описів канонізації, розкиданих по італійських і по польських часописах, такі по італійських журнали Ді Рома, якщо не помиляюся, також польський тиждень католицький, Дзенік Львовський. Потім були спеціальні брошури, написані опис урочистості канонізаційних благословенних Йосафата Кунцевича, біскопа Полоцького та інші такі менші, більші такі замітки в часописах. З італомовних джерел це спогади отця Антоніо Рокі, на якого я частіше так покликаюся в тій своїй доповіді. І були 2 описи «Descrizione delle decorazioni ideate dall'architetto Fontana e dei dipinti della Basilica Vaticana», тобто і «Descrizione delle ceremonie», тобто які подають, як була прикрашена базиліка, і так само, як відбувалися ті церемонії. Отже, канонізація 20 блажених відбулася в суботу, 29 червня 1867 року. Відбулася вона в контексті святкування 1800-ї річниці мученицької смерті апостолів Петра і Павла. На цей ювілей прибули зі всього світу близько 500 єпископів, близько 20 тисяч священиків, там різні коливаються, одні пишуть 30, інші 20 тисяч, і понад 100 тисяч вірних, але то виглядає на ті всі дні. З теперішніх українських земель були делегації на чолі з 3 львівськими архієпископами – Греко-Католицьким Спиридоном Литвиновичем, Римо-католицьким Францишком Вишклейським і Вермено-католицьким Гжегожем Шимоновичем. Від греко-католиків з Львівської архієпархії, крім митрополита, був єпископ Сембратович, він на той час був вже в Римі, було 14 священників. Єпископ Перемирський Тома Полянський через свій похилий вік не зміг приїхати. Із самої єпархії не було жодного священника, але на канонізації їх представляли отець доктор Яків Ціпановський, ректор Греко-Католицької семінарії і парох церкви Святої Варвари у Відні, і отець доктор Сильвестр Сембратович, майбутній єпископ, на той час префект Львівської семінарії. Від василян були в Римі отець протоігумен Модест Мацієвський і отець доктор Клементій Сарницький, ігумен Львівського монастиря. Також, ймовірно, були представники, галицькі представники, семінаристи, які вчилися в грецькій колегії святого Атанасія, і отець Ісидор Дольницький, котрий викладав в колегії церковний спів і обряд. Польських священиків було набагато більше, кілька десятків. Також були майже всі василяни з Гротефератської архимандрії. Власне, одне з таких було також невелике непорозуміння між тими Василянами Гротефратськими і з представниками Галичини, хто має нести оті смолоскипи, чи то мають нести Василяни, які казали, що вони найбільше потрудилися до тої справи, фактично казали, що вони підготували, чи мають нести ті брати по крові, скажімо так, Йосафата Кунцевича. І про це згадує і в спогадах отець Антоніо Рокі, там потім пізніше в хроніці Василянській так само згадано, і в часописах польських. І в результаті так до згоди не дійшли, і коли прийшлося нести ті смолоскипи, йти за тою процесією, не було, всіх Василян не було, і мусили там добирати інших священників з тої містечка Маріно, тут біля Риму. Отже, 7 година, 29 червня 1867 року, урочиста процесія розпочалася з Секстинської каплиці, йшли різні чернечі ордени, каноніки регулярні, світське духовенство, капітули більших і менших базилік. Крім, опісля 7 хоругов блажених, оскільки було 7 канонізаційних справ. Першою була хоругва блажений Жермен Кузен, а останньою блаженого Йосафата Кунцевича, яку несло братство П'ятиран в оточенні Гротефратських Василян. Потім йшов папський двір, за ним майже 5 сотень єпископів різних обрядів, кардинали і папа Пій IX. То все тривало приблизно 2 години, потім повернулися всі до базиліки. Собор Святого Петра прикрасив славний римський архітектор Франческо Фонтана. На фасаді помістив 3 великі образи, хоругви з відповідними написами, епітафіями. Перший був мучеництво святих апостолів Петра і Павла, другий – 19 мучеників з Горінгема, і третій – решти святих, включно з Йосафатом. Коли проходимо далі, в вестибюлі, Фонтана помістив 7 великих образів, з яких центральний над головним входом було зображення Йосафата Кунцевича авторства художника Леонарді, також із відповідним написом латинською мовою. Всередині базиліки були розміщені зображення головних чуд, через які блаженні удостоїлись бути проголошені святими. Над лоджіями головних стовпів, які підтримують купол базиліки, було ще 2 зображення Йосафата авторства художника Паніні з написами. Одне зображення показувало, як за його заступництвом оздоровився бурмістр міста Полоцьк Петро Данковський, а друге представляло звільнення з в'язниці молодого повстанця, поляка в Червоній конфедерації зеленому контуші. І останній образ, де був намальований Йосафат, був другим з правої папського трону двоє мучеників Йосафат Кунцевич і Педро де Ребуе у славі авторства Франческа Фонтана. То була перша частина процесії. Друга частина – це проголошення вироку. Спочатку кардинал-прокуратор став разом із консисторіальним адвокатом перед папою і попросив, щоб зарахувати блажених до каталогу святих. Святіший отець відповів, що потрібно просити про Боже світло. І тоді прозвучало Кир'є елейсон з літаній до всіх святих. На друге прохання про канонізацію папа відповів, що потрібно просити Духа Святого. І сам почав співати Вені Креатор. А на третє прохання про вирок папа сам зачитав канонізаційний вирок, після чого почав співати Тедеум. І третя частина – це урочиста меса. Під час меси після Євангелія папа виголосив проповідь принагідну, згадуючи апостолів Петра Павла і також новоканонізованих святих. Пізніше відбулася також ціла церемонія складання жертв. Дари жертви складалися з 5 великих свічок, оздоблених золотом і сріблом із зображенням святих і папськими гербами, 3 по 60, а 2 по 12 фунтів, 2 хлібин, позолоченої і посрібленої, 2 бочівок срібної, золотої з водою і вином, 3 клітки з 2 горлицями в одній і 2 голубками в другій, і маленькими птахами різних видів у третій. Церемонія принесення дарів дуже давня в церкві, писали ті описи, які описано ці всі торжества. І кожен з тих дарів має свою символіку. І наступні 8 днів відбувалося в Римі святкування по різних римських церквах, але присвячене, власне, апостолам Петрові і Павлові, різні богослужби і урочистості в честь святих апостолів. Також в Римі після канонізації відбулося 3-денне святкування, важливе таке пишуть ті описи, що то є така традиція, після того, як проголосили нових святих, обов'язково 3 дні присвячені тим новим святим. І святому Йосафатові відбулося святкування 13-15 липня 867 року в церкві святого Атанасія. Перший день, було 3 дні. Перший день літургію очолив митрополит Спиридон Литвинович, співслужінні владик Йосифа Сембратовича і титулярного єпископа Назіансу, і Рафаїла Попова, апостольського адміністратора болгарських католиків візантійського обряду в Османській імперії. Було 14 священників і 2 дияконів. Співав хор з 30 співаків під керівництвом маестро Сальваторе Мелуцці. Ввечері була вечірня по-церковнослов'янськи. А під час вечірні митрополит Литвинович виголосив панегірик на честь святого Йосафата руською, українською мовою. Наступного дня відбулося богослужіння латинською мовою, яке очолив апостольський вікарій в Константинополі Павло Бруноні. Вечірню відслужив Йоанніс Маранго, латинський єпископ з Греції. І проповідь виголосив отець Єронім Кайсевич, генеральний настоятель воскресенців польською мовою. Третій день Мелхійський патріарх Антіохійський Григорій II Юсеф співслужінні з кількома грецькими єпископами і священниками. На вечірній панегірях святому Йосафату виголосив італійською мовою монсеньор Калісто Джорджі. Пізніше на завершення, також 16 липня, тобто вже 4-й день, в грецькій колегії відбулася така урочиста академія, де студенти і випускники так само грецької колегії, які приїхали на святкування, підготували таку урочисті поетичні і прозові такі виголоси. Між іншим, один з випускників, власне, патріарх Григорій II Юсеф, який був також василянином, але мелхітом, виголосив промову латинською мовою, лунали віршовані прозові твори латиною, руською, тобто українською, грецькою, арабською, італійською, румунською, болгарською, угорською і польською мовами. І також виконувалися твори музичним супроводом маестро Андрея Мелуцці. Гротофарецькі василяни зробили в себе 3 дні святкування в жовтні цього ж року. І ще одне святкування відбулося також у Львові. Греко-католики хотіли в себе мати у Львові. Спеціально митрополит Спиридон Литвинович закликав з Відня нунція Маріано Фальчинелі Антоніачі. Тоді польські часописи писали, що це була така подія екстра, бо тому що він був 3-м нунцієм, який ступив на львівську землю. Перший був Джованні Франческо Комендоне, ще був, хто знав, в 16 столітті на Львівському синоді, коли представляв постанови Триденційського собору. Другий був П'єтро Відоні, супроводжував короля Яна Казимира, коли той складав приречення там свої у Львові 1656 року. Третій був, власне, нунцій з Відня Маріано Фальчинелі Антоніачі. 3 дні відбувалися богослужби в соборі святого Юра завжди. По черзі архієпископи служили, і так само кожного дня нунцій служив літургію в одній із тих катедр латинській, так само вірменській і так само греко-католицькій. Кожного дня хтось із представників тих конфесій, скажімо так, виголошували свої промови на честь святого Йосафата Кунцевича. Дякую.
Thank you very much, Father Yeronim, for this overview of the canonization celebrations. It struck me that the references to Grotta Ferrata, an activity of the monks there, somebody like Antonio Rocchi, who is known better for his work with Greek manuscripts, was so involved in the process of canonizing Saint Josaphat and the work on the ground with the celebrations. At this point, the organizers of the conference have informed me that they respect the schedule very literally, and so there's a coffee break scheduled for 4 minutes ago, and we will have the coffee break now for 30 minutes as scheduled, and we will return to hear the last speaker, Professor Rodewald, after the break, and then the discussant online, Professor Alfons Brüning, will respond to all the papers, and we'll have the discussion begin after that. So at this point, I'd ask all of you to head to the coffee break now. Якраз тепер будемо мати перерву на каву, 30 хвилин в коридорі, і запрошуємо повернутися на 5-ту годину. Thank you very much to all our speakers so far. Welcome back to the continuation of the second session, the conclusion of the second session of our conference dedicated, this session is dedicated to the canonization of Saint Josaphat, the procedures and results. And our last speaker of this session is Universitätsprofessor Stefan Rodewald from the University of Leipzig. He is the Lehrstuhlinhaber for the chair of Geschichte Ost- und Südeuropas since 2020, with previous experience in Passau and Zurich, and his interests deal with regional and trans-regional history of nations and religion. Today he will speak to us about Efrosini versus Josaphat, the Russification as colonialist answer to the January uprising, and the canonization of Josaphat. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. With the suppression of the January uprising of 1863, the explicit Russification of the so-called Western region became official regional policy. Though there is an old and large state-of-the-art about this topic, more regionally focused studies are still important to understand who and how actually tried to apply this concept and with which implications, modifications, or consequences. An exemplary analysis of the contemporary discourses about Josaphat and Euphrosyne, a 12th century Polotsk princess, promised to be useful for some aspects of this purpose. The terms Western Russia or South Russia were of course part of this problem. But first I have to explain why I come to these examples. I have a Polotsk background, also about the 17th century and Josaphat in particular, but I will today focus on the 19th century. So Western Russia or Southwestern Russia were of course part of the problem of this colonization. We have to make clear to us that these were imperial national narratives of appropriation. The provinces of South Prussia or New East Prussia, which were improvised after the partitions of Poland-Lithuania, had not previously been ancestral parts of Germany or Prussia, but were core territories of Poland and Lithuania. In the same way, the territories occupied by Russia with the partitions, and then called Western Russia or Northwest Russia or Southwest Russia, had never previously been part of the Moscow Grand Duchy or the Russian Tsardom, apart from brief periods of occupation. Rather, these new provinces of the empire, the largest part of today's Ukraine, all of Belarus and of Lithuania, were only imagined as regained inner territories of the empire that had supposedly been lost centuries ago. The intensified policy of Russian imperial and increasingly national colonization of these territories after 1860, so this is the period I'm actually then talking about, was legitimized with the imperial Russian nationalist historical image about Poland, Lithuania, that these were territories which were actually Russian, and Poland was, from this perspective, only temporarily advancing. These are actually classic invented traditions. Instead, one can argue, and David Frick, the late, did, for example, that of course the population of these regions themselves called themselves Russians, and clearly distinguished themselves from the Muscovite in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania from the 13th and 14th century, and later from 1569 within the political nation of Poland-Lithuania. The inhabitants of these territories of Rus within Lithuania and Poland-Lithuania thus saw themselves as inhabitants of Rus and Ruthenia, or as Ruthenian people, in conscious opposition to the Muscovites and later the Russians. What was then colonization or internal colonization? A term I mentioned, seen from a larger perspective, the post-colonial approaches use these terms, colonize and colonized, when a nation state establishes itself as a ruler, impressing its own laws and system of education, also for their own economic benefit. This has been differentiated in several practices. For example, the imposition of new decision makers with foreign or indigenous loyal to the incoming regime, or the consistent privileging of the culture of the colonizer, of that of the indigenous peoples, and thirdly, economic exploitation, and at last criterion also institutional violence in the everyday practices of the ruler. Such a policy was partially applied after the first uprising of 1831, but in Poland, but especially after the second uprising of 1863. Just as the new province of Poznań was subjected to strong Germanization policies within the German Empire after 1866, the new territories of the Russian Empire were to be explicitly subject to Russification ab Rusienie. And as example for the imagination of the city of Polotsk and the region as a subject of Russification, I now turn then to usages of Euphrosynia versus Josaphat. This is more literature about Germanification of Polish regions within Prussia or Germany, and another map. But actually, of course, I have now to come to Northwest Russia or Southwest Russia. And here we are within a region, or we are talking about Polotsk as a city at this moment, which had a majority population of actually Jewish population, 65% in 1852, 11% Catholics, 19% Orthodox. So if in this situation, after the suppression of the Polish uprising, what we heard about recently, the canonization of Josaphat was being promoted within the Polish emigration. Princes like Sapieha and Czartoryski supported the efforts to canonize Josaphat. Their petition, which was drawn in exile in 1864, openly argued with the Extrema Ecclesia Utriusque ritus in Polonia necessitas. So this was the actual political background to make this happen. A Josaphat brotherhood, archie-brotherhood, had already been established in Poznań in February 1862. From the Russian publicistical point of view, we already heard about this. These procedures were observed. We heard already about Mikhail Koyalovich, who published about the procedures and had tried to deconstruct actually the approach in Rome, that actually in the 17th century the result was that we need better acts to have a canonization, otherwise this won't go further. These efforts thus were observed and commented in the Russian public, and played a decisive role in the emerging Western racism or Zapadno-Russism. This means the perspective of these historians wrote about the brotherhoods, we heard about them, of the 16th, 17th century as part of a struggle of the Orthodox population in Poland-Lithuania against the Latinism. The social mobilization model of these brotherhoods should now be activated and reproduced in the 19th century. So Kojalowicz called for the refoundation of these brotherhoods as a new movement in West Russian society for the 19th century. The Moscow Slavophile Konstantin Aksakov wrote also in this direction, and he reported about the state of the Orthodox brotherhoods. Actually, there were no left. Actually, the whole population of the region was either Catholic or Uniate at the point of the partitions of Poland-Lithuania. And from my point of view, as I explained, the brotherhoods actually came to existence in the 17th century as the result of the exchanges we talked about, and were following indirectly either the Protestant or then the Tridentine tradition of lay fraternities, which were classic characteristical for the Reformation and Counter-Reformation. But now this has been reproduced in the 19th century, and in 1864 a model order was published by the imperial authorities to found ecclesiastical brotherhoods. And in 1867, the Nikolai and Yefrosinia Brotherhood was established as the 19th of such brotherhoods in the region. We have here an article calling for the foundation of such brotherhoods. If I mentioned until now the competition to the Latin or the Catholic Uniate background, we always have to think about the situation on the ground. I mentioned the Jewish population in all the cities of the region beyond Kiev. We had a large Jewish or Jewish majority population in the cities, and the same publicistic discourse went against the Jewish population. So we have here Żydowszczyna, or we have, yes, anti-Semitic discourse in the Russian public. And this was also important for the foundation situation of these brotherhoods. This is the setting, the Nikolai Church, the former Jesuit church, and the Kadetsky Corpus, which was established in 1835, of course, in the buildings of the Jesuit Academia, the former Jesuit Collegium founded in the 16th century. So these are institutions which were important for the Catholic mission and are now at the core of the military and Orthodox religious propaganda. These are sentences from the founding order of the fraternity I mentioned already. Here it's also about the fight against others. It's about othering, and it's about looking for one's own. The Orthodox population is here seen as one's own, although it's only 20% of the city population, and in principle, they just were Uniates turned Orthodox after the dissolution of the Uniate Church in 1839 in these regions. So it was highly imagined. It was not a continuous tradition. One could not build on a Russian nationality, as it is called here in the Belarusian region. This was an imagined continuity. Or, as in 1886, another member wrote about the struggle of this brotherhood, which was actually the members of the brotherhoods were the Orthodox teachers of the corpus and of the schools of the region and the city, the clergy and militaries and other officials of the Kadetsky corpus and of the administration. So this was the back core, or the background, the foundation of the empire on the spot. These all were members of the brotherhood, and they were fighting for Russia and Orthodoxy in a cultural struggle against dissenters and other faiths, or innovierci. And the monastery of Yefrosinia, or the Spassky Yefrosinsky monastery, was one institution which was important for these processions which were taking place every year, one day, with part of her relics, while the major part of the relics were still in Kiev at this point in time. These processions were being observed by the majority of the population of the city. This means by the Jewish population. For example, here remembered by Mary Antin, who wrote about this in the US from the emigre position, about fear and about being locked in, being not allowed to go onto the street because of these processions of a relic from the monastery in the outskirts of Polotsk. The streets were considered too holy for Jews to be about, and we lived in fear and had the fear that the least disturbance might start a riot or a pogrom, as they were known in the larger region at this point in time. Soldiers and police were on the street. These are forms of degrees of violence. I would argue what was being carried. Well, the cross of Yefrosin was turned back to Polotsk in 1841, and the monastery, her monastery, was being restored. The Spassky church, I think in the 1860s, here this new large church was being built in a classicistic neo-Byzantine style, inventing the tradition, although, of course, the Spassky church was old. They are old fresques, but there were new elements. This was a reproduction as part of a larger reimagination of the whole area as Russian and Orthodox from the beginning and now again in the present. Again, it is made clear that these demonstrations, these processions are aimed against the Catholics, the Lutherans, and the Jews. Actually, no. This is the concept, but here we have the Kiev Metropolitan, the Orthodox Russian, who is against the transfer of the relics, which are in the Pechersky monastery in Kiev, because of the insignificant position of Polotsk, and because of the insecurity these relics would have in Polotsk, because of the majority Hebrew, Jewish, and Catholic population. So there was a fight to get these relics, and they get a finger. Is it in the 1860s? No, in 1870, the saint's right middle finger was transferred from Kiev to Polotsk, and only in 1910, actually, the whole relics were being transferred to Polotsk. This was possible in a situation of emergency in 1905, after the first revolutionary situation in the empire. The Orthodox, the Russian administration was in a sense a situation of crisis. After 1892, actually one can call the administration of the city an Orthodox-dominated system of apartheid, because after 1892, Jews were not anymore permitted to participate in the urban government. The self-rule was prohibited for Jews in 1892. Only in exemptions, few Jewish honorations could participate, but it was not anymore representation as earlier. It was now, the city was now governed by Orthodox and Catholics, city politicians, representing about 30 or 40% of the population, excluding the majority of the population. Actually, this is the argument I wanted to make. So if in the 17th century we can talk about competition, this situation is mutatis mutandis, and very much is being changed, but somehow we have a new confessional age, as is being claimed also for Germany and other European states in the 19th century, and we have it in an imperial setting, trying to consolidate Russian Orthodox imperial rule on the spot with the help of confessional arguments, which were, and this is part of my argument, which were introduced in the competition against Yosafat. It's a de-Catholicization, it's a de-Uniatization, it's a de-Yosafatization, one could claim. And I would see it as a part of internal colonization, although, of course, there are differences to other types of colonization. I didn't focus here on economic factors. It was about administrative Russification, educational Russification, and denominational Russification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Rodewald, for this kind of the other side of the coin or perspective on St. Josaphat from the Russian Empire. Right now we turn to the discussion on the papers that were presented, and the discussant of this panel has been following online. That's Professor Alfons Brüning, who joins us via Zoom. Professor Brüning is a professor at the Radboud Universität and the Institute of Eastern Christian Studies there. He is also co-editor-in-chief of the series Eastern Christian Studies, now with Brill, and is a specialist in the history of church and culture in the European East. So welcome, Professor Brüning, and the microphone is yours for your comments and questions to kind of spark discussion for the remainder of our gathering this evening. We can't hear you. One moment. The issues perhaps from our side. One moment. We'll unmute you from here. Okay, can you? Questo schermo vedo che il microfono non è attivato.
No, quello è il microfono dell'altra, della
okay.
sala sopra.
Okay.
Però è questo con cui va.
Try again. Professor Brüning?
Mi dica di fare il collegamento magari.
Can you try reconnecting? You can stretch for a second. Think about your questions for discussion. Let's try now. Yes, very good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. So the microphone is yours now that we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, didn't see what wasn't working. Well, thank you to all the panelists for their lectures. First, I just want to apologize. I wanted to attend in person, but there are some contesting obligations. I'm about to leave for my work in Holland and can't miss them tomorrow. That's the main reason. Thank you to the panelists for their lectures, for their contributions. Теж щиро дякую українським колегам за дуже потрібні доповіді. In preparation of my contribution, I took some inspiration from an article written some 40 years ago by Peter Berkey on the question how to be a counter-Reformation saint, and taking from there some patterns what you should be and how you should appear to become a counter-Reformation saint. Some of them are, for example, you better be a Spaniard or an Italian, or you be the founder of a Catholic order, or you be known as a good shepherd. Well, all these things could allow the conclusion that there is possibly not a very good prospect for someone like Yosafata Kунцевича to be beatified and later canonized in such quick terms. So apart from that, in order to summarize my impressions from the 4 contributions we have heard, I took some main patterns from there, which I would like to highlight. And one aspect is to put the question a bit provocatively. What was it actually what Yosafata Kунцевича was beatified and later sanctified for? There is a bit of an astonishing impression from all the letters that have been quoted, especially in the two contributions by our Ukrainian colleagues, by Dr. Vasil Ilik and by Hieronym Krim. Astonishing in the sense that you do not take much of an actual profile, personal profile of Yosafata Kунцевича. So what is his quality? What is it? What could make him deserve beatification and canonization later on? That does not mean, and that also we could learn, especially from Father Hieronym Krim's lecture, much about his biography was known, and much was known in the background and was even compiled to biographical sketches, especially in the 19th century. But all these patterns, all this biographical profile does not really appear in all the letters that are part of the application for beatification and canonization later on. So there is already apparently a bit of a dichotomy which would allow for the suspicion that Kунцевича was, as many saints perhaps are, not so much important as a person, as it's by his personal profile or as an example, but as a personal representative of a certain cause. And there were many of them, like the promotion of the cause of the Uniate Church, like nearly 30 years after its establishment, kind of an emancipation of the Ruthenian bishops. There is one letter quoted by Vasil Ilik that it was about the veneration of the bishops, and that was the pending question still. Would they be allowed access to the Polish Senate as their Catholic counterparts already had been for long? It was the defense of the Catholic faith of the Uniate form, and of course a bit of strengthening the Uniate cause against the so-called schismatic, which is the non-united Orthodox. So perhaps this list can be completed, but there is already here the matter of promoting a certain cause, and that is all even the same in the 19th century, where it was kind of the common cause of the Polish emigrants, as we have learned in Paris and elsewhere, but also of the Basilians from Grottoferrata. Surprisingly, there was no serious division to be mentioned between the Poles promoting their Catholic faith and those of Ruthenian origin promoting the Catholic faith in its uniate shape. So later rivalries were not very much visible at that point, maybe because of the common enemy being the Russian Empire. A second point, which perhaps somehow counterbalanced the small chances someone like Kунцевич would have in applying for beatification in Rome, is successful lobbying. And successful lobbying, that was in the article by Peter Berkey, was already stated, was quite a kind of decisive for the eventual success of a beatification process. That was done in case of Kунцевич, astonishingly at first, by Pope Urban himself. Yeah, so the first letters we encounter is for the sanctioning of the murders of Kунцевич, for the protection of the Catholic faith. So that is something that in Rome was they took it up as a cause for themselves, and that perhaps seriously promoted the cause not only of Kунцевич but of the uniate churches just established. The second is that several bishops took it as their task, and as we have learned in Professor Emig's contribution, it was actually the bishops who were commissioned to take up the cause of a local cent and to shift it up to the level of central recognition in the center. So the two personalities of the metropolitan of Kiev, of the Union Metropolitans of Korsak and later of Jakub Susza, which have been mentioned, is in a way following the general guidelines of local bishops, but now it's uniate, so the general guidelines of bishops promoting the cause of local veneration in the center. And a third pattern is the pattern of center versus periphery. This, in a way, is not completely new, because again, it's local veneration that needs to be approved on the level of beatification and canonization in the center, and vice versa. So it's on the one hand, it's again that has been streamlined and has been centrally organized by the reforms of canonization in the Counter-Reformation. That's a matter to be commissioned to the bishops. On the other hand, they have somehow responsibly take up those impulses and bring them to Rome. And that's, in this way, apparently the Uniate Church already by the early 17th century were quick to be integrated in the Catholic world. So they became part, through the beatification process, became part of regular Counter-Reformation Roman processes. But there's the movement in turn, and learned a lot of that about that from Professor Rodewald's contribution. The relevance of local cults like of Kунцевич, but also competing cults established by the Russian Empire after the conquest or after Polish partition, on the local level, on grassroots level, also in the sense not only like, well, established traditions, folklorists, devotion, but also in the sense of competing narratives now of an imperial character. So the question of center and periphery is, on the one hand, is a typical Roman Catholic pattern that already was active for centuries. And on the other hand, it also gets kind of imperial connotation now on local grounds in Polotsk with all the competing, with this multipolar religious confessional landscape. Pattern of a second confessional age was basically again, and well, apparently there's some reason in favor of this presumption, which is in German context still a bit discussed. So these are various aspects, and to come a kind of conclusion, well, you could name this kind of secular aspects. Yeah, so there's a saint standing for a cause, and even used to promote a certain cause, not only in a pure sense religious, but also confessional. And confession, that means, I'd like to avoid the term ideological at that point because it's all its political connotations. But it's certainly the cause of a group, the cause of a collective, maybe of a confession, maybe of a local community. And this can be called, this is a bit of a secular aspects on the one hand. But on the other hand, you also have the living tradition of a certain personality, which in the background is also highlighted. So research perhaps could be done in these two directions. So what is the tradition of a personality, and on the other hand, what are the so-called secular aspects of its promotion? This is always a mixture of religious and maybe less religious aspects. I hope this can promote further discussion. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Brüning. Отож, підсумок коментарів професора Брюнінга. Перше були спостереження до доповідей отця доктора Василя Ілика і отця єромонаха Єроніма Гріма. Питання щодо особистого профілу, ніби характеристики життя святого Йосафата, бо в документах, здається, є дуже мало аспектів біографії, тих, які були перечислені, чи то в документах перепису папів римських, або в текстах про беатифікацію, або канонізацію. І здається, що тут є більше справа унії або унійної церкви, уніатів проти схизматиків, яке грає більш головну роль. Також спостереження, що з того, що було представлено, не було дуже великої прірви чи якихось напруг між авторами або джерелами польськими, або які представляли точку зору польщі чи поляків, і рутенців, обидва католиків. І в цьому часі ще здається, що є досить велика єдність, можливо, через те, що є спільний ворог. Тоді спостереження про успішне лобіювання щодо канонізації, які були різні ключові діячі в цьому процесі. Я не думаю, що треба підсумувати українською коментарі англійською професором, які говорили по-англійськи, то лишу на тому. Perhaps we can start, I think Professor Emich is eager to comment, so буде можливість отче Василю і отче Іроніме відповісти на питання. Почнемо з професора Еміх.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would like to comment on just one or two questions. The first goes to the personal profile. Why don't we know so much about, or why didn't we hear so much about the personal profile? I'd say because we have read or heard about only a specific type of sources, and these are letters written by the state secretariat, corresponding between the Pope and the King of Poland and Polish nobility and bishops. But what we haven't seen here are the acts and documents of the Congregation of the Rites. And there, of course, we would find a lot documents about the personal profile and all the arguments concerning this personal profile of the saint. So I think this might be also a question of sources and of choosing sources, and but nevertheless, I would agree that the personal profile isn't of the greatest importance, because there's one character or one topic obviously given with Josaphat, and this is that he's a martyr. And I think this is the main reason for having a very easy way to getting the beatification, because there is no doubt about that he's a martyr for the right religion, and this is the main point you have to offer in the early 17th century, and this is also something you can observe regarding all the other saints of the left, the Beati left from the 17th century, which will become saints in the 19th century. These are all groups of martyrs, the Nagasaki ones and the Gorinham group. These are all martyrs from the 17th centuries, which were not already canonized in the 17th century, but only in the 19th. But these are the group of people we are discussing in the early 17th century, and I think this is of main importance to understand the hierarchy of the arguments and the criteria for selecting saints in this period.
Thank you very much. A comment from Father Ilik.
Властиво, коли вбили Йосафата, це було 12 листопада 1623 року, уже в грудні із Риму попросили детальної реляції про життя і детальний опис смерті. І тому існує дуже цікавий довгий документ, детальна біографія, яку написав митрополит Руцький і відправив до Риму, щоб у пропаганда Фіде вивчили докладно ту справу, чи було там справжнє мучеництво і яке було життя Йосафата. Після того...
So this is a good observation. Already after the martyric death of Yosafata Kунцевича on the 12th of November 1623, already in December, Propaganda Fide had requested a detailed description and account of the death of Йосафата Кунцевича, and it was written by Metropolitan Rudzki to be sent and to be analyzed.
В той самий час з пропаганди Фіде було також попрошено, щоб був приблизний образ, як не існувало фотографії, приблизний образ, як він виглядав. І пізніше, коли ці документи поволі готувалися, ми побачимо, що вони були надіслані через нунція, який був у Варшаві. І ці документи, які ми говоримо зараз про папські документи, особливо Урбана VIII, це є технічні документи, які дають розпорядження, і ми можемо з них побачити тільки дуже малий профіль Йосафата, особливо в тих документах 1635 року, де він говорить про певні чесноти Йосафата. Натомість, якщо ми подивимося документ канонізації папи Пія IX, то від 2 аж по 9 параграф це є детальна і дуже детальна біографія Йосафата, де підкреслюються його чесноти, через які, не тільки через мучеництво, але також характеристика його життя як єпископа, як священника, взагалі як монаха, чому його потім проголосили після мученицької смерті святим. Також потрібно звернути увагу на той другий повторний процес, коли перший процес є повністю зроблений, але не були відповідні канонічні приписи виповнені. Тоді йдеться другий процес, який дуже мало чим відрізняється від першого. Якщо ми подивимося, так як пані професор відповіла, джерела, які були надіслані і перекладені латинською мовою для доступу, щоб у Римі могли подивитися на біографію Йосафата, ми знайдемо дуже великий шерех тих свідків, які описали. І тому Атанасій Великий видає 3 волюми, 3 томи документа Романа Beatificationis et Canonizationis Sancti Hieromartyr Йосафат. І тому ми можемо побачити ті речі, бо коли йдеться про документи, вони мають суто технічний характер.
So, to continue with the report sent by Metropolitan Rutsky in December of 1623, Propaganda Fide also asked for some kind of image, approximately, of what Yosafata Kунцевич looked like. These were sent by the nuncio in Warsaw, and so the documents presented by Urban VIII are really technical documents. And in 1635, one sees in the documents an emphasis on the virtues of Josaphat. Then in the documents of Pius IX, especially paragraphs 2 to 9, there's a very detailed biographical sketch of the life of Йосафата Кунцевич as a monk, a priest, and a bishop, explaining why he was not just martyred, but also had virtues of sanctity. There were then other additional documents submitted in the second canonical process to supplement additional information, along with many witnesses, and these were collected by Father Athanasius Veliki in 3 volumes with the title, jak zaголовок знову?
Документа Романа Beatificationis et Canonizationis Sancti Йосафат.
Дякую.
Пані професор цікаву думку висловила. І взагалі-то ми всі так спостерігаємо за тими процесами і за тими процесами, торжествами беатифікації, канонізації, коли церква в певний відповідний момент відповідає на певні виклики і канонізує, беатифікує осіб, які власне, своїм життям відповідають на ті виклики, певні, які виникають в суспільстві і в церкві. І власне, пані професор цікаво наголосила, що саме те 19 століття якраз ми бачимо скасування, наприклад, якщо беремо Східну Європу, скасування унії на Полоцькому соборі, коли там постійно йшли апеляції ще до Григорія XVI, і фактично якихось конкретних відповідей неможливо було отримати. Потім також 1848 рік, коли папа мусив втікати з Риму, десь ховатися в Гаеті, так само чувся до певної міри якимось мучеником навіть, виклики різні модернізму. Потім десь там той силабус, якщо не помиляюся, часом в 764 році був проти тих модерністських різних моментів, течій. І саме в той момент папа відчув і, скажімо, якийсь такий певний так само тиск на церкву. І треба було ту відповідь. І власне, що ми маємо тих, як відповідь маємо тих мучеників, тих японських мучеників, потім маємо Йосафата Кунцевича, проголошеного.
So, Professor Emich expressed interesting ideas about the Church's response to challenges, specifically in 19th century Europe. If we look at Eastern Europe at the time, there's the revocation of through the Council of Polotsk, the time of Gregory XVI. In the 1840s, the Pope had to flee Rome, kind of having a feeling of martyrdom in a way. There's conflicts over modernism, pressures on the church, and so it seems that the canonization of the martyrs or the emphasis on the martyrs is the answer to these challenges at that time.
Властиво, я би хотів додати, чому ми бачимо, власне, як пан професор зробив зауваження, ніби як таку ідеологію, ніби пропаганду, не так Йосафата в тих документах, ніби боротьба з схизматиками. 1622 року, грудень місяць, існує 1622 рік, грудень місяць, є дуже цікавий документ з пропаганди Фіде. В присутності папи Григорія зібралися всі кардинали розглядати лист львівського архиєпископа латинського обряду, де він просить, так як є конфлікт між православними і між уніатами, де він просить, щоб ліквідувати Берестейську унію, і всіх католиків східного обряду, всіх греко-католиків, уніатів перевести паулатім, тобто почергово в латинський обряд. Троє, які на цьому засіданні виступають проти, це є сам папа Григорій, це є кардинал Бандіні і кардинал Мафео Барберіні. Мафео Барберіні розуміє дуже добре ситуацію. Чому? Тому що в Римі було вже добре повідомлено про вбивство видобицького ігумена, якого втопили у Дніпрі. Пізніше ті інші наступні речі, коли були атаки, були вбиті уніатські священики. І властиво через півроку, коли помирає папа Григорій, Мафео Барберіні стає папою Урбаном VIII. Він дуже добре розуміє політику. І властиво, коли він пише до Речі Посполитої, це є католицька країна, в більшості католицька країна, де в такий жорстокий спосіб вбивають католицького єпископа. І, звісно, смерть Йосафата є тісно пов'язана із тими процесами боротьби православної церкви проти уніатської. І тому ці всі речі папа в тих листах вміщує, бо вбивство Йосафата не відбувається просто так. Воно відбувається на грані ідеології, яку робить пропаганда Московської церкви і пізніше ті всі процеси історичні, які ми маємо. І тому ті документи Урбана VIII, вони одночасно, які дають процес беатифікації і канонізації Йосафата, але також захист уніатів, щоб не повторилося додаткової смерті. Бо, як ми знаємо, на Йосафата, це також про біографію пише папа Пій IX, Йосафата вбили за третім разом, бо були за четвертим разом, бо були три способи, три намагання вбивства Йосафата.
Якщо я якісь факти забуду заповнити. So, the observation of Professor Brüning is indeed very interesting. One supplemental account from history helps perhaps to explain the style of the documents from Pope Urban VIII. In December 1622, there's a meeting of Propaganda Fide in response to a letter from the Latin Bishop of Lviv who asks to annul the Union of Brest because of conflicts among Catholics and to have everyone from the Byzantine Rite, from the United Metropolia of Kiev to join the Latin Rite. And 3 of the people present oppose this proposal. Pope Gregory,
Cardinale Bandini, Cardinale Maffeo Barberini, che poi diventò dopo mezz'anno Papa Urbano
So Pope Gregory, Cardinal Bandini, and Cardinal Maffeo Barberini, and they are also aware of the killing of the archimandrite of the Vidubici monastery. So in this context, then Maffeo Barberini becomes the Pope Urban VIII, and so in this whole context, Pope Urban VIII is well aware of the context of the killing of a Catholic bishop
in a Catholic country.
And in a Catholic country, and the conflicts within the church. And so the death of Yosafata Kунцевича does not happen in a vacuum. And it's in response also to conflicts with the Russian Empire and Russian propaganda, and even Pius IX highlights the fact that there were attempts on Josaphat's life 4 times. So in all of this context, one can understand that these documents are probably more synthetic and minimal on the details because the participants, the authors, are writing with a certain kind of background knowledge to all of these events. So, okay. I think Professor Rodewald had a comment.
Yeah, I totally agree that we have to be careful in framing or labeling policies, and there is a state of the art about Russification, which stresses the ambiguities of the policy in the Russian Empire, and the several regions had different policies. There were different levels of success also. But nevertheless, I think, and not least in the situation of today, we don't have to exculpate the empire too easily. There are some levels which can be discerned. One can distinguish some levels of discourses, and the empire tried to foster, to consolidate orthodoxy, nationality, autocracy. That's since the 1820s, and it's until 1917. The official policy, if it has success or not, depends on the officials, on the bureaucracy, on the military, on the population on the ground, and then in the second half of the 19th century on a larger agency, on the public, which is coming in the newspapers, in the journals, or in the brotherhoods. And the brotherhoods are really part of this mobilization of the local population in the regions I talked about. And this includes also Ukraine, or the reimagination of the newly acquired Uniate Catholic regions, which then became part of the Russian Empire. If parts of the local population participated in this, actually does not change the larger picture. It's about the consolidation of the empire, of orthodoxy, nationality, and autocracy. And to some degree, I think it's legitimate to compare it to the procedures I mentioned. This is the Germanification in Prussia. And within this situation in Prussia, there was a journal published, Internal Colonization, giving advice how to do it in the economic sense, but also in the cultural sense. And these discourses were read in the Russian Empire, so one could intensify the argument of colonization, even of course it's something else than colonization beyond the European continent. but the state of the art goes to some degree in this direction to look into Europe, into regions which were integrated in nation states, and if one can say that the peasants were turned into Frenchmen, or if the peasants of Russia were turned into Russians, it's the same here about the peasants in the western regions, which did not know that they were Russians, but they had to learn it. So, of course, I try to be distinguishing or careful, but nevertheless, I think since in the situation we are today, we should not too readily exculpate the empire of the 19th century.
Thank you very much. Before I pass the word to Professor Brüning, I remind all of you that the floor will be open to discussion, so prepare your questions or comments for discussion. Пригадую, що зараз професор Брюнінг буде мати слово, але що буде мікрофон буде подаватися, щоб ви могли задавати ваші питання чи коментарі на дискусію. Professor Brüning, perhaps you have some comments, responses to the responses.
Okay. I think there's two aspects. I'm not the one now to conclude the discussion or claim any authority to do so. But just in order to continue, there is 2 or 3 aspects. First, honestly speaking, I'm very grateful for the further contributions of the panelists in concerning biographical profile and stereotypes and the more technical procedure. I think what we have all been able to learn from the discussion so far, which I consider very fruitful, is that on the one hand, there is just 2 dimensions. There is the personal profile and there is interest in the personality that ought to be sanctified. But the 2-dimensional aspect does not really completely disappear. Yeah, so, and perhaps this is something to be further considered also in the in later parts of the conference, that these 2 dimensions are somehow existing one next to the other, and they're entangled, of course, but they still continue to exist. I'm grateful. I expected that there is more than is represented in the sources quoted here, and I'm grateful for those additional mentions and quotations, but also for those quotations given by Dr. Vasil Ilik about the death of Yosafata Kунцевича and also the beatification not happening in a vacuum. Yeah, so that was valuable. Also in the sense that, well, someone being killed in confessional combat does not necessarily make him a martyr. Yeah, so there is the imagination immediately starts, and that is perhaps not happening. If it happened in a vacuum, it would just have been death. Yeah, so, but the circumstances perhaps do their part in lifting this to the story of a saint. I'm not trying to sound too secular in this respect, but I think this is historical sobriety. And perhaps what also came to my mind in the center-periphery aspects, and that refers to Stefan Rodewald's contribution. And our brotherhoods are an expression of both, especially in the 19th century. So the classical image of brotherhoods, as we have learned that from early modern, certainly the Orthodox context, that was always an initiative from below. The late Carl Christian Felmy once named that as a typical testimony for the strength of lay initiatives in the Orthodox context. Maybe it's especially developed in the Ukrainian Eastern Rite context, but that is late 16th, early 17th century. In the 19th century, brotherhoods and congregations are an initiative from above. So we again have an expression of this center-periphery dichotomy, then now expressed also in imperial contexts. But that is only to give further impulses for the ongoing discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Brüning. Any questions? Dr. Almes.
Thank you. Thank you. For your great presentations. I just have a few comments regarding your talks. First of all, it is very important to keep in mind about the Roman procedures. To keep in mind that Rome was the bureaucratic machine, if we can say it this way. And this machine swallowed all this regional autonomies, something like that, Professor Birgit Emich stressed on this. If you keep in mind these procedures, we understand better why it happened and in which way. You mentioned that martyr. It means the easy way for beatification. So we can paraphrase that if you understand the procedures, you became aware that Kунцевич should be beatified in this way. It was impossible, did not beatify Kунцевич if we sent all documents, and you need just to realize all the bureaucratic procedures in a proper way. You just need to realize all the bureaucratic procedures, and you just need time. To do this bureaucratic procedures, and that is all, as I understand from this perspective of the bureaucratic procedures. And very important observation from the Professor Brüning. What does this beatification mean? It was not only about the beatification of Kунцевич, it is also about the integrating of the Union Church into the Catholic Church by these bureaucratic procedures. I also studied letters 5 years before the Zamość Council and 5 years after Zamość Council. And we are talking also about this integration of the Union Church by these procedures, technical questions, corresponding, and you integrate this part to the Catholic Church. And question to Father Єронім Грім, first in Ukrainian. Дуже цікава ця теза про Кунцевича в другій половині XVIII століття, коли публічно друкарні василянські друкують з титулом «святий», не блаженний. Що це означає? Це означає до певної міри непокора, невиконання офіційних приписів, якщо тільки є, що це блаженний. Я розумію, що це на локальному рівні можна, але коли це публічно друкується, просто для порівняння щось подібне василяни друкували про Йове желізо, теж публічно. А тут це, як це можна спробувати пояснити такі, чи це просто для мене виглядає трохи дивно, якщо тільки беатифікований, а публічно, не приватно, не приховано, титул святий застосовується. My question is, why Basilians published publicly books about Josaphat with the title Saint in the second half of the 18th century. He was not. He was just beatified. Not we are talking not about the canonization. What does it mean? This public acts of with the title saint. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Concerning the more or less automatic way of one being killed to end up as a saint or as a beatified, I would say it depends, as Professor Brüning had stressed before, it depends on the framing of this murder and this martyrdom. Not each and everybody who's been killed because of reasons of faith is prone to be a saint, of course, and I think this leads to a very important observation that we have to keep in mind regarding canonization policy. It's not only what Rome makes from above; it's also what the Church demands from below, and I think canonization always is what we today call a cloacal process. There's a local things going on, and there's a center and Roman claims of being the absolute power in the Roman Church and to decide everything. But you will become a saint only if the two things go together. So and you've got the framing of a person as a saint, as a martyr, of course. And the Roman willingness to accept this framing, and so I think it's more complex, this process. But in this case, it's very obvious that there are so many parties and observers and agents interested in framing this murder as a kind of martyrdom. So it's quite easy there's nobody opposing this version of what happened there, and so I think it was quite easy to argument that Josaphat has to be beatified. Yes, that's what I wanted to say.
Professor Brüning, perhaps a comment.
Observation. In this part, I will respond in Ukraine. Коли йдеться про справу мучеництва, про беатифікацію,
when we're speaking of the case of the beatification
власне так,
for the martyrdom,
на беатифікацію мученика є інший процес.
The beatification of a martyr, there's another process.
Розглядається стиль життя і чесноти, і причина мучеництва. Те, що просив папа Урбан VIII, детальний опис причини мучеництва.
One has to examine the style of life, virtues, and the cause of the death.
Мучеництво за католицьку віру дає підставу проголосити його блаженним, але не святим. На те, щоб проголосити когось святим в католицькій церкві, мусить бути чудо. На Йосафата уже під час канонізації 1867 року були розглянуті 4 чуда, які були Ватиканом, апостольською столицею апробовані як чуда, і на підставі тих 4 чудес він був проголошений уже як святий. Якщо би не було зафіксовано чуда, процес канонізації був би не закінчився до сьогодні.
So that's why Pope Urban VIII asked for a description of the death of Josaphat. So for beatification, it's sufficient that the cause of death as a martyr is proven. But for canonization, it's required that there be a miracle. And already by the time of the canonization of Saint Josaphat at the end of the 19th century, there were 4 miracles that have been proven, and then therefore this was sufficient for the canonization. Professor Brüning, perhaps a comment about the integration, canonization, beatification as integration into the Catholic Church, if you wish to say something.
Well, I think that the very fact that that this beatification happened as that quickly, and also against the background about the conflict in Lviv that has just been outlined by one of our Ukrainian colleagues. I think there was actually at the very center, there was a real intention and a will to integrate not only the Uniate Church into the structures of Roman Catholicism. Well, it all happened along the lines previously established, but also the process of beatification, including the fact that it was successful, already testifies for the fact of a successful integration that happened astonishingly quickly. So I think this is what we can derive from observing the process.
Thank you. Отче Єроніме, про непослух василіян. Чи вони щось знали, що Рим не зрозумів?
Та непослух василян. Про непослух василян, власне, про той друк з 1761 року, то я перше прочитав у статті Боцена Йосифа, єпископа.
Regarding this case about the publication of the text on St. Josaphat, I read it first in an article by Bishop Bozian.
До 300-ліття мученицької смерті. Пізніше пішов...
Regarding the 300th anniversary of the martyric death of St. Joseph.
До Мінеї перевірити, чи то, можливо, якась помилка. Бачив всього-навсього тільки 2 примірники і надіявся, що, можливо, це якась помилка. Почав шукати суміжні якісь там попередні роки, ну, принаймні якісь інші друковані почаївські книги. І після цього нічого подібного не міг знайти.
So I looked, from this article, looked at the printed Minea to see if this could have been perhaps a mistake, but I couldn't find anything similar.
Для мене нічого дивного, ну, в принципі, менш дивніше, що в білій такий спосіб робили. Це була книга про молитов різних набоженств для братства святого Йосафата, для братства Блаженного Йосафата, але книга була заголовок Świętego Йосафата.
So rather than looking in the Minea, there was a book published on devotions or prayers to Blessed Josaphat, but it had the title in Polish of Saint Josaphat.
Видана ця книга в 779 році, якщо не помиляється, в Супраслі, Супраські Василяни.
So it was published in Suprassel in 1779.
Тобто це зрозуміло, це найперше, що це той ареал, де культ Йосафата був природніший, наприклад, перше. Друге, що мощі Йосафата вже були там, принаймні, більше як півстоліття. Тобто це для мене більше таке зрозуміліше.
So in this area, this was the region where the cult of St. Josaphat was more widespread, and his relics had already been there for more than half a century. So it seemed more logical as a turn of phrase.
Натомість в Почаєві, коли оці Мінеї загальні 1761 року, то зрозуміло, що це спроба запровадити, скажімо так, для цих територій, найперше культ Блаженного Йосафата. І нещодавно буквально я переглядав майбутній збірник з Почаївської конференції, і мене зацікавило 2 зображення, яке називається Апофеоз Почаївської Богородиці, де зображений свята Варвара. Йов залізо, неблаженний і без німба. На одному із зображень Йосафат, а на іншому, старішому, напевно, Миколай, наприклад. Те саме зображення, тільки підписано Миколай. Тобто це такий процес, можливо, розвитку того культу, якогось так запровадження. І буквально то зупинилося на тому 1761 році.
So, looking at a different context, that Počajev, which is a region slightly further away, if you look at the 1761 Minnean, there you see the services to Blessed Josaphat, and also an attempt to popularize the cult, an image of the apotheosis of the Theotokos with Saint Barbara and Saint Josaphat, and also Yov Želíza, with Saint Basil, Yov Želíza without a halo, and Saint Nicholas is kind of a sign that the cult is being promoted there, but it seems to stop in 1761 with the publication also of the Menaion.
Ну, ще така надія, щоб, скажімо, ті давні видавці, вони, бувало, наклад 1000 робили, але могли там щось міняти. Що, можливо, є надія, що в якихось інших екземплярах пише Блаженний, але то, скажімо так.
So, of course, with printed books, there are obviously different editions, so it could be that among the numerous copies that had been printed, there could be differences between one or another copy, so Father Hieronym is still on the lookout for new sources.
Спроба, можливо, в такий спосіб, але далі треба якось слідкувати, як воно там.
It was an attempt in this way, an attempt to promote the cult in this way, but it has to be researched still.
Hand in hand with the decree Super Non Culto in 1625, there was another regulation part of that, that said that from now on the Inquisition is obliged to control every printed book on saints, especially with regard to the terminology of saints and blessed and so on. And the result of this was that since these days you can find in every vita, in every saint's life, the Proclamatio Auctoris at the beginning. So if we made some mistakes, it's not our fault. So we are citing sources and so on, and we know that it's clear that we do not do that, but it may be that sometimes there are maybe mentioning of a saint which is not yet a saint, and so I think the legislation is one part, the practice is another one. And I think it's a continuing process of bargaining what is possible and what is not possible, and I think it's not the main interest of the Roman Curia to control all over the world all printed books in this regard. And I think that, but it's interesting anyway, what reality says about the use of these words, saints and.
From the liturgical use, it could really be lost in translation. That the Byzantine Rite doesn't make a distinction between blessed and saint, and you have Saint Augustine called Блаженний Августин, but he's a saint, and so Prepodobny, Блаженний Osios, Agios, Makarios are simply adjectives for sainthood, and the cult, the people, like you said, from the local definition decides it. I have a question.
Thank you. I have two questions, but the first is mine. Are there any links to or association with hesychasm in the Josaphat beatification or canonization documents or in legend of his life? I'm asking because the Josaphat prayer described by Jacobus Sousa biography is identical with hesychastic, perpetual, unceasing prayer, and has Latin readers of those biography idea about this practice of perpetual prayer, why it was relevant. And the second reason is there are information about the service of Josaphat acquires a few parts of it from service of Gregorius Palama. Service. Service, yeah. Свята служба. And the third reason for the question is Sofia Senik article about Josaphat sources of spirituality, which described the main sources hesychastic authors. Thank you.
Підсумок. Питання, чи є якісь відтінки гесиказму в документах щодо святого Йосафата, бо були присутні ці духовні ідеї в його творах і схожість служби святому Григорію Паламу і святому Йосафату, чи якісь коментарі щодо цього. І це під впливом статті сестри Софії Сенек про духовність святого Йосафата.
Якщо ми візьмемо духовність Йосафата, ця духовність була виключно східна, тому що коли Йосафат, знаємо його спогади у Вільні, коли він перебував ще як молодий хлопець, шукаючи церкви, до якої підійти, його властиво отець Ковальський єзуїт і інші спонукали до такого східного обряду. Католицька віра, але східний обряд.
So the content of his spirituality was Eastern, even in his youth when he was in contact with Jesuit priests. They encouraged him in the Catholic faith, but Orthodox content.
Йосафат не знав латинської мови, і Йосафат не вмів молитися латинською. Всю науку, яку він мав теологічну, католицькою церквою він вчився польською мовою. Але літургійну всю науку він вчився слов'янською мовою. Якщо я не помиляюся, є в його нотатках або у регулах для священиків, або в конституціях, де згадується, власне, про молитву Ісуса. В регулах, так. І це згадується про те.
So Saint Josaphat did not know Latin. He learned his theology through Polish. His liturgical prayer was in Church Slavonic, but nevertheless he does mention in his rule the Jesus prayer. So,
і тому, коли є цікавий момент, коли Йосафат попав до Києво-Печерської лаври, коли спочатку там не хотіли його прийняти, пізніше його монахи прийняли, він попросив у них літургійні книги, і на основі літургійних книг слов'янською мовою їм доказав, наскільки слов'яни, наскільки східний обряд не відходив від єдності з католицькою вірою, з римським архієреєм. І пізніше, як є такий спомин його перебування в лаврі, монахи не прийняли те, що він сказав, але вже не мали такої агресії до нього. Бо побачили, що це насправді є східний монах.
So in the account of his visit to the Kiev Caves monastery, he communicated with the monks about liturgical texts, and he tried to show them on the basis of the Slavonic prayers how they did not depart from unity with the faith of the Roman pontiff. And nevertheless, the monks did not necessarily accept this, but they had less animosity towards him because they received him as an Eastern monk.
Ще маленький коментар, що насправді Софія Сенек, так само інших багато дослідників духовності Йосафата, скоріше Софія Ксеник, мабуть, найперша, вона насправді не бачила ні творів тих, ні рукописів Йосафата. Вона черпала, як багато інших, із Платона Жуковича, який бачив десь чи можливо десь там в полеміці з Коїловичем, ті твори десь в збірці Доброхотова. Тобто така от, можливо, ну не легенда, але походить насправді від Платона Жуковича, який робить тільки легесенький такий синтез отих, начебто, рукописів Йосафата, які точно ще, ну, напевно, вже тепер наука пішла далі. Є люди, які спеціально займаються саме тими творами його. Можу сказати, його твори чи не його твори.
So, Sophia Senek, who wrote the first and the most foundational article on this question, nevertheless did not have access and did not work with the primary sources in all cases, and she was relying heavily on Platon Zhukovich, who was writing about this. So now there are probably further studies that delve into these questions, and I think we will hear about some of this tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. There are two more questions.
Thank you. I have a very short question to Professor Rodewald. Was the cult of Saint Euphrosynia not developed also by Uniates? And why, obviously, do we see it like a competitive cult? To my mind, it's completely different cults, female cult and male cult, and why, obviously, do you see it like a competitive cause? I've heard about some competition between, like, of course, competition in italics between cults of Euphrosynia and Praxeda, for example, of Polotsk. But actually, it is obviously and necessary that you see these two cults like in competition.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 1860s. And following decades, so this does not mean that it has been seen otherwise earlier. Of course, yes, from the Uniate position, the Union has no limits. It's the Union, and you can inscribe everything. If you look at Kulczynski in the 18th century, yes, he's interested in Sergei of Radonezh. Of course, everything was being seen Uniate, but this stops, of course, with the end of the Union in the Russian Empire, and it's turned upside down. And Koyalovich, as a historian of the Union, must have known about this, and I'm still looking in his books, but I did not see the hint that he knew about Euphrosynias being part of the Uniate tradition too. So otherwise I could build bridges, but at the moment I felt it was rather comprehensible, or it was the context I opened with Koyalovich working against the canonization of Kунцевич, and at the same point working for the Brotherhood, and then the Brotherhood being established with Nikolai, which is the Tsar, of course, and Euphrosynia as patronyms. I think it's not an over speculation to see that, and with the explicit aim to foster Russification, it is seen as a means, as a usable mean to imagine a Russian history of the region and to re-establish Russian rule
over the region. And this is of course, as the substitution or the total eradication and substitution of any Union or Latin cult earlier. So I think although the Brotherhood does not mention explicitly Josaphat, the sources I showed mention Latin and Catholic discourses or population or inclinations. So I think this is not an over-speculation. And of course they are not interested to see that the Euphrosynia was earlier seen in a Union context. In opposite, they are taking it upside down.
Я хотів би тільки доповнити щодо назви Йосафата Блаженний чи Святий після беатифікації. Ця традиція сягає ще 17 століття. Вже в 17 столітті у манускриптах він є названий святим, і блаженний і святий радше вживаються замінно. Тобто це не є непослух Василіян, тут бороню Василіян, а це є 17 століття. Ті рукописи, які мені доводилося вивчати до моєї теми, яку завтра представлю, всі без винятку вживають кінець 17 століття, ті, які точно, але припускаю, що деякі є приблизно середина 17 століття, є вже він названий святим.
So, supplement to what was said about the title for the veneration of Saint Josaphat, that already in the 17th century, the middle 17th century, one sees in manuscripts and other texts that these terms are used interchangeably, saint and blessed, and so it's not Basilian disobedience or anything like that. It's just simply the interchangeable use, seeing the terms almost as a synonym. So there will be a presentation on this tomorrow based on the same sources.
Властиво, якщо ми повернемося до того аргументу, як владика казав, святий чи блаженний, це є ніби майже синоніми, тому що, коли церква проголошує блаженним, це дається до певної провінції. Я би хотів тут зробити цитату Урбана VIII з його бреве беатифікації, але її зачитаю італійською.
So I'd just like to supplement what Bishop Theodor has said, that really these terms are used synonymously, because when there are declarations of beatification, the following text can be given as evidence.
Concediamo e diamo permesso e facoltà che il servo di Dio Josaphat in futuro possa essere chiamato beato e che tutti i monaci di detto ordine di San Basilio, sparsi in ogni parte del mondo, e tutti i sacerdoti della diocesi e della provincia di Polotsk e di tutta la metropolia di Russia, sia diocesani sia regolari, possano nel suo dies natalis il 12 novembre recitare l'ufficio e la messa del comune di un vescovo martire, rispettivamente secondo le rubriche del breviario e del messale romano o greco, o ruteno approvato dalla sede apostolica. Це означає, що коли його проголошують блаженним, він може почитатися в уніатській церкві і може почитатися в цілому. Тут ми говоримо про tutta la metropolia di Russia, йдеться про Київську митрополію, про всіх священиків і також про всіх отців Василіян, якщо вони навіть є поза межею. Натомість, коли акт проголошення канонізації, це вже є для цілої Вселенської церкви, незалежно від обряду.
So the bull of Urban VIII states that the liturgical prescriptions that the permission is given to venerate Blessed Josaphat on his feast day of the 12th of November, according to the prescriptions of the liturgical books of the Roman Missal or the Greek Missal, in the cult, in the service of the Mass or Divine Liturgy. And so the distinction is made here less between saint and blessed and more within about who and where they can venerate him. So in this case, it's the Kievan Metropolia implied, and the Basilians, the order of St. Basil the Great, can venerate him wherever they find themselves, so even outside the Kievan Metropolia.
Якщо ми відкриємо, наприклад, Місале Романо, ми побачимо Beate Mariae Virginis більшості, ніж Санкте. То це означає, що Богородиця є блаженна, не є свята.
So if we open the Roman Missal, we'll see that we speak of the Blessed Virgin Mary, so she's more blessed than a saint.
Можна я ще скажу? Для цілого веслянського чину на той час то означало, що і монахи в Італії, і монахи в Іспанії, бо тут такі питання виникають, які вважали себе одним великим веслянським чином. Руцький, коли тут навчався у грецькій колегії, знався з тими веслянами місцевими також, і пізніше ті, що проживали при церкві Сергія Івакха, і цікаво би було також простежити. Ну і знаємо, що відразу після беатифікації була також італійською мовою перша книжечка видана, не пригадую, чи то єзуїтом була видана в Італії, в Римі. Пізніше ми бачимо життєпис Якова Суш, який написаний латинською мовою в Римі. Пізніше ми бачимо переклади на іспанську мову. Тобто цікаво би було простежити колись культ святого Йосафата, блаженного Йосафата на цих теренах. Тобто, якщо чи на Сицилії, наприклад, в Калабрії, в інших місцях.
So when we hear about the order of St. Basil the Great, we should keep in mind that at that time they were not just in Eastern Europe, but also in Italy and Spain. And so even Josef Veliamin Rutsky, when he studied at the Greek college, was in contact with other monks who saw themselves as members of the big Basilian family. And so it would be interesting to follow the development of the cult and veneration of St. Josaphat in those contexts. We know about translations into Italian of booklets or even in Spanish. And so that's perhaps a point of further research to see the diffusion of the cult of St. Josaphat already at that time.
Коли ми поглянемо на рік 1665,
if we look at the year 1665,
Папа Олександр VII дає відпуст на день Йосафата на церкву Сергія Івакха в Римі.
So Pope Alexander VII gives an indulgence for the day of St. Josaphat at the church of St. Sergius in Bacchus.
Таке: Die festo sancti Josaphat primis vesperis ad occasionem solis festi jusmudi devoti visitaverint, etc. Уже в документі Олександра VII 1665 року вживається термін Die festo sancti Josaphat. Я особисто цей документ перевіряв в архівах Ватиканських.
So this document in Latin describing the indulgence by Alexander VII talks about the day of the Saint Josaphat, and I looked at this document with my own eyes and I verified it in the archive. So you can trust Father Vasil Ilik. It's already, we started 5 minutes late, but we're already 5 minutes over time. Вже 5 хвилин запізнено почали, але вже 5 хвилин перейшли час. То я не знаю, хтось хоче продовжити в стилі святого Йосафата бдіння і задавати ще більше питань, але знаю, що в деяких храмах тут недалеко є вечірня, і думаю, що святий Йосафат би також благословив відпуст тут і перехід на інші чування чи відпочинок, чи так далі.
Також ще одне, також була на відпуск 1667 року Клемента IX, так уживається Санкті Йосафат.
So Clement IX also uses the term Saint Josaphat in his bull from that time. І це вже було про відпуст, то думаю, вже можна відпускати. So this was the indulgence, the dismissal, and I think with this, I'm not sure. There will be one announcement. Now, by Dr. Ivan Almes.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for a great job today. You're welcome to join us tomorrow. As Father Hieronym mentioned today, 3 days of celebrations after the canonization, where tomorrow we will have the 4th day, but the Vespers were on Saturday, liturgy was on Sunday. Today we have a conference day, and tomorrow we will have the second conference day, 4th day of celebration. And announcement about the dinner. You're welcome to join dinner at the Hotel Massimiliano da Celio at the street Via Cavour 18. So all speakers, all discutants will meet at the entrance to the Pontificio Instituto Orientale. See you tomorrow.